What is up, everybody? Welcome to the final day here of the RSL Offline Finals. 4 players now remain as the LCQ has wrapped up yesterday. I'm tasteless. Joined with me is Gemini. Am I tasteless? Joined with me is Gemini. I am so excited to be here with you today.
Oh, dude, this is going to be an excellent day of StarCraft. Yesterday was already incredible. So many great games, so many great series. The Raynor story actually making it through. It's going to be great today.
Yeah, very cool to see Raynor actually get this far. It was an insane series of games yesterday. It's been a very Protoss-heavy season, a very Protoss-heavy year overall, but we do have some Zerg representation here at the very end.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what actually ends up happening, but here are the 3 players that we've had joining us already from the first 3 seasons of the year. Classic coming in from Season 1 being the champion of that season. Then he actually won again in Season 2, so then we have the runner-up Zaun coming in from Season number 3, and then Hero after that insane, 17-game total series over multiple series that they had against Maru, was able to win it out and make it from Season number 3. And now, of course, the final player coming from that LCQ was Raynor yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy to see who comes out on top. I think Raynor does have a very good shot. He played in the other seasons of RSL, got really deep, but wasn't able to go all the way. Classics had probably the strongest year here in the RSL. But look, by at the end of today, we're going to know where these guys land and who's going to be our champion. The RSL is a community-funded tournament. We would love to earn your support. Consider going to patreon.com/ReviveSC2. We've got different tiers depending on what you can give. We hope to earn your support.
Yeah, there's lots of different things that you can find right there. You get the replays as well from this event, so if you've missed any, I mean, we didn't cast every single match as well. There's some other backstage matches that happened that I was actually looking at and adminning a little bit yesterday, and some of those games were crazy. Just some of the games that did not make it onto the stage, you definitely want to go back, find those replays, so you can get those from the Patreon as well, some other different perks and stuff like that.
Yeah, so consider going there. Even if you don't have any money you can give, you can sign up and you'll be on our emailing list. We can notify you about the tournament. Now, we are also supported by Archon Studio. They are the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game official maker, and these guys are the premier tabletop miniatures game company in the entire world. They are slowly doling out the StarCraft set. We actually have the first figurine here in our studio now. It looks incredible. It's very true to the lore. And honestly, these guys kind of landed right in our lap right when we made the big announcement, I think in April, to start the RSL. These guys reached out to me on my personal email and basically said, we would love if you guys would have us sponsor your tournament, and we're so grateful. They stuck with us the whole year. A lot of love to these guys.
Yeah, can't wait to be able to actually get the whole thing in the studio. Also, big thank you to Pulsar coming in as well as the official partner for our offline finals. They make incredible gear, mouse pads, mice, keyboards. They are so good at this. There's so many pro gamers that will make customized ones as well. They really say that the value and just like the quality of them is very good. I personally have used a Pulsar mouse for over a year now, and it's honestly one of the best mice I've ever used, actually.
I was really hopeful that we would get these guys as a sponsor here, as a partner in the offline finals, because I literally use Pulsar products.
Yeah.
And these guys have something for everybody. They've got great equipment for RTS players. They also have great and very different equipment for FPS players and everything out there. And what I love about them is they've got cool stuff aesthetically, but they're also really into like the tech and trying to figure out what's the new thing that could enhance your gaming experience, that could allow you to transfer your skills through their controls into the game.
Yeah, it's great to have them here. I'm excited to see how much more stuff they can do. But here is the bracket from yesterday. The LCQ was just honestly insane. There's so many interesting matches. Raynor making it all the way through. I'm actually kind of interested in this as well, because Raynor said in that interview earlier in the day that yesterday that the 2 players that he was most afraid of playing were Solar and Maru. Look who he had to play to qualify for this thing. He had to 3-2 Solar and then 4-2 Maru to get it into the Final Four. Incredible play from him overall.
Yeah, a very expected Final Four here for the lineup. But what was unexpected was the games between Maru and Raynor. So many crazy cheeses to start things off. Very unusual for those two. Not that they don't do aggressive stuff for cheese, but it was like non-stop cheese back and forth.
Yeah. Even the Maru Shin series was absolutely incredible too. Shin we kept hyping up as just being the one that hasn't beaten Maru, but coming out with some ridiculous strategies that we haven't seen and some absolutely absolutely ridiculous wins, but unfortunately not quite able to get it in the end. But yeah, there were so many great games overall from yesterday, and this is the bracket that we have for today. The Final Four trying to become the grand champion of the RSL Offline Finals. We're going to be starting off with Classic versus Rainer, and then Hero versus Zaun afterwards.
It will be all best of sevens. We will also, we will also have a third place and fourth place match. We're going to be starting the day off here with Classic versus Rainer.
Yes, it's going to be hopefully a banger series. There's lots of matches that those two have been playing in the past, and they've been kind of duking it out back and forth a little bit. And then Hero Zaun also has been happening as, in some previous seasons. They've matched up against each other. I believe it was Season 3 where they did play, and I think Hero came out on top there. So these are very historied players. They know exactly who they're playing against. They're very used to each other's styles and whatnot. So we're going to be seeing some repeat matchups, and if they can edge out on top today.
And we're going to see if a Protoss actually comes out on top here. Historically, StarCraft 2 has leaned slightly to Zerg and then Terran in the 15-plus history of the game. But every once in a while, whether it's the meta, the current patches in the game, or a combination of the two, we do see Protosses come out looking very strong, and this year is one of those years.
Yeah, we've had 3 champions so far, all being Protoss in the RSL. I mean, this would make it 4 if we get, you know, the offline finals. But, I mean, Rainer is definitely someone that could, you know, put a dent in that, basically, if we do want to see him making it a non-Protoss. And here are some of the clips that we were having from Rainer yesterday as well, versus his series against Maru. Was absolutely crazy, some of these games. I mean, this one was like a 21 Hellion run by after faking. He went double eBay and then said, got it scouted. He's like, well, I'm gonna go mech, and then went 22 whatever Hellions and then just lost.
He kind of blind countered the blind counter there. Maybe one of the most unusual games we've had in the entire year of the RSL here.
Yep.
Incredible series between those two. Again, a lot of cheeses on both sides. And these are two players that we know as like macro players. Obviously, any world-class player has to be able to be aggressive sometimes, but we saw like a back and forth of all-ins that was crazy. Remember that these are the for that matchup. That's all of those games we're ever going to have, right? So really, Morrow used every of the craziest TVZ builds he had. The same is true for Rainer. Now it's all going to be about PvP and PvZ.
Yeah, so we've also been able to talk with Rainer a little bit after winning yesterday. So we're going to cut to a little bit of an interview to see what he has to say about today.
It was amazing. It's been a long time since I participated in an offline event, and I was really looking forward to the RSL because first of all, I love Korea, and then obviously it's organized by Nick, and I know a lot of passion went into this project from the community and everyone else involved. And I feel like I truly give it all in offline events. I just can feel people cheering for me, being able to look at the players as well. It really helps me to get a little bit into their head, and I don't know, I'm more locked in. Classic is obviously one of my toughest matches in the recent history. He's a very good Protoss player, especially against Zerg. So I'll have to study him up a bit. I know what he does in general, but still gonna be hard. Tonight, preparation priority number 1 is getting good sleep because I'm tired, dead. I want to sleep, but I'll look at some VODs and think of stuff. I would be very surprised if Zaun wins. I think Hero actually is back to being the #1 Protoss. I thought Classic was better for a while. I think everyone saw that. But I think now after the patch and with Hero's recent form, I think he's back to #1. Well, I'm gonna try to bring the Raynor Classic to the table tomorrow. Lots of multitasking, lots of fast, action-packed games, and hopefully it will be quite a run, if I manage to do it. Thank you guys so much for cheering for me. Thank you so much for supporting this project. Thank you for showing up to all the fans that came here. In a sea of Protoss players, the Zerg player stands.
It's been really cool having Rainer here for the almost the entirety of this year. You know, we have some pros, they stay in their home countries, and then we have others where Korea really gels with them, right?
Yeah.
You know, obviously, this is kind of the origin point, not just for StarCraft, but for all of esports. And Rainer, you know, he made the pilgrimage out here. He liked it, and he stayed here. And I think he's coming back. He's going to have a quick break, obviously, for the Christmas season, but he's going to be back here next year.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see if he can continue on into the future years. I mean, he seems to really like it here, so it's going to be, yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see what else he's got to go into the next year and into the more stuff that we got going on.
Yeah, and of course we've got 3 more players we've got to talk about here. Classic looked phenomenal this season, actually dominant in both Season 1 and Season 2, really able to deliver here, and he might be the biggest threat of all in the RSL.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a dip in form in the season number 3. It felt like he didn't quite make it as far, obviously not into the grand finals at all. So it was a bit of a worser showing from him overall. But I mean, he's just had such good history overall in this entire year. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him still going forward.
Taking a look at his gameplay here, I mean, he kind of came out in 2025 early on, looking really healthy and with his own style. Particularly, he did capitalize on the fact that in that iteration of the patch that was the early, like Q1, Q2 of 2025, he was taking advantage of early Storm and basically accumulating different types of splash damage. So a lot of times he'd rush into Storm, and then he'd get Colossus or Disruptors. And eventually Archons. And he would do it in different orders, but the idea is that he would punish the fact that there's a clumpiness element to the way the armies group up in the game, and splash damage really punishes that. And, you know, Protoss units, most of them besides a siege tank, have superior range, which means the Terran has to engage first. And so he'd play this really passive style where he'd basically get too big to fail. And from there, it was like there was nothing the Terrans could do.
Yeah, he had a real control over the matchup overall. It was incredible to see him just kind of... He basically changed the meta when that patch came out. He was able to do so well at just getting the early Storm out. He redid the builds, essentially, to make sure he can get it out as soon as possible and just really delay his third base as long as he could and just make sure he doesn't die early on and then just just really grow into himself into the mid game and the late game. And it was so difficult to actually punish him. And then Season 3 comes around, we have a little bit of a different patch, things kind of changed a little bit, and he hasn't had exactly the same success like he did in the first 2 seasons. But of course, this is his time now to see if he's changed the playbook a little bit to come into this matchup. It's going to be a not PvT, which is what he kind of rode his high off in the other 2 seasons, because it's going to be a PvZ and then a PvP. But still, it's going to be a big threat.
Yeah, I mean, his PvP, he's going to have to leverage here. He's always had very strong PvP when he's in good shape, so I'm not as worried there. But PvZ, I don't know if that style that he brought is going to have any real relevance into where we are today. We basically had 2 game states that we played through in 2025, right? And he was really dominant in the first one, and then the game was patched, and most of the ideas remained the same, but some of them were different, and some of his key concepts that he was exploiting, that he was making work, in some ways were probably patched out.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see if he's going to have anything cooked up this time. I mean, the match versus Raynor is going to be very interesting because they've been playing so much recently, and it's going to be hard to know exactly what he's going to come into. But yeah, I'm just very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, with him being so dominant so early on, where exactly does he land now? We haven't really been talking about him. He was in the other seasons of RSL, but it's been the other newer guys that have kind of stolen the show.
Yeah, I believe we have an interview as well of Classic that I believe we're going to be switching over to, so we can hear a few more words from him coming into today as well.
네, 우선 한국에서 오프라인 대회가 굉장히 오랜만이어가지고 좀 너무 설레고 긴장도 되고 너무 재밌을 것 같아요. 사실 RSL 시즌 1, 2를 다 우승하고 시즌 3도 우승하고 싶었는데 탈락해서 아쉽긴 하지만 지금 시즌 파이널이 제일 중요하다고 생각을 해서 이번에도 제가 우승을 할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 좀 한솔이는 그래도 스타일 자체가 좀 안정적으로 하는 스타일이어가지고 제가 되게 게임하기 편하거든요. 김준호 선수 같은 경우는 너무 변칙적으로 게임을 이상하게 하거든요. 그런 변칙적인 플레이에 좀 말리면 저도 경기를 패배하는 경우가 많기 때문에 이번 결승에서는 김준호 선수의 그런 움직임을 잘 캐치해서 말리지 않게 잘 해야 될 것 같습니다. 3명 생각하는 게 성주랑 솔라 선수, 레이너 선수 이렇게 3명 예상하고 있는데 솔라 강민수 선수가 좀 굉장히 온라인에서 기세가 좋기 때문에 조 1위를 해서 올라오지 않을까 그런 예측을 하고 있습니다. 미리 준비하면 좋겠지만 그래도 그럴 수 없는 상황이기 때문에 그냥 기본기 위주로 잘 준비한다면 누가 올라와도 충분히 이길 수 있다라고 생각합니다. 한국에서 오랜만에 경기인데 잘 준비해서 오랜만에 우승할 수 있도록 할 테니 RSL에 오셔가지고 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
Yeah, very strong foundational play here from Classic. Definitely a real threat here. Again, it's going to come down to whether or not he can either reinvent the style that he had and make it work in the current patch, or if he's going to kind of build something on top of that, something a little bit different. to deliver here today.
Yeah, and the next player, of course, that we've got coming up is Zoun, someone that maybe we didn't expect to make it into the RSL Grand offline finals throughout the year. I mean, he kind of came out in the first season, and I don't think he made it very far at all. I think he even lost in the group stages, which was a bit unfortunate for him. But then in the grand finals was able to, in the season 2 was able to make it to the grand finals of that season. Unfortunately, did still lose to Classic because Classic is, he won both of those. But still, coming in as the runner-up there for season number 2, finds himself into the offline finals here today. So yeah, it's maybe a bit of an unexpected face, maybe a bit of the underdog overall compared to the other players. So we'll see how he does today.
Yeah, this is not, no disrespect to Zhao, he's just not necessarily a guy you would default into the top 4, right?
Yeah.
Now, that being said, I mean, he kind of got here by the matchup PvP.
Yes.
And that's important to note because he might, only have to rely on that to win. And so in some ways, he might have a unique advantage that nobody else really has here. He's always been a strong PvP player. He was also one of the players that was, how do I say this? In Korea, we've had a lot of the same faces, right? And even though he's been around for a while, he's one of the newest players. And he's steadily improved. He looks really strong. So we're going to see what exactly he can do here today. I mean, there's a real possibility he actually wins this whole tournament. I think a lot of people aren't eyeing him in the Final Four, but we got to keep in mind he's going to be a threat.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, of course, as everyone in this final part of the bracket is extremely strong. Hero as well is going to be who he's playing against, and that's going to be a difficult matchup for him because they played recently as well, and Hero did kind of win pretty heavily against Zoun before. So it's definitely an underdog story for Zoun coming in today, but like you said, he's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve. He's been in these types of positions before against players that he knows are going to be more favored than him. And so this is not something that he's, completely unaccustomed to. He can definitely bring some stuff out. He's got some prep time to be able to come into this before knowing that he's going to be playing against Hero. So maybe we'll see something interesting.
It does almost feel to me like if you're going to win in PvP, the way that the Final Four format is, you have to be totally prepared for so many different types of builders. There's so many different ways the early game can go. And so what you have to be on the lookout for is like, okay, we have like nothing but best of 7s today.
Yeah.
That's a lot of PvPs to try to come out here with. So he's going to have to bring a full package if he wins with that.
Yeah, so we'll see what he has to say about that. We can go to an interview talking with Zoun.
이제 시즌 2 때 준호 형이 없어가지고 뚫었던 것 같은데 그 점에서 일단 준호 형한테 감사하고 한국 오프라인 무대 오랜만이거든요. 그래서 좀 재밌을 것 같고 열심히 준비해서 오겠습니다. 스타2 팬분들이라면 아시겠지만 저의 푸푸전 승률이 안 좋거든요. 그래서 시즌 3 때 준호 형이 안 올라오길 바랬는데 준호 형이 올라서 일단 아시고요. 동호 형 클래식 선수는 저보단 스타일이 단단하고 이제 우직한 그런 느낌인데 또 노련해요. 또 이거 보면은 준호 형 같은 경우는 일단 날렵하죠. 날렵하고 게임적으로 티키타카를 할 수 있는데 그날 운에 따라서 좀 게임 내용이 적용되는 것 같아요. 일단 한 자리 뽑잖아요. 그래도 같은 팀원이 올라왔으면 좋겠고 아무리 생각해도 그래도 성주가 시드 한 자리를 웬만하면 먹지 않을까라고 생각을 하고 있긴 해요. 근데 그거는 전 패치까지였던 것 같고 이제 지금 패치는 토스가 많이 안 좋다고 생각해서 토스는 떨어진 수준이라서요. 대회가 많다는 점에서 주최 측이나 팬분들한테 감사하다고 말씀드리고 싶고 앞으로도 쭉 그렇게 열렸으면 좋겠어요.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how he's going to perform here today. A little bit modest, but honestly, he did get here on a strong performance.
Yeah,
PvP,
Yeah, it is, again, a bit unfortunate that he pulled Hero, who blasted him a little bit. In Season 3, he was definitely hoping for a different matchup, I would say. I mean, you even saw he was saying just Hero's got that kind of swagger to him, right? Just some weird stuff, very precise, but also a little bit of that RNG coming into factor. I feel like Hero really kind of thrives in the chaos.
We should point out, Hero has the best win rate here in PvP. And so, he's going to be a real threat. We're taking a quick look at his performance here now. And, Hero, when you talk about his swagger, he's glowing with this confidence that few pro gamers have.
Yeah.
I mean, for some players, it's about conquering the nerves and kind of getting over the anxiety and turning yourself into the instrument of your play and executing. And then there's other players that I feel like don't battle with that at all.
Yeah.
They're fine playing at home just like they are playing here. And I think Hero is one of those guys, and he looked relaxed and confident in here now. And, you know, he's one of these guys who definitely plays the game his own way. That includes PvP as well. Again, the best win rate in the matchup. He's going to be a real threat going forward.
Yeah, I really love that he just leans into his style.
Yeah.
He's just been known for this for years at this point. I mean, we kind of clown on him every now and then because, you know, Lings obviously go through his wall all the time. He doesn't have the most pretty walls sometimes. I like to get a little annoyed at that every now and then, but he still backs it up. He gets results, and he's been able to do that for years upon years. Even, I mean, he came back from the military. Back years ago when we thought the time for the military for Koreans was a death sentence for your career. It doesn't matter anymore, apparently.
Not
Hero
anymore.
came back. It's been stronger than ever in these last few years, and so he really takes that style and owns it coming into today as well. We'll see if he can do it more.
Yeah, you know, he's even in the matchups that are not PvP, for example, like PvZ, which could be you know, a pivotal matchup for him tonight. He is somebody who kind of changed the way that we understand that matchup. He's the guy that figured out that you could kind of go Oracle, Blink, Stalker, and like bleed out and outgrow the Zerg, which was a very unique concept. I would say introduced maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, something like that.
Yep.
But he's very, very, you know, able to approach this and kind of navigate the matchup in his own way. We've actually got an interview ready for him that we're going to check out right now.
RSL 시드가 워낙 극악의 조건이었기 때문에 제가 시즌3에서 시드를 딸 수 있을까라는 의심이 있었는데 이렇게 따게 돼서 너무 기뻤던 것 같고요. 열심히 준비하면 또 좋은 결과 있지 않을까 생각합니다. 결승 다이렉트로 갔을 때 어드밴티지를 줬던 RSL 측에 너무 감사했고 그 덕에 올라갈 수 있었던 것 같고 마루랑 해봤을 때 진짜 이게 힘들어서 다시는 만나고 싶지 않다라는 생각했던 것 같아요. 너무 많은 게임을 하다 보니까 서로 집중력 싸움이었는데 그 부분에서 제가 좀 더 낫지 않았나 싶습니다. 한솔이 좀 많이 이겼다고 해서 방심이 안 드는 게 푸프전 자체가 워낙 변수가 많고 방심하면 안 되는 종족전이라고 생각해가지고 마인드는 항상 똑같이 최선을 다할 생각입니다. 이미 3토스 올라온 거에서 RSL 측에 굉장히 유감이기 때문에 테란이나 저그가 올라왔으면 좋겠고 치고 올라오는 선수들은 뭐 신이범 선수, 솔라 선수, 마루 선수, 뭐 레이너 좀 극악의 난이도인 것 같아요. 잘 예측이 안 되는 것 같아요. 한솔아 그 푸프전이라도 아무리 대회 측 입장도 있으니까 재밌는 게임 하자. 주말에 티켓까지 끊어가지고 응원 와주시는 팬분들 정말 감사드리고 좋은 경기 보여드릴 수 있도록 많은 준비하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Very cool to have him here in our Final Four.
I love that he is one of us. It's like, yeah,
Yes.
he feels sorry. Yeah, thank you, Hero.
He's a Protoss player, but he does see the problem with it if we get too many Protosses here. Well,
so funny.
he got what we all wished for. We do have a Zerg here with Raynor.
Yes, yes.
But yeah, Hero absolutely a real threat to take this.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing if he could continue his success from the last season. I'll be honest, I'm kind of having him as the favorite overall in these 4 players. I think his recent form has been very good. I mean, the mental form, I think, is incredible. The fact that he did that versus Maru in what a ridiculous slog of a series like we saw before, I'm favoring him to take it personally.
We're going to be going into Classic versus Raynor here to start this off. Raynor, our only Zerg, no Terrans in this Final Four, maybe next year for the RSL. But we're going to see how exactly this goes. Now, Raynor had an exhausting day yesterday.
Yes.
I do love the way that we set this format up. We put a lot of thought into like how exactly will we structure the offline finals and what's the most hype. And, you know, having the 3 seasons with 1 champion for each and then having this kind of moment to bring them all back in this big bloodbath to get that final spot. It's a real testament to how strong Raynor is that he managed to do it. Even Maru and Raynor, actually, at the end of the day, were both talking about how exhausted they were. I mean, trying to basically flex that muscle strategically and mechanically for an entire full day is a lot. And I hope that Raynor was able to recover and come back in here because, you know, Classic, he earned that Season 1 spot. He was able to rest and basically watch the games from home and see what his competition's looking like. And, you know, he's going to be going up against Raynor now.
Yeah, it's very interesting when you think about this because generally the way this works is that, you know, a player that was seeded in, that's the idea that they have the advantage coming in. They, like you said, get to see the games, they get to relax, they get to chill out, they have a little bit more prep time maybe. Unfortunately for Classic, since he was the number one seed, I guess it didn't work out where, you know, he only knows his opponent from yesterday, but still, you have that rest time a little bit, whereas the other opponent, they went through the gauntlet. They were super exhausted through the day, and now they should be coming in assumingly pretty tired, but there's still a factor of that's a warm-up that you get in day number 1. You can come in fresh the next day knowing that you just played some of your best StarCraft the day before, you have the momentum going on your side, whereas the other player maybe not warmed up just yet. They might drop a game or two because they're still kind of getting into the setting, they're not used to the venue just yet, so I'm curious to see if that has a factor to play in this opening series. Yeah,
Raynor definitely acclimated to our set here in the RSL, but Classic, he's a real veteran. You know, there's been periods where he's like the strongest Protoss that there is. But, you know, again, this different patch, how is he going to perform here? And, you know, no disrespect to Classic, but he got here killing a lot of Terrans.
Yes.
Protoss is. I mean, specifically with the way his brackets look, too. Sometimes you just have the fortune of the bracket.
Yeah.
It can be the matchup, the maps, the players that you have to play on that course that make it easy street. But he's going up against Raynor here. You know, we talked about Hero's confidence, but I would also put Raynor in that same category.
Yeah, no.
He's just sort of, his default is ready to go, confident, feeling good.
Yeah, he just oozes confidence whenever you're talking to him, whenever you're seeing him on stage. It just feels like he knows his power in these series and just knows that he's able to bring it no matter what. I mean, he's a previous IEM Katowice champion. He just can play with the best of them, and so I am not going to be surprised if Raynor can really continue that momentum from yesterday.
So what you guys are seeing at the bottom of the screen here at home, and if you're in the studio, I guess in the shot too, you're seeing it on our big screen here. These are the map picks and vetoes. So we have Persephone and Evil Heart for the first 2 maps. Mothership has been vetoed. This is a tool that we have that lets you see the vetoes in real time. And so we're going to get the second veto in here. So again, Mothership's gone. Our 3-player map is out of the picture. And it's going to be Celestial Enclave that is also not in this best of 7.
It's very interesting that we have Evil Heart so quickly. I'm curious as to who actually picked that one because it's a very unorthodox map. It's very small. It's very rush-oriented. And I feel like, I mean, I've seen Raynor do some interesting cheeses in the past in some of these matchups on that map particularly, so I wonder if this is his pick, but it could also be Classic trying to bring out something really interesting. I feel like this is going to be what you call like an early rush play for Classic, perhaps go for some glaives or something like that. Could definitely be very good, so I'm curious to see how that map plays into a factor here.
Magnetic North going to be map 4. If we have even the shortest possible best of 7, it would go to Magnetic North. Now, there's no more vetoes left over here, and we're going to have to see how the players carefully select the order of the final 3 maps. And, you know, map order is very important in a best of 7. You want to try to get your strongest maps in there early. If you're going to be on a map that's tricky or difficult, you want to at least have that somewhere later on. You could try to stack up your wins as much as possible.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, too, even when because I've played some tournaments here and there and whatnot, but I had this stupid backwards idea sometimes where I was like, I'm going to pick some of the maps I don't like first to get them out of the way. So that way, if the series goes long, I can end the best of 5 or whatever on my strong suit. And let me tell you, I never made it to that number 5.
I never got
made it
that far.
So maybe my idea was wrong. That's why I'm on this desk and not on the stage right now.
Looks like Winter Madness was picked here. And so that leaves one more choice left here. And so, yeah, Tokamak. And
is that the trophy reveal?
That is our trophy reveal. Drink it in, everybody. Super excited. Yeah, we finally got a trophy for this. We were so busy, like, cobbling this tournament together that when we finally got to the offline event, we're like, oh, yeah, we should probably get a trophy, too. We can actually hand it off to him. So that's it, guys. We've got our best of 7 cemented as far as the map lineup. Now it's all going to come down to who can come out victorious here. One Zerg, the only Zerg here in the RSL against Classic. The strongest Protoss in the first half of the year here for the RSL.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get into this one. It's going to be an absolute banger, I'm sure. These players have been trading matches back and forth throughout the year. Literally the last like 6 or 7 times they've played, it's been no streak for either one. It's 1-1, 1-1 each single time. So it's really up in the air on who's actually going to be coming out on top. It's really about the form of the day, the strategies we pick, the maps in selection, who it's going to be, I cannot say.
Yeah, we're about to get into this first map here. You can see Rainer warming up his hands. It's very cold here in Seoul.
Yeah.
Absolutely freezing. I hear a little cold here in the studio.
Snowing yesterday.
We're getting people slowly filing in here to our venue here, but we're about to hop into game one here. It looks like the countdown is just now starting. Guys, make some noise. Classic versus Rainer. Game one here on Persephone starts off. All right, in the top left in the red, give it up for Classic.
And on the bottom left-hand side, playing from the LCQ yesterday, making it into the Final Four, give it up for Rainer.
Okay, so it begins here. We've got the pylon on the low ground here for Classic, setting up for some kind of a fast expand with a wall in. Now we should note on this map, it is a two-spawn map. Both players spawn on the left side, obviously one in the top, one in the bottom. There is a vacant area on the right. We see hidden bases there used from time to time, proxies, stuff like that. And there are these speed zones that basically accelerate the units through these little green circles that you see. It seems like it's been capitalized a little bit less over time. We also, if we get into a macro game, and I suspect we will with these two, this is a map where, like, Zerg, for example, can basically hug the bottom of the map. You don't have to expand towards your opponent until the 5th base, which is unique compared to a lot of the other maps we have here.
Yeah, so you can see some interesting strategies come out from that. I mean, there's definitely some late games that you can have on this map. I mean, considering the fact that it is kind of technically close by air, it's not the closest by air map we've ever had in the history of StarCraft, but it is still pretty close overall. We've seen some interesting strategies there. I mean, SOS tried to bring out a mothership rush against Rainer on this map. It didn't work, but it was still cool to see. So there's definitely still some things that can come out. I mean, you can maybe see fast Tempest rushes coming out as well from the Protoss player. I'm very interested to see if Classic has something like that cooked up for this map.
We've had some drops and like Warp Prism Harass. It seems a little bit predictable because you can draw a straight line from the two mains. But it has been a factor. We'll see if it becomes one here now. Could be a quiet game to start. A lot of the openings that you see like this from Protoss, I mean, they're not going to try to do anything crazy until they get most of their tech out. So it's probably going to be more of a development game with Classic now getting the Stargate, probably for an Oracle.
Yeah, it's the most standard thing you can do as a Protoss player at this point. It's very rare in this day and age to see fast Twilight builds. You don't see it as much anymore. The 4-gate glaives are a bit of a thing of the past. It's something very pocket that you might bring out, like in the next map, in Evil Heart. But for now, this is a much bigger map where it's not as much of a commonality. So Stargate will be the standard here coming on in as Rainer just basically tries to shoo this probe away so he can try to get his 3rd base at the most normal time possible, as the Adept's going to come across to get that scout off, see if there's anything cheeky. But there's not going to be too much to see. It's very rare for some Zergs to try to go for some early all-ins.
Yeah. So here comes the Adept. This is here to scout. Oh, okay, he's actually going to pull it back. I thought he was going to maybe try to at least scout with the Shade. Instead, he's going to move in. Doesn't kill any Lings. Kind of a weird moment. The damage evenly distributed on 3. Sometimes the best you can ask for is to get at least one Zergling kill, but he doesn't even get that. So we're going to have the 2nd gate come down here. The Oracle going to be jettisoned across the map. And basically, it's about controlling the creep on the map and also trying to get the Oracle in there to scout in this game that, again, is really all about development.
Yeah, we got the double Adept coming on in, threatening the Shade, will not finish it. There's a little bit of space on the high ground there without creep that you can maybe finish that off sometimes to be able to juke and jive and maybe force a couple of Lings to be to use to kill it off. But won't go for that. Classic just wants to stay nice and safe with these 2 Adepts. We'll just send them right back home as Speed will be finishing up just now. As the Oracle will come on in and actually get a drone or 2 because the Spore is actually mistimed a little bit, so not able to get that up in time. A few drones dying as the Queen's not quite in position. Honestly, that's not bad coming in as the Protoss, but you don't normally expect to get many drones nowadays.
Yeah, well, more of, I guess, a mistake from Rainer than a good play from Classic. You know, in the early game at the highest level, you kind of have everything that you need. At the second, you need it. Not too soon, not too late, but to see him actually not have that ready, he dropped 2 drones basically for free. Raynor tries to come in and force a cancel, and the positioning for Classic is still a little bit too good. He's going to lay a stun down here. This is actually kind of risky to do. Oh my god, and he's going to get 4 more drones.
That's crazy.
So that's 6 total.
He pulled the queens back to the natural with that first Oracle, trying to kill off the stasis ward since there were no lings on the defensive. They were on the other side of the map. And so the queen guarding the third base, actually getting pulled, allows the second Oracle to get a few more drone kills. This is some great momentum we're seeing out of Classic right off the rip, and he's going to be transitioning into a +1 charge build, interestingly enough. Normally we see the blink follow-up as the standard, but he will be going for a charge follow-up, which is going to be possibly for some earlier charge lot Archon timings, or maybe a fast storm to follow it up as well.
Yeah, this is kind of cool to see. I wonder if this is prompted maybe by the fact that he got the drone kills. Maybe he wants to kind of lean into the position he's in. Again, it's sort of unheard of to lose too many workers. You expect to lose like 2 or 3, right? But he lost double that.
He also, I believe, scouted the lack of a Roach Warren coming out from Raynor. As he's going for +1 melee, he's going for a Ling defense, and that is a critical thing to scout as Classic. If you see it's going to be Lings, you want the charge lots and the Archons. If it's Roaches, you want the Blink Stalkers. And so this is a great piece of information that Classic's been able to obtain, and he's going to try to leverage it in the mid-game.
So this push is going to come out pretty soon here. I believe we have the War Prism made. Am I making that up? Yeah, I think the War Prism, yeah, it's out on the map now. And we've got 4 gates coming here. Now, I don't believe that Raynor would know that this is coming. He would know it's a possibility, right? He's got the Templars made back at home. And it looks like, I guess he's just going to harass with this. This is not any kind of push just yet. He's going to instead continue to try to upgrade up here. In fact, he may have sent the War Prism out a little bit prematurely to make it look like it was a timing for some other build.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how he's doing this. It looks like it is just going to be an Archon drop for now, a bit later than what you would normally do off of the fastest possible Archon drop you can go for, but we'll still try to go for that in the main base. It does force out a lot of Lings from Raynor, because now that's a lot of drones that he's basically had to cut to be able to get all these Lings, expecting more, and there's actually a much bigger warp in, and it does get off in time. The Queens barely missing the deny, so that's a ton of Zealots now in the main base as the entire army from Raynor is trying to get back on the map.
Yeah, it was just barely missed time. He basically got the warp in before everything was killed, and then all the Queens went down. And of course, that's going to be,
oh my God,
that means he loses his engine for the Larva injects. Now the Archons and the Zealots are going to spill into the main. The drones are going to be evacuated. Now Lings are going to come up, but I mean,
that bottleneck.
Could you ask for a better position here versus Zerglings? This is so bad for Raynor.
That is insane. The amount of splash damage these Archons are doing, all of these Lings getting killed off. The Roaches thankfully come out in time to be able to kill the majority of those units. And thankfully for Raynor, he was actually able to keep a majority of his drones alive as well, keeping them away from the army. So he doesn't really dip in drones, keeping it even, but this is still not a position you want as a Zerg player coming onto 4 bases, as the Protoss also starts their 4th. You want to be ahead on the drones significantly coming into this, so that's still a good play from Classic, but it was not the worst possible case for Raynor.
Another big warp in over here into the main. This is already looking really bad here for Raynor, who's lost a lot of workers. Those Queens are having to be remade now. So many different attacks in so many different positions. It seems like Raynor might be able to stabilize, but it's been a really turbulent game for him so far.
Oh, wow, 2 Adepts even finding their way yet again into the natural here, getting a couple more drones. Those 2 random Zealots still alive on the right, just little pieces getting picked off here and there. I said the drones were able to stay alive earlier, but now that the chaos consumes the map, it's very difficult for Raynor to keep tabs with every little unit that's going every which way. And finally, losing 10 drones, Classic able to get some nice damage.
Yeah, he's going to stabilize now, Raynor will. But Classic's already taken a 4th base. I mean, the reality is this game, Classic hasn't been scratched once. Now, a lot of times the Zerg doesn't really get to do that much early on. They're trying to grow, but this whole game, Classic has basically been in Raynor's face, causing damage, killing workers. The Queen kills are massive because that really that ripples out into the rest of the game, right? That's all these other Larva injects that didn't get to have happen. In fact, there's only 3 Queens in the game right now, so there's more hatcheries than there are Queens.
Yeah, that's a good point that you bring up, and the way that you take the shots at the Protoss, the way you scratch them, is by making the defenses clean. And so far, those defenses have not been clean in every single situation. The Oracle is getting way more damage than they should. The Zealot Archon getting all those queens, the extra harassment, getting more drones as well. It's not been clean defenses so far from Reynor, and that's allowed Classic this very safe fourth base. There's no momentum now for Reynor to try and pressure this at the moment, as this is the time, as the Zerg player, that you want to be trying to pressure that fourth, trying to get Banelings rolling into mineral lines, trying to really force it with a maxed out army. He's nowhere close to that right now.
The War Prism's going to come in again, just try to generate any threats. I got to mention, it's 4 base to 4 base. I mean, that's really bad. In fact, we just had the 5th base start here. Now, this makes me worried because I think that 5th base is going to be a target, and there's really no way that Reynor can get around that. You know, this map, that whole bottom layer has been expanded into for Reynor. Now he's going to move up and try to go out here, but we know that right now Classic is going to warp in a few more units and come out for a push.
I'm curious, I'm pretty sure he has Storm. I must have just missed it in the research tab, as he's got plenty of Templar actually, banking up right now with tons of energy. He's got so many of them actually, all dispersed around the map. Those Lings caught in the Stasis Ward will also get surrounded, killed off. That is just wasted army supply and resources at this point for Reynor. Unable to get any counterattack damage. Reynor known for being this really APM intensive multitask style Zerg player, always trying to fish around with his Lings, trying to get any counter damage he can, getting swayed away by Classic. His army is too strong to be able to deal with this.
Okay, the push is going to come out now. He's going to see, he actually can isolate this Immortal. That would be a pretty big kill. Lings are fantastic against Immortals, so getting rid of that is going to be nice. But the push is going to come nonetheless. He's going to move now to the south, and I don't know if Reynor can hold this. He might have to ditch the hatchery. I think it just finished.
It's very interesting as well because Reynor's going into fast ultras on the ground. This is not a transition you normally see this quickly versus Protoss. He's also got a greater Spire in production, a massive warp in coming into the main base. The Spore Crawler's not quite in position, so now Reynor tested on both angles right now, forced to bring Lings to defend against the massive Zealot warp in. Is not going to be the most cost efficient as he loses the base on the front side. Ravagers and Banelings trying to deal with the army over here to deny any more bases getting killed off and try to buy time for the Ultras to pop out.
Huge storms on that. The Archon can tank some of those hits. Actually, not a terrible connect there. But Classic's going to try to push in a little bit more. Now, he can separate the 3rd base and the 4th base. We did have the harass over on the other side of the map still happening here. Actually, it looks like it just got cleaned up.
Still alive. He
Yeah,
didn't kill the Prism.
Yeah, the War Prism's still there. That could be a factor later on.
Okay,
Okay, he notices it.
Okay. That would have been really bad if he forgot about that. Looks like both players kind of
Yeah,
assumed
I
that
think
it was
they
dealt
both
with.
gave up on that for a minute.
It's very funny.
So I think this is smart. Classic, he killed the 4th base off and he just leaves. Because now he's going to go up to his 5th base. And Protoss are never, from the Zerg's perspective, are never supposed to even be even with the Zerg on bases. Now, right now the Protoss is ahead. So, like, this game should be impossible for Reynor to win. It's basically his problem. I think we could see Classic basically play a passive game where he waits for Reynor to attack again and just goes and pokes it out on the map and then goes back. It's a really simple way to safely secure the win without, like, trying to force something. You're basically letting the other player dry up on their side of the map.
Yeah, you can see that as well in the way he's transitioning and setting himself up. The Mothership's coming out. The +1 air is coming out. He's gotten the Tempest transition as well. Interestingly enough, I don't know if Classic's actually scouted the fact that it is an Ultra switch. He will finally get that information because you really don't want Tempests against a massive amount of Ultras at this point. You need more Immortals. He's got 5 of them right now. He's going to need more of those, I believe. I think he's even stopped going for those Tempest right now. Actually, never mind. He's going to start them right back up. So I guess he just feels fine in that position. He's going to continue to poke away at the army. But that could still come into play later because the Ultras, if you don't have enough DPS on the ground to deal with them, they will just kill everything down there. And all of a sudden, you just have Tempests that are just tickling away, and they're not going to do anything.
So Classic's going to ramp it up. He's going to keep growing. I don't know how well he can push here. I guess with the Mothership out now, that's probably the cherry on the cake, right? Like, that's the he's going to just try to move out with that and try to hit. And the extra base gets denied. Reynor stayed very active on the map. And actually, Classic for a second was going back to try to clean up the Zerglings, and I guess more than that, but this small army here. Reynor's trying to basically hit on 2 different sides to see if Classic will try to defend. And I don't think Classic's going to take it. Classic's going to sacrifice his extra bases because he knows he's ahead in expansions, and instead going to try to move down and take out these much more important bases that Raynor has.
Yeah, Classic feels like he's got the better army. He feels like he can take the fight. He can always recall back home if needed to be able to defend against this small army that Raynor's got on the offensive, as the rest of it is trying to stay back at home as the main engagement comes on in. Investors also coming into the fight, throwing out lots of bungles on this army, locking it down, half of it not actually in the cloak range, but there's plenty of Overseers to help out, but the army is just melting in front of Raynor's face right now. All the Archons staying alive. There's a few more Immortals, and the Skytoss army remains, but Raynor's supply overall is still higher than Classic's. Can Classic punch through it hard enough before the reinforcements arrive?
Yeah, so basically, Raynor lost his army, but it's being remade right now. It's hatching, and obviously Classic didn't just keep all of his stuff alive. A lot of it was traded out, but what Classic's doing is he's keeping this like death ball. He's going to actually kind of recede into this position over here. Oh, he's going to recall out. Except for the one Archon. I guess it got left behind. But most of the army is saved. And what he can do from here is he can kind of just reset. He can go and he can secure the bases he's got. He can wait for Raynor to lick his wounds and try to recover, and then rinse and repeat, basically push out again.
And the good thing about that too, what Classic did, is he knows he killed so much of the tech, the Ultra Cavern, the Spire, all of them getting killed off. You can see in the production tab, Raynor's making Zerglings right now against a maxed out army. He was making 2 layers at one point, panicking, realizing that his production was reset. The possibility for Raynor to continue on later into this game is quickly dwindling, making more Infestors, trying to make more Banelings. He needs a burst army on the ground. He's even trying to get the Neural upgrade to try and help out as well. He's trying to just get anything he can that could possibly swing this fight, because the longer this goes, the better it's going to be looking for Classic.
And you can see a couple Zealots are going to come out here. Just try to hit whatever bases you can. If you can target down this hatchery even, that's going to be really big. I love the splitting here from Classic. I think there's just barely not enough to take this out.
Second wave.
Never mind.
Look at him try to body block with the Ultras as well. That was cute, but unfortunately doesn't actually get it. Wow, very nicely done by Classic to continue that harassment.
And so Classic's filling in more of his side of the map. Now, if you notice, right through the center of the map, there's no bases but that far right one. But he's going to probably, and this is kind of a counterintuitive concept, and it's not usually applicable in StarCraft, but sometimes it's actually better to let their base finish and go kill it when they're like really desperate than to try to go in and force a cancel. Forced cancels a lot of times are better like early game, if you can just slow anything down. But this game does seem to be like following a certain type of formula here. And so he's going to come out and probably try to push in here. Now, Raynor's going to try to set up a bunch of counterattacks and basically make Classic defend while he's trying to grow in here.
You can see Classic respects the harassment as well, but honestly, maybe not even needing to, as the Ultra's actually getting caught off on the right-hand side. This is terrible for Raynor, losing a majority of his main force. The units actually on the left-hand side were able to clear out all that cannon fodder, so that's actually nice. So we'll continue to threaten this left-hand side and potentially force Classic's hand a little bit, but that was so many units from Raynor to actually get that damage, and he doesn't really get that much probe damage either. He only kills 6 of them. The majority were already moved away, and now the Investors trying to make their name.
Yeah, and it looks like he's got Neural Parasite trying to transfer some of the splash from the Archons onto the other Archons. The whole area is being blanketed with storms. None of these, all these Neural Parasites are wearing off now, and it looks like actually it's an even trade. Kind of hard to tell initially with all those units stacked on top of each other, but Classic doesn't manage to break the base. At the same time, Raynor sacrifices quite a lot.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that he was able to get so much damage there as Raynor. It felt like it was going to actually be pretty good for Classic. The Archons were staying alive a long time, but the Neurals were excellent, and the Ultras really didn't die. That's what I'm talking about. If you don't have enough Immortals, the Ultras will actually sustain for quite a while, and now the army sizes are quite even again as the economies also get evened up, and Raynor is actually looking like he's slightly ahead on the income in this regard. Is this Raynor possibly bringing this back in a late game?
Raynor's doing a really good job. He's been in a bad spot since those first few drones were shot down, but he's fighting back really well. And he's got a lot of these technical setups where even though Classic is willing to give up bases, Raynor is really smashing a lot of workers, getting decent positioning. And look, I mean, Raynor's still up on his one base. Classic is actually, it's kind of been a role reversal. Like, Classic's had more bases for most of the game, but hasn't been able to finish Raynor off. And Raynor's probably playing one of the more difficult CVP late games you could ever be in.
Yeah, it's very difficult to play this late game scrappy style where you're going to be low eco the entire time. A player that I think of when I think of this style particularly is Dark, one that really excels at this. But Raynor also one on that list as well. Really knows how to make the most out of the little tools that he has, and he's showing that this game as well. Able to take some favorable engagements with what he's got. Classic, of course, still favored overall as his army size is really starting to flourish right now. 130 over just 100 for Raynor. But I'm not counting Raynor out at this point. I feel like he still has the experience, he has the potential to find a way back in this game.
A couple of Zealots are going to come out here. Now, what's funny is Raynor's played such a tight game that like these Zealots have almost nothing to counterattack.
Yeah.
Because Raynor's not even trying to take another hatchery here. And, you know, Classic, he's taken the final base on his side of the map in the top right. We do have this one base in the center right. It's kind of like a shared location on the map. I don't know if it's going to play a role here. There is a world, and I feel like I never cast games like this ever in this matchup, but there is a world where Classic would run out of money before Raynor if they weren't able to finish each other off and things mined out.
Yeah, of course, there's always that threat that as the more aggressively expanding player, you lose all your resources faster than the other player that wasn't actually taking those bases anymore. So that's always a potential to swing later on in the game. More harassment coming out from Raynor, trying to get as much damage as possible on both sides of the map. The Ultras doing a great job of getting through these cannons and also the Immortals and Archons, but now that all the other Templar are able to morph, they're able to deal with that for now, but pretty expensive from both sides, honestly, as the rest of these units, Investors and Ultras, trying to run away from some Archons. This is the slowest chase I've ever seen in my life as one of them finally do get killed off. But this is now becoming a massive position war from both players. If you can get the correct position on the map and force and engage the way you want, away from Static D, away from the different chokes and whatnot, that's where you're going to find your best fight.
I think Classic's almost ready to move out. He's going to warp in a few more Templars here, make a few more Archons. And I know that Raynor is 100% going to counterattack on one side of the map. He's already setting that up on the left side. And he's actually, you can see, even Classic having these Zealots, I think intended to actually counterattack or intercepting these units.
Wow.
Now, I think what Classic wants to do is try to catch these Ultras and kill them off, and then do a counterattack.
Oh, this could be huge for him. He's actually being able to lull them slightly over to his army, and now they're just walking through a bunch of cannons. Unfortunately, Classic losing 18 probes to that counterattack, so still getting dealt economic damage. Doesn't actually kill the Nexus, though, so that will still be able to replenish if he wants to. But Classic at this point might honestly just try to max out with an insanely large army. Just say, okay, I lost all the probes. It doesn't matter, though, because this is a low econ game. If I can just get a gigantic army, much larger than you normally expect in a late game, I can go for just one big final push, and Raynor won't be able to stop it.
So now, Classic can finally move out. Now look at this, the income here. Raynor on a decent amount of gas here and some minerals. Classic more mineral heavy with some gas. What Classic needs to do here is smash this base and maybe even push in all the way into the main. Protoss has to be more conservative about attacking because counterattacks are so scary from Zerg. And he's going to try to get as much damage out here and then see if he can kind of come in with that smashing blow.
I love that he's gone for disruptors in this late game. It's not something you normally see, but since Raynor is so infestor heavy, he's trying to get a money disruptor shot on all the infestors. It's very difficult to split those up in the actual fight. So if he can land that, it would be crucial for him. The first one going out will get a pretty decent connection as the fight commences. Fungals are going everywhere, blinding clouds as well to deny the range as storms blanket down on top of all the corruptors. Feedback's getting thrown down onto the infestors as well. The Archons are not falling, and everything from Raynor is.
Yeah, everything melting there for Raynor. Now, that's going to be a GG. Classic takes game one. A very technical, real marathon of an endgame there. Raynor in a very tough spot. He played really well despite being behind for the entirety of the game. There were a lot of moments I think Classic would have closed it out versus other Zerg players, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, you can even see their instant replay right now from Classic's POV. You can see just the precision he has. He's being very efficient with his APM, just making sure he feedbacks all of those infestors, making sure the Neurals actually get denied, because the Neurals are what can swing these late game fights very heavily. You don't always take it into account in those engagements because it's so rare. You don't normally have so many infestors neuraling all of your units, and things can swing really quickly. So if you can deny the infestors their leverage in those fights, then you can come out on top, and we saw that there from Classic.
Yeah, Classic just having such a solid opening here. In what was a real treat of a macro game. I mean, we almost ran out of bases. We almost had to go to that final base at the center right, which in almost every matchup, we never really see that taken unless it's like a hidden base early on. So crazy to see that it went like that. Ultimately, it was Classic having the right composition to come in and do the damage. I love the disruptor shots. I'm glad you pointed that out, Gemini. Just shooting those in there, it kind of punishes the Infestors, which are a much more entrenched unit. You can kind of stay back and shoot from afar and try to catch the Archons. And you can basically mind control a couple of Archons, and suddenly the splash damage is distributed all over the Protoss' side of the fight, and everything dies.
It also body blocks as well. The Archons are always going to be right in front of your main army. The rest of the units then get stuck and are attacking those Archons instead of everything else behind them. So it's very key that Classic was able to deny those from going down. You can even see Raynor in the replay right now trying to figure out where exactly everything went wrong. What adjustments can he make coming into this next game? And we all have to kind of go back to that early game as well because he took lots of damage. The Oracle's able to get damage. The Zealot Archon warp in, able to kill so many queens. The follow-up harassment, able to get so much as well. So Raynor, I think, really needs to lock in for the early stages to make sure that he can feel comfortable going into these later games.
Yeah, a review of the entire game there from Raynor. And, you know, a game like that, it really is this drawn-out chess game where you're trying to have whatever pieces are on the board with you. You got to move them to the right spot. You got to try to occasionally preempt certain things. And, you know, Classic played pretty much perfectly. It's a real testament to Raynor that he wasn't, you know, able to close, Classic wasn't able to close it out a little bit faster. But yeah, I mean, crazy epic late game PvZ there. And again, one where Classic was ahead in bases, which is insane. I mean, especially in PvZ, you just don't see that. Normally the Protoss is behind in bases, and the burden of the matchup is they have to push out and stop the Zerg before they get out of control, right? Yeah,
it's definitely a major theme of the matchup. And honestly, it also just kind of shows the tenacity of Raynor, just being able to stick in it for so long in that type of a game where he was behind on bases, was behind on economy, so was able to still stick it out and even make it competitive into the first game.
All right, guys, we are going into game 2 on the map. Evil Heart in the top right in the red from Korea. He is Classic.
And on the bottom left-hand side, unfortunately losing out the first game. Can he even it out on this much smaller map? It is Raynor.
Glad you pointed out the smallness of the map. These maps are voted in by Patreon supporters.
Yep.
And I'm glad we decided to do that because if you just let pros pick maps, they will pick the most formulaic standard maps. And I get it because, like, if I ladder, I don't want to play on. I wouldn't want to play on a map like Evil Heart either. But I think it's good to kind of force this on the players. It allows us to understand the game in different ways. And sometimes we'll have maps with different ideas, and that leads to more interesting games. Or we discover that maybe a matchup's stronger on a map like with more islands or with more valleys or, you know, more plains, flatlands, stuff like that.
It also just gives a nice fluctuation to the actual series itself. That first game, a very passive macro game, very far away bases from each other. I don't think we're going to be seeing that type of play in this next game. I'm expecting something a little bit faster, something with more pace. A fast adept play can come out from Classic. We might even see some sort of early rush from Raynor to try and bust a third base or something like that. I feel like we're going to be seeing a different story throughout this series based on the different maps that we have in play.
So in this game, we've got, once again, Classic, fast expanding. The probe came down early on and blocked the hatchery. And so Raynor's got his second hatchery where the third base normally goes. We can't really have a game like Game 1, again, just because there's not enough map to have it on. This is also, the way it's shaped, your natural expansions. Like if you draw a straight line from the two second, you know, you can imagine where Raynor's second base would be because it was moved out of the way right there. If you drew a straight line from there to Classic, pretty close travel distance. And in fact, some of the other expansions, you kind of expand further away from that point. And so this makes for more of like a boxy, close-knit game where you can lash out to the other side of the map very quickly.
Yeah, it's very interesting just how it is laid out because it is so small, but then, yeah, like the bases are, there's like that big line right down the middle. It's kind of just like open. It's very interesting how it's laid out. But regardless, we'll see exactly how they want to play it. Overlord coming on into the main base, trying to get an early scout. Will get denied by a fast Stalker. Was that a Stalker first opener that I'm seeing? I'm actually not sure. I wasn't paying attention.
That's Stalker first.
Yeah,
unless I miss it. So whenever I see Stalker first, like if I'm the Zerg, I'm going, okay, you're trying to hide something. And now let's see what it is. A Stargate is not something to hide necessarily, right? So there are mind games where you kind of act like, oh, I don't want an Overlord in here, and then you just play a normal game, maybe hoping they're going to make the wrong adjustments on their side of the map.
And you can see as well, Classic is leading into that. He went for Warp Gate first without cutting anything, and like you said, going for the Stalker first, it signals that he is going to be going something not Stargate. There's no scout so far from Raynor. He also tried to get in with the Lings, was also denied by Classic. So right now, what Raynor has seen, he sees a Twilight opener or a Robo opener from Classic.
Nothing, in his mind,
yes. Nothing tells him that this is going to be a delayed Stargate, because this is a very delayed Stargate. You want that down as soon as possible in any other game. This is super late comparatively. You can see he needs that information. He's trying to see if he can get into the main base right now. He's scrambling to get any sort of information because he doesn't know what's actually coming.
You got to remember that the Zerg, well, hold on a second. We got the Lings coming up here. He's going to surround this. Wow. You want to have that Adept wedged perfectly in between the minerals, and that didn't happen. And so these two Adepts are going to get killed off. This is actually pretty bad because normally you want to set up there to get a third base. To what I was going to say a second ago, you know, Zerg, they want to get attacking units, sure, but they want to get drones out first. And since it's all coming from that larva source, if you make attacking units too soon and you don't get attacked, you lose. Now, this game's getting really messy because the third base is almost denied. The expansion's a little bit late. But Raynor's response, he made a lot of Lings. He's kind of ready for an attack that's obviously not really coming. Classic sold this one really well, and he's taking a third base. Now, the Lynx can try to deny the expansion, but rhythm-wise, I think Raynor's been thrown off a little bit. I wouldn't say that he's in a terrible position, though. I think he's still okay.
It's still really unfortunate for him, though, because you can see that he got those two early picks on the Adepts, delaying the third base, and thinking that there was not going to be an Oracle coming, he leaned into that and made another additional set of Lings to continually deny this third base, but then the Oracle shows its face, and so that denies that potential, and now they're able to get onto the other side of the map, getting some more drones, 5 in total getting killed off without losing too much HP, as the Lings try to come right back in as well to trying to continue to deny this, but they're only able to get a couple of the Adepts. They're not actually getting the cancel on the third base like he wants. Like, he's trying to deny this as much as possible. The Oracles, 3 in number, plenty of energy around them to be able to kill off these Lings. The harassment from Raynor has not worked out.
Yeah, so those Lings kind of went into nothing, and now we've got this expansion coming up here. Really cool to see what Classic kind of did in the early game here. You know, if you were to do what Classic did against an average player, they wouldn't even react. They just kind of do what they always do anyway. So you have to have somebody who's really good that kind of sees everything. They can get baited into all these different unnecessary moves right now. So we're going into first person now here with Classic, who's had a lot of success with these Oracles so far. Although right now Raynor's defense looks pretty perfect here.
Actually, getting a Queen could be really nice. Doesn't actually finish it. Goes back over onto the to the drone. We'll be able to get one, but not finishing the Queen is a bit unfortunate for him. But does keep all 3 Oracles alive, which is very important. He's also going to be transitioning into the +1 Blink follow-up this time, not Charge, knowing that there is a Roach Warren, knowing that he did juke Raynor a little bit with the early game, expecting there to be a fast Roach Warren, so he will have a much better follow-up for the game particularly, and it looks like Raynor actually will be throwing a wrench in as well, going for a Spire behind this.
So is he going to go for that Stalker Blink Oracle style that we normally see Hero go for?
Yes, it looks like he will, because he also went for that 3 Oracle to try and DPS down and maybe throw some Stasis Swords. Unfortunately, losing one there is not the best. They are really low on health, so he's not going to have too much to do with those Oracles so far. It looks like it's just going to be the Blink Stalker for some light aggression, and then he also still had the Templar Archives behind it to potentially go into Storm if he needs to.
So I think this is looking really good for Classic here. He's going to be ready to come out on the map here, ready to try to push. I do like the curveball with the Spire, but, you know, Stalkers are fine against Mutas. You have to have a combination of enough Zerglings and enough Mutas to overpower the Stalkers. And if you do have that much, the Stalkers just die. But let's see what happens. You know, Raynor's getting his 4th base. it does feel like a game where there's a little bit more momentum here for Classic, as Classic's already able to match him with a 4th base right here.
And Mapu's pointing out right now, and I was just realizing that as well, because there was an energy recharge used on a Templar. There has been no Storm upgrade started. Does Classic think he has Storm researching right now? Because right now, he does not. And he has plenty of Templar sitting, waiting for energy. Classic has not gotten the scout on Raynor that the Mutas are coming either. There's no cannons in the mineral lines. The Stalkers are not quite in position in super high enough number. If these Mutas get out of control and hit Classic when he's not ready, and when he doesn't have Storm either, this could get out of hand really quickly.
Making Templars and forgetting Storm. This is kind of like my games, Gemini. So this could be really bad. I mean, it's so rare that people forget upgrades at this level. But, like, it does happen. You can, like, think you hit it. Maybe you didn't hear that you didn't have enough resources, or you thought it was another input for, like, a unit or something. But, like, yeah, I mean, there's no logical reason why you would have made the Templars and not gotten Storm. So let's watch that carefully here. And this could be like a car accident of a finisher for the game.
The hallucination trying to go in for the scout misses the Spire. Thankfully, he does have cannons in preparation anyway, so it's not going to be the worst damage possible, but the Mutas will show their face now. Will target that down because there's no battery supporting it. Forced to recall is Classic to try and deal with this as Raynor fights some of those Stalkers, denies some of those, kills 5 probes to start. It's a decent move so far from Raynor as Classic was not prepared. Will he find any extra damage with the Lings on the left and the continual Muta harassment later on?
So the Mutas are going to come up now. At the moment, Classic's pinned in his base. He can't really leave.
Dude, he still doesn't have Storm.
Yeah, and he's roaming with these Templars. Now, here's the other thing to keep in mind. Raynor doesn't know that Classic didn't get Storm. And this is not a game where you would ever even play as if you know that had not happened. So here comes the fight. Now, we're going to see when the Storms don't come down.
There it is, okay.
Yeah, he just now started it. So he tried to cast it. Luckily, it wasn't fatal damage, but that's scary.
Yeah, I kind of was hoping for Raynor to just not actually attack and just keep going with the Mutas, because the longer he doesn't attack, the longer that Classic has to realize that he hasn't gotten Storm.
This is kind of
There's a chance where this game went an extra like 2 minutes and he still didn't realize.
Yeah, this is a bit of an everyman moment here where he realizes he didn't get it and goes, okay, I'm going to start that and just hope he doesn't attack me, because if otherwise I'm going to be in trouble. Now, Banelings are about to finish, and this, if he hits before Storm's done, I think he's far away enough. I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think this window will pass. He's just cranking as many chronos into that as possible, so he will have Storm open. But that still limits the possibility from Classic. That's a whole time where he is not feeling confident on the map, and he's going to be feeling scared. He's not going to be wanting to push out, knowing he's missing that crucial upgrade. Of course, he could always feign that because he's supposed to have it. Raynor should be respecting it. But regardless, that time has passed. We're all past that potential mishap. So we will be going into a bit of a later game here as the Muta transition, of course, is gone off at this point. You don't want to full commit into the Mutas as the Zerg player because they don't really find that much value like that going for the massive block. Going for the initial few just for the harassment and to force the Phoenix and force the reaction is enough. And now Raynor's going to be going into another ground army to supplement that.
You know, it's funny, we were talking about how this game wouldn't look like the last game, but this game kind of looks like the last game. It's funny because there's way less space on the map, and here we are, right? Raynor is now going to take this bottom right base, and yeah, Classic, you know, remember this map is taller than it is wide. So, you know, you can counterattack, but it's going to be a little bit tricky here. But Classic's really stayed back. He's just going to continue to power up. Raynor is maxed out and is now banking resources. Oh, huge
my
storms
God.
here.
That is an insane blanket of storms on all those Banelings and Lings, unable to get any connections as Raynor. It was a massive waste, hoping that Classic wasn't paying attention as his harassment went into the natural and main. Unfortunately, that is a massive loss for Raynor in that first engage.
Yeah, it was a beautiful storm there. Granted, I think you're okay with them burning storms on Lings, you know, as long as you can keep them back. Raynor is now at 1.2k minerals, 1.2k gas, where you can look at Classic. He's not maxed out yet, so he's still spending money. So on a lot of these games, what Zerg does is they max out, and then when they hit, they spend a whole other round of money on whatever competition they need to win the fight. Big storms coming in here.
Okay, massive fight coming on in. Force Field's trying to deny all the rest of the units, and it's a good bottleneck, able to blink back as well. These engagements that Raynor is trying to force are really not working out. He's basically just trying to remax with next level army at this point, trying to get the Ultras, trying to get the Corruptors for the later stage. I'm curious about the Corruptors because there's not been an air switch just yet. I guess he's trying to just use them against the Phoenixes. Classic actually hasn't negated that. He's gone for the full Phoenix switch with range as well to kill off all the Mutas. So if those continue to stay in the fight, they will do damage. They will lift up Roaches, they will lift up Ravagers, and they will actually contribute to the engagement. So he needs something to deny those.
Yeah, it does feel like Classic is buttoned up so tight at home. There's not like a way to counterattack or really do that much. You're almost just bleeding stuff off if you run in there. And, you know, I think things are going to be pushed to their logical conclusion here pretty soon because there's just not many more bases here on the map. We are seeing Corruptors actually die to Phoenixes, which is a nice change of pace here compared to most of the
Nice
games.
confidence boost for those Phoenix players.
Yeah, that's exciting if you're a Protoss player. And so at this point in time, I think Classic is actually probably fine slowly losing the Phoenixes to Corruptors because it's just supply that you spend on something else.
Yeah, he doesn't really want them anymore at this point. He knows all the Mutas are dead. He sees the Corruptor transitioning happening. I guess you could do like a crazy late game mass switch back into the Mutas, but I don't think Raynor has the economy for something like that. That's something that you expect from a Zerg that's really been sitting on 4, 5, 6 bases for the rest of that mid game. So it's not really something that needs to be in the back of his mind. So he's fine just killing those off for now, getting more Immortals, getting the Mothership, because he sees the Ultras on the ground, and that's what he needs to deal with next.
Okay, this is a bold move here from Raynor. He's growing into the center left here. This leaves one vacant spot here, and I think he's got enough money and positions to attack here. Oh my god, these 3 Immortals out here being killed, that's actually insane, because the Immortal's there to counter the Ultras, but the Lings tank the damage. He kind of gets in and kills it and runs back out, and there's another attack on the top left side of the map as well. You can see that what Raynor's doing, he's not really committed, but again, he's expanding to that center left spot. He's just going to try to take more than his share of the map here.
Yeah, and Classic is really proving to be a hard player to break. You can see Raynor trying to just like force the army to the right-hand side with a slight extra poke and then going in with the units on the left, but there's so many cannons set up by Classic in every single base. It's impossible for Raynor to actually get deep onto the probe line, onto the Nexus. He's doing so well of bunkering down with the economy he has. 83 probes, plenty of resources in the bank as well. It's hard for Raynor to find any leverage on the map. Thankfully, though, he does have this gold base, which will give him all that extra income. You can see it in the income on the bottom as well. He's basically a whole 1K up. Even though Classic also has his, he's overall still mining more.
Okay, they're kind of trading positions here. Classic now expanding to the center right. The push is going to come down here, and we are now officially out of bases, unless one gets picked off and is reclaimed here. Raynor's going to set up for a counterattack. We should point out, Zerg is just faster than Protoss, so they can kind of initiate a counterattack quicker every time. That does put Protoss in a position where they kind of have to defend. And this is a great attack. Now, this forces a recall. And I think sometimes people look at a recall and they think, well, now you can never counterattack the Protoss. But the recall is kind of it's on a cooldown of its own. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like your ultimate in a fighting game or something.
Yeah,
you spend it, but now it's gone.
Yes.
It's
a big window.
It's a big window, right? And so then you can kind of reposition. Now, you get it back eventually, obviously, but it's a situation where now Classic, if he pushes out again, then the counterattack can't be denied.
Yeah, he still does have that extra one in the pocket with the Mothership, of course, though, so he will be able to do some amount of repositioning, but it's much more limited. It's just where the Mothership is and not to any Nexus. So anyways, it's still good to get that off, and there is the second recall, but honestly a bit wasted. That doesn't feel that valuable. Sure, you keep the Stalkers alive, but he wasn't really able to get too much with that positioning, forcing the army on the top left, which will allow him to respond at least, knowing where it is. So he's going to try to be able to deny this before it's able to do anything. Might actually catch that Ultra, but not able to do so as more units bleed off in this top left, but it's going to force the army away, so the Broodlord transition with the Ultras and Infestors on the right-hand side can possibly take out this base.
And again, we can't have the recall here, so he's sort of beginning to kind of slowly bulldoze Classic into a corner. Now, Classic's going to try to do a counterattack, and I think Raynor's going to basically ditch that base over there. Oh, wow, there's some Stalkers running right here into the main. And this is going to draw some of the Zerg's army back.
Oh, this could be nice if you can pick off the Greater Spire. That could just take that off the cards. Not have to worry about any more Broodlords making their name. You can see 2 Spires desperately being made here from Raynor to make sure something stays alive. He's going to try to kill the Ultra Cavern as well.
Oh, can he actually get this?
Is he actually? No way. The Lings are not actually getting on top of everything. Will keep it alive. That would have been terrible. You can even see Raynor not believing it for a second there, still making that Ultra Cavern extra as well. Just for later, we'll be able to keep that alive. So has some resources to spare. We'll just make sure he doesn't lose all that like he did in the previous game. But this is now setting up for a pretty even late game, I would say. They're both on a decent amount of bases, as Raynor was able to deny the one on the right. But that gold base still working for Classic at the top left will keep him solidified, as he wasn't able to actually take that other one.
So this base is going to be secured up here. I think Raynor is setting up for another counterattack at the top left. And then when the move is happening, or I guess there might be a recall ready now, he'll then attack over to this other spot. Oh, never mind. He's going to push here with the Broodlords. And, you know, one of the problems is I don't know if you could even run under this. Can he get, because, you know, Archons, they don't have great range. Stalkers are okay, but if a fungal like this, yeah, you can just sort of punish it. And now he's going to counterattack up here. In fact, I think Classic could die here. He's going to lose this gold base. There's going to be a committed push here. Now, Raynor's going to win the fight in the top left and then probably run down. Raynor's supply is starting to lower. In fact, Classic's kind of strong-arming this position. You can't fight on an open area. You have to have some kind of a ledge or a high ground or something to hide behind.
Yeah, this is looking fairly even so far in that first engagement. It was a little bit topsy-turvy as the top left does get killed off, but the bottom right-hand side is now getting killed off by Classic. A nice fungal on a lot of those units as more Ultras are in the production tab for Raynor. He's trying to get as many out as possible. As he kind of loses a few more units up on the top left, it would be great to keep those alive, but he will try to just kill off those cannons, kill off the bases as much as possible. As the drones on the bottom right are also getting killed, this is going to become a crazy low econ game yet again from both players.
Yeah, they're getting more and more compressed. The push is going to just keep going here from Classic. I think he wants to go as far as he possibly can and basically use the recall to then just go back home. And so there's going to be kind of a big reset here on the map overall. And so Raynor's going to come down now. Slow field setup, Storms blanketing this area.
Oh my god, the Ultra's actually doing a pretty decent amount of damage, but there's so much underneath the mothership as more Ultras trying to come into the fight. Archons also coming in from the right-hand side, but the Ultras are not dying underneath. The Tempests are only on the air back behind this. Immortals coming in as well. As you can see, they're not able to actually do anything once all the rest of the units are killed off. Classic is losing everything. The Tempest unable to do the DPS, as I mentioned earlier as well. Once it's only those alive, there's nothing left to do it. And now the Tempests are trying to frantically do anything against some of the other bases as the Ultras run to the other side of Classic.
And this is the last base. Now, remember, Raynor's base at the center left quietly stayed there. Oh, he's going to leave, what, 2 Lings here to kill this off? So this base is mining. I think he should have had more than that to try to kill that off, but he's going to run back. Oh,
getting that Infestor's huge. There's not going to be too many more. There's actually almost no gas.
Hold on. So Raynor's minerals and gas are so low. In fact, he's getting gas at such a slow rate. I think that's the only mining geyser, and he didn't actually have this. I was going to say there's no reason he should have gas come in that slow. So things like almost pause. It's like the map's almost frozen. He's going to try to regroup. Now, I think Classic literally can't move. And remember, Classic doesn't know that Raynor didn't get gas. Right? So he's probably thinking that there's a lot more threats that can be generated here. Can he actually just come in here and hit this? I'm not so sure. Let's see.
Yeah, this is a bit risky as he's only got a lot of Lings on the top side. They're going to dissuade some of those units, but yeah, you can see Raynor doesn't believe in this fight, has to pull back. Classic with enough units so far. He's even getting some more carriers behind this, knowing he needs at least some sort of DPS to deal with this late game army, and he's honestly feeling pretty strong right now with his army supply getting really high up there. Raynor only just now getting all that extra gas, and so it's going to be basically a bit more time. He's going to need more minutes to be able to actually get more high-tech units. He's trying to get 1 Infestor at a time, 1 Corruptor at a time, but Classic feels like he's really flourishing now in this late game.
Yeah, no, he just seems to be ballooning. There is a kind of cool play here from Raynor, which is to take the top left, which is, you know, no one's checking, right? So you might as well just try to pillage that. And even if you lose it, just take all the resources that were there so that if Classic retakes it later, it's not taken. He's even leaving spotter stuff out here to look like he's checking for his opponent to expand. But it's undeniable, I think Classic has a better army. So here's the problem for Classic is that if he tries to leave, obviously Raynor's going to counterattack. That's like kind of been the theme this whole game. But if Raynor's forced to fight the army, which obviously that's going to happen in a game of StarCraft, right? Then I think Raynor loses.
Yeah, you can really see that both players are very cautious right now. They don't know the exact game state. This has been a very back and forth kind of hectic game. It's hard to know what position you're in. There's such a lack of vision on the Protoss side. You can see right there. There's still actually a lot of creep coming out, and you can see he's trying to deny that right now, knowing that he needs to limit that vision and try to make it as difficult as possible for Raynor to take good positions on the map, because obviously you want that extra creep for the speed boost for those engages if you can as the Zerg player, and also just to know where the army is actually making its move. More Immortals getting put in the production tab as well to try and beef up this ground army to make sure the Ultras don't come into a factor, as Raynor even is trying to make drones again because he needs more income.
It's crazy how slow this game's gotten. I think Raynor's playing the expansion game right. He's got the gold minerals. Remember that, those mine out kind of fast. And I don't think that Classic's even checked that at all. So he's going to try to come out here. I don't know if this is a committed attack. By the way, Raynor doesn't have anything ready to counterattack. Yeah, he doesn't know about that, by the way. Good check there by Mapu. So I think he was waiting for the counterattack to get baited. Nothing happened. Raynor's being very conservative right now. By the way, it's funny. We had a period where they were like both over 3K minerals and just a lot of gas. It's like now it's like a early game with the income coming in because there's really actually not a lot of bases to mine from. I think the longer this game goes, if Classic doesn't do something, Raynor's going to gobble up a lot more resources on the map.
And it's honestly going to be a bit awkward coming in as well because you have to be so precise in what you're choosing to build at this point because you have so little gas coming on in from both players. You can't just make a bunch of carriers and then just go in for a big late game fight and then rematch. You can't just make a bunch of ultras and just assume you're always going to have something else after that. You have to be very careful about what you're actually picking to make for the most efficiency in these games. A nice counterattack so far from Raynor with these links, always trying to find any damage that he can on both sides. Will lose a few of them, but a couple probes getting picked off, the mining forced to move away as Raynor slowly starts to get a little bit more headway in this game. He's getting more gas income coming on in, a couple more bases. Classic has been, I feel like, respecting Raynor a little bit too much. I don't think he, like I said before,
this has gone on for too long, for sure.
Yeah, they didn't realize. They had no idea.
You got to actually do something. Like, I almost felt like there was a point where he could have just, like, attacked all the way into his main and just killed everything and given up his base and then just recalled back home, like, with 400 minerals and just started over. But, I mean, look at the map now. Raynor's got the top left. Classic has not even checked it. Raynor's going to mine out the bases on his side of the map.
It looks like a couple Zealots are moving. He finally realizes, I think a sinking feeling has just hit Classic's stomach. He doesn't actually realize until this point that Raynor has had this, and now he thinks, oh my god, Raynor, you might actually have a decent army at this point. Maybe I was too passive.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, giving that up and giving that to Raynor, and that's a gold mineral base. So that's like just resources into the coffer here for Raynor that can be spent. Now, I do think Classic has a much harder army to kill, and maybe it just comes down to a fight. He has cannons ready to defend a counterattack, and I think he's going to try to push in here. And maybe he tries to basically mirror the position where he tries to grow into the bottom right.
Yeah, we're going to deny a base over the right-hand side. Thankfully, that second gold base is not going to get taken by Raynor. Having two in the game at this point would be crazy. Huge Ling run by again, trying to go on the right-hand side, but those cannons continue to be a dissuading factor. It's very difficult for Raynor to get deep into the mineral lines. Classic continually being diligent with his defenses. You can even see him with the Observer speed to make sure he's able to get as much vision as possible and keep those alive in case there's any burrowed shenanigans happening or whatnot from Raynor. He's really trying to fish away as much as possible. There's a couple of Zealots, I think, in the top left-hand side as he tries to go for a High Templar drop to feed back some of the Infestors as well. Every trick being pulled out here by Classic.
Okay, Classic's going to try to move in. Raynor uses what was his counterattack force to clean up the little harass there with the Zealots. He's going to push in. We got to see how this fight goes. It's going to be, okay, the hatchery is killed before I even finish my sentence. And Raynor decides to not even fight for it, although there are some units stuck down here, apparently.
Oh my god, yeah, everything getting sectioned off, and he's going to be forced into the fight. The Corruptor's now coming on in a little bit late, and Raynor cannot take that engagement. Classic will be walking away with a 2-0 start.
That was crazy. I guess he, Classic realized if I just get the right army, it kind of doesn't matter what I do because it's too hard for the Zerg to try to fight me, like, directly. And that's what we saw. I'm starting to think, from the way game 1 and 2 went, Raynor has to basically try to change his approach and not try to match him, not try to make this like a game of occupation and map control, and instead I think he has to start going for kill moves.
Yeah, I think he kind of tried for something like that in this game because he went for that Muta Ling bust over here earlier on, as we see in the replay. But I think he did get kind of messed up in the early game a little bit in both games. The first game, it was all that damage. The second game was that mind game coming in from Classic, hiding the Stargate, making it look like it was an early Twilight, and really forcing Raynor's hand a little bit, forcing him into positions he's maybe not comfortable with coming into these late games, and so it's very difficult. Raynor really hasn't had the tempo advantage in either of these games so far.
Yeah. I mean, Classic's kind of played a pretty perfect game. I felt like some of that late game looked really good for Raynor, and I think he had probably the best idea for what he could have, but it was clear that Classic was less concerned about like who's, gobbling up all the resources on the map and more about like, do I have all the right tools to where I can't lose the fight? Also, in that final fight, it was funny. I said Raynor ditched the base, and then from the bottom of the screen, all these ultras went there, and I went, oh, he actually has to fight because that's half of his stuff. Yeah. So maybe he should have just really only counterattacked again. Like, counterattack the main, not just the expansion. Just do anything to try to take out what else is on the map.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate for him getting split up there, basically. It was very difficult. Classic basically forced his hand. It was really difficult for Raynor at that point, and it was really, you can see how heavy that fight went in Classic's favor. So Raynor from the back foot, basically, in that engagement. We'll see if he can find any more leverage coming into this game number 3 on Botanical, another map where you can possibly have some late game scenarios, bases very far away from each other. Will they be able to go into that late game, or are we going to find a faster one this time?
All right, guys, we go into game number 3. Classic with a 2-0 lead here in this best of 7. Let's see if Raynor can turn it around or if Classic gets further and further ahead. In the bottom right, in the red, make some noise for Classic.
And in the top left-hand side, he has been down 0-2 this series so far. He needs your energy to stay alive in this series. Give it up for Raynor.
So we were talking about this a second ago, but I just wonder if Raynor needs to do something a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more in your face, a little bit more risky maybe. Classic has kind of made it so that even when the game is chaotic, and by the way, Evil Heart, that last map, that's a weird map. Like, yeah. I really didn't think we would actually have a game like Game 1.
Yeah,
and we actually totally had a game like
did.
We just did.
It was the exact same thing.
So let's see how Raynor approaches it. A lot of times in the early game, the Zerg kind of functions like this as a race overall, but they're just sort of reacting to stuff.
Yep.
And making minor adjustments. Like, oh, okay, I can make 3 more drones here. Oh, okay, I should, I can tech a little bit faster here or slower, and he's going to attack me. I'll just defend that, and then I'll go to what I want to do. And Raynor's one of the best at that. In the whole world. But maybe he should be trying to cripple Classic early on, punish him, mix it up. Remember, by the way, it feels like it was so far away, but the early game in Game 2, that Stalker first kind of cheesy fake out that really wasn't about anything. He was just taking a third base. Maybe we need something like that from Raynor, even if it isn't a real threat or a real risk, just even creating the illusion of that.
Yeah, it's very hard as the Zerg player to try and bring out those tricks. Protoss is, like you said, a bit easier to do that kind of stuff with. Zerg players, they're on the reactive end of things. You could try to throw in like an earlier Roach Warren and maybe make them overreact, or there's some kind of plays where you can not have as many drones mining in the natural as compared to the main to make it look like you're all-inning, but Protosses in general feel like they're very good at taking those reads and knowing exactly what's happening, and it just doesn't really end up working too well, so it's hard to come up with that kind of stuff for Raynor. I feel like Raynor really needs to make sure he's on top of his scouting in these next games. He needs to know exactly what's coming. He needs to see what Classic has cooked up, because it's basically been an early game advantage both times so far from Classic. Raynor needs some early game advantage coming into this early game, and so that he's sitting pretty basically in the mid game, so that way he doesn't get caught off guard.
So we have the third base being taken for Raynor. We don't know the tech tree yet for Raynor, but we're going to see it soon here. Raynor really needs a win here in this best of 7. It's so statistically rare that someone's up 3-0 and then the other guy comes back and wins 4 games in a row. If we're going to go into a game 7 here, or even a game 6, you have to usually have a back and forth. Now, I think Raynor looked good in both games. It's just that Classic was able to go all the way to the end of the rabbit hole of late game PvZ and still have answers. And yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wrong about Raynor trying to adjust into you know, some kind of totally different early game. Maybe he does need to make his adjustments later on, but time will tell us all of that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier as well, his tenacity still is strong. Raynor able to make all these games close despite all the twists and turns that have come in. First person view coming in for Classic as he tries to get some more Oracle damage. Nice denial for Raynor. Will disallow any more drones from dying, so a nice start so far. He needs to keep that up, of course, because he will, of course, have more Oracles coming his way, as the second one does make its name on the map. And a third Oracle also now coming out from Classic, so continuing with that Oracle-heavy play. We don't normally see too many Oracles like this. It's usually the 1 or 2, as we try to get much faster Twilights and Forages and stuff like that on the follow-up. So far, it's only going to be the Twilight coming in for Classic. No Forge just yet. It might be delayed, but a faster Twilight. I mean, it's not even that fast, though, is the thing, because he's gotten 3 Oracles. But it's usually when it's only the single Twilight, it's going to be an Adept follow-up. So we'll see if this is going to be what he's got in the cards as the defense for the Oracles continues for Raynor.
So an Adept follow-up, you know, we had periods of StarCraft. It's 4-gate Adept, right?
Yeah, it really looks like that's what he's trying to go for.
All right, I only see 2 gates making.
But he's got 2 already in the wall as well.
Okay, okay, good
It's
correction.
gonna be blink. Oh,
So-
he's going to try to do maybe just a blink all in, just straight up.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. No, I thought the same thing. I thought it was going to be an Adept play. And yeah, that's a cool idea because, you know, we've talked about how this game should be played so much from Raynor's perspective. I guess maybe because subconsciously we're kind of, oh, nice freeze there. We're subconsciously hoping for like him to recover. But if you were to look at this from Classic's advantage, yeah, why would you not just in game 3 try to get in the Zerg's face and try to go in there, try to punish, try to interrupt? Now, he's getting a Forge with this, so this isn't like an all-in. A Forge always means, you know, I'm going to invest in the future unless you're cannon rushing. So he is going to come in here probably with a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, going for the extra gates before the Forge is interesting. Maybe thinking that Raynor was going to be a little bit more aggressive, but or maybe, I'll be honest, maybe he forgot it. I mean, he forgot Storm in that last game too, so I guess nothing's out of the cards. But yeah, the Forge will be a little bit later, but he will have a couple more Stalkers potentially early to try and get some harassment done on this, what looks like 5th or 6th base, as Raynor is double expanding at the moment.
Raynor's crazy greedy this game. And, you know, when you're this greedy, I think he might be able to poke this out. Okay, hold on. The hatchery's at half health. He's going to commit to keeping this. Ooh, he's done. Okay. Oh, the stun. He actually freezes it. The Lings are going to just leave. There's attempts over here for some reason. And he's going to just kill this. Oh, he does.
Nice.
He kills his hatch off. My play-by-play's all over the place.
Just like those Adepts.
Yes. So he actually just pokes it out and runs away.
And that's a nice play from Classic, having the Adepts in the main army and then shading them into the natural, forcing the Lings to run away, and then also getting half of them in the Stasis Ward, allowing the Oracles and Stalkers to kill off the base. The question is, does Classic realize that Raynor was double expanding, though? Because there's still going to be a 4th base finishing up relatively quickly. If Classic doesn't realize that, he might think he's got Raynor pinned on 3 bases for much longer than he actually will be.
Okay, so he's going to immediately retake that base. And Raynor, you know, he played a tight macro game in the last one. He was basically ready for, like, a push the whole time. And Classic respected it in all the games and just didn't push. He's like, all right, I'm going to take another base. I'm going to take another. But Raynor's, like, mass expanded this game and is really going to rely on a lot of counterattacks early on. And he's going to go for a Lurker Den.
Yes. So that's the adaptation that Raynor's trying to bring into this game. The Mutas were not working in the first game, of course, did not work his favor either. So now he's going to be trying to go for the Lurkers in this one. I mean, this is a great map for that as well. There's a lot of high ground positions. There's a lot of choke points that the Lurkers can abuse to make it very difficult for the Protoss to take correct engagements. It's very nice for the Zerg to try and just get a lot of bases set up and make it very difficult for them. Protoss, of course, can still camp on those high grounds as well with plenty of cannons and batteries, so this is setting up to look like it's going to be another late-game slugfest from both players, unless Raynor really wants to try and just push the issue with a Lurker timing before Classic is really prepared to deal with that, because, again, I think Classic might not expect Raynor to still be in such a good economic position, considering the fact that he killed off that what he thought was a 4th base.
Yeah, that's a very good point. He doesn't have the full picture, whereas we do. And look at the Lings getting ready for a counterattack. And by the way, the fourth base here, it's kind of hard to defend all three of these spots. The top base is almost like a layer above in a way that's hard to like run down and save it. And he's going to lurker push here. I don't know that this base can be saved.
Yeah, Classic's actually splitting up, expecting two fronts of this attack as the rest of his army's in the top. The Lings trying to come in on the right-hand side, but it's just stalling the army. So that way the Hydras and the Lurkers can get a better position here on this third base of Classic, and they're able to do a pretty decent job sieging this away. Classic not with a nice position. Linking forward into Lurkers is not what you normally need to do, but the Stalkers are supported by the Templar Storms. The Lings not able to do anything either, and Classic will defend.
Damn, that was really well executed. He let all of the wall get chewed through and was really patient moving down. It's funny because he did look like he was ready for two attacks, and then it never came, so he just really carefully moved down. I think Raynor shouldn't have used those Lings that were running around to hit that. I think he should have pulled back out. But the result is that nothing really got done. Like, when you see attacks happen, you don't really care if you lose the buildings on the outside. You care about the Nexus not dying. You can just make those buildings again, right? The Nexus is still there. You're still getting money in. And now, and I don't think Raynor's, like, losing here, but that's painful because the whole game had kind of led up perfectly to that moment, and now we're past that.
Yeah, if he was able to get a bunch of probe kills, if the probe pull wasn't on time, if he was able to even kill the Nexus, that's a lot of momentum that you can then swing to your favor to then continue with the Lurker and Hydra Ling attacks. As you can see, Raynor trying to continue that. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for him continuing on, but now that the wall is gone, he might actually be able to get onto that juicy probe line. 5 of them already getting killed. The reaction from Classic not quite in time, as the Storms will start to blanket down on the units, but the spread from Raynor is pretty decent so far. The units getting killed off, and now that those are all killed, the Lings coming from the right-hand side, trying to kill this all off. Raynor might be able to just bust him right now because there's almost nothing on the ground for Classic.
You know, it's funny. He did the first attack perfectly, defending it, but then there wasn't anything there to block that off. So then he just, you know, the moment the door was open, Raynor just ran it, and he's actually, this is so funny, he's running up and behind this expansion instead of hitting it from the front. And, you know, this one Immortal, it's taking a lot of damage. This Immortal can kill off all of these Lurkers, but it's going to be driven away by the Hydras and the Lings. I think this game's over. GG, Raynor takes game 3.
Yeah, it's a great adaptation into this third game, able to make it work. Classic not expecting the Lurker transition and the aggression from Raynor. That's what I was talking about. No early damage that game, able to set the tempo from the start and keep it that way. That's what the Raynor that we can see when he actually has control of the mid and early and mid game.
Yeah, it was crazy. I'll just say it again. Like, that attack, initially Classic held it so well, but this was the second attack that we've got on screen here. And what happens is that now there's like no barricades, there's no walls, and so Raynor just pounces. And the Lings hitting from behind made it so that the Archons couldn't get away, the Lurkers run up there, and they just obliterate anything bunched up. And I like the change in play. I like the fact that this is now about Classic actually not dying while he's trying to make that ultimate army and trying to get there. Whereas before it was about Raynor trying to survive a really long game. Instead, it's now, you know, really about trying to punish the Protoss and stop the Protoss from getting too big. So great play there, shorter game, and probably what Raynor needed to get into that. We're going to go into game 4 now, and Raynor's won his first game.
Looks like Raynor's actually requesting a little bit of a break after those 3 games, so I think we'll be taking just a small pause here.
So we are going to be going to a break, guys. When we return, we're going to be going into Game 4 here with Raynor versus Classic.
Yeah, the harassment with the Zealots at the third base and the Adepts down to that Planetaries is getting so much value. As another blink forward, these Vikings a little bit exposed here on the front line. Colossi eventually will get taken out, at least one of them. No focus fire on the low HP Colossus, so it will remain standing for now. Oh man, the damage is so evenly distributed, but Beyond coming in from the flank with more Marauders able to stem forward, and once again, the splash damage for Classic is reset down to 0. There is no Storm Tech follow-up behind this. Energy recharge, not going to be able to do very much back at home. We do have 2 more Disruptors about to pop, but these Zealots are basically all he's got.
That's an incredible swing from Beyond. I cannot believe that he was able to actually keep his units at the top alive long enough. Runs away from this Disruptor shot as well. 2 Disruptors were used in that last fight by Classic that got completely dodged, doing 0 damage in the same exact spot as well. So a bit of a misuse of some of the disruptors in the army. EMP blanketing all of the zealots as well. These splits continue to be so excellent. Target fire as well from Beyond. He's finally finding his groove in this series and is doing excellent here. He needs to get some of the more reinforcements getting on into this fight though, because the zealots will start to clean this up if the medevac energy is not there. So Beyond will have to be forced back right now. But again, look at this medevac count. I can't even believe it. He's got a medevac for every single unit, it feels like. And it's gonna at least deny Beyond a win for now. But Classic continues to be reeling. I mean, look at this, 12 zealots, a stalker and a sentry. That is not the army you want 18 minutes in to a PvT.
Yeah, the splash damage is getting reset over and over again, and Beyond knows this is his window to get damage done. I love Classic warping in these sentries and actually recharging them and using them for Guardian Shield, but Beyond's immediately going to focus fire that one down. And this bio, I mean, there isn't enough service area. There isn't enough zealots to get service area. Beyond is going to win a game number.
Out with that many storms and so many Vikings just eating them, that ended up in a totally normal trade. I can't believe that. But it's gonna just reset essentially here. Both players just kind of forced back to their bases and try and reassemble, get all of their stuff back set up again. And like you said, it does kind of allow a split map situation to come out, but the rotations are still possible from Classic as well. And then having so many Nexus all over the place, he could easily just recall to another side of the map. Oh! Even with the Mothership, how about? That's another way you can do it. Getting on top of this base on the right-hand side, Storm's going off with the Time Warp as well. Unfortunately, just barely doesn't get the PF, but I love the move from Classic.
Yeah, that is an awesome play. I saw that coming in. I thought it was a Nexus recall, maybe to the center of the map. But using the Mothership, if you have enough Tempest like this, I guess in theory, you could take down planetary bases so quickly and then immediately recall either to the Mothership or to another Nexus. And immediately he's pivoting back here. I think there might have been another recall to the top left expansion. He's going for another base.
Yeah, this is excellent.
It's like he's playing a game of whack-a-mole, just taking down these expansions with recall after recall after recall. So far, only one of them going down. And right now, Beyond, he's trying to find an angle. Some really good EMPs, again, catching two of these Templar. But this is not an inexpensive trade here for Classic. A moment ago, he had the better bank than his opponent. And even though Beyond, he is taking, some hits on the chin, right now, he's the player with the better bank. He has been so much more cost-efficient. I feel like Classic isn't really getting the damage done that he needs.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We've just now wrapped up the Game 3 break. We're going into Game 4. Raynor has won and is now closer to tying up this series. It was Classic winning the first two games, and then Raynor coming back by basically changing it up. He went for kind of a game-closing move, trying to do a Hydra Ling lurker push. And Classic wasn't able to get that unstoppable army that we saw him getting in the last game 1 and 2.
Yeah, I love the switch up from Raynor in that game. It really showed that he was not really dissuaded from the earlier two games. He's not lost his confidence, basically. Raynor, like we were saying before, always someone confident in his play, always able to bring it back out. So we'll see if he's able to continue that momentum coming into the next game.
Okay, we're back on a map with some structure, similar to Evil Heart in that it's very tall, very narrow, but at the same time, yeah, I don't know if we're gonna have a crazy long game when I look at a map like this or not.
I feel like it's hard to predict at this point.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me introduce some players. Sorry.
Catch the game.
Let's talk about Terran actually before we go to. Okay, in the top right in the red, make some noise for Classic.
And on the bottom left-hand side, playing for Basilisk, the blue Zerg player. Give it up for Raynor.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm all over the place here.
We are not talking about players. We're not talking about anything. How was your day, actually?
Mostly
what did you eat for breakfast?
Yeah, this map reminds me of my breakfast. Yeah, let's see if Raynor kind of sticks with that game plan, and if there's going to be some adjustments here from Classic. We had a little bit of a misread for a second in that game where we thought Classic was going to be more in the Zerg's face, but it does feel like a lot of times when you're trying to expand and be safe, sometimes it can be confusing. It looks like you're getting ready for a push, and then the Nexus is made instead of 3 or 4 more gateways or something like that. But anyways, I think Raynor had the right idea, and it was cool to see too. Classic with perfect defense letting a lot of that wall in get wiped out and not scrambling and getting totally out of position, but then saving it. But then Raynor also recovering, and he was halfway there, right?
Yeah.
He was able to go in there and go for the jugular, get the kill, and close that game out.
I also like how Raynor went with that, going for the double expand as well for his fourth base to trick Classic a little bit, expecting that the fourth base denial that he got would be much more, just do more damage to Raynor than what he expected. So I think that also played a big factor in that game. Classic thinking he was much farther ahead than he really was, and not expecting the fast lurker play coming in. We'll see if Raynor wants to continue with that style, having it working so well in that last one. Classic, on the other hand, will be sticking to the Stargate. No weird stuff coming out from him. He's just going to keep it as standard as possible. We do know him as just one of these players that loves to bring it into the later game. He likes to keep it normal. Every now and then we might throw in a couple of cheeses. And actually, to be honest with you, now that I remember, Classic versus Raynor, when they played in season number 3, where Raynor did win, Classic was bringing out a lot of those more interesting styles. He was throwing out some early charged autolins. He was throwing out some adepts, and it wasn't really working. So this time, where he's coming back to the more standard stuff that he's more used to, and he's found overall more success.
So this map, the expansions on both sides, you can see they just kind of line up to the side. The middle bases are very close, but this is a very claustrophobic map. I would say even more so than Evil Heart.
Yeah, it is definitely a bit of an awkward one. It's also got that kind of choke point in the middle there with those rocks, making it very difficult if they end up kind of going in that direction. We saw that in the grand finals of season 3 coming into play very nicely with force fields denying SCV pulls and stuff like that. But in this game, it might come into play later as the double adept does try to go into the main base to get a scout. I doubt he would finish that. Oh my god, never mind. He's just going to go for it. Seeing only 4 lings, the rest of them not quite in time to be able to deal with that. So Raynor actually going to be losing a few drones here as the double adept makes their name shown here in this main base, will eventually kill them off. Actually, one of them staying alive as well. But now there's no Spore in the natural, but there's a couple Queens. Will this Oracle find any damage is the next question.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to get anything done. Bounces right off there. The Lings actually snipe the third base probe, so that slows stuff down a little bit here. In fact, there's a pylon made to plug this up, and he's going to try to expand somewhere else. We'll see if Raynor catches that right away. He does see it, but the Oracle back over here, the denied Oracle from earlier, it's going to have enough energy to gun that down. And I don't know that Raynor can really do anything to slow this down any further, so he's just droning up back at home. The Twilight Council starts over here for Classic.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate thing, again, from Raynor, losing those drones. It's not something you expect to the double adept. You're usually much more on point as the Zerg player dealing with those pushes. So, unfortunately, that's going to be a bit of a stab here for Raynor. Tries to get some damage on the other side with the cancel of the third base. He's going to try to go for it again, getting on top of these adepts, seeing there's no battery, and seeing that the Oracles are also across the map, trying to do whatever damage he can. But the third one, yet again, coming in from Classic, he really is favoring this 3 Oracle opener to make sure that Raynor can't get any damage done with these Ling run-bys onto the third base to cancel his third, as he looks like he's going to be going into a similar state as the game prior, and that is indeed what's happening. Going for that blink with the slightly later Forge.
Okay, so the Oracles see the Roach Warren, taking a peek in here. Raynor's droned up heavily, by the way. We've got 4 gates coming down with that blink. I think if you're going to do the kind of Oracle Blink style, this is kind of the map to do it on, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if we see Hero do kind of the same thing on a map later on.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely someone that loves to go for that aggressive stuff as well. Classic here, continuing with the Stasis Swords, trying to do whatever he can. It's the Adepts also actually coming on in. Actually, the Stasis getting those Queens is pretty nice. If we can make use of that as Classic, it would be pretty nice as the Adepts continue to kill off these drones. The Lings, the only ones alive, I feel like, are right there in that stasis as well. So by more drones getting killed off, this is not the start that Raynor wants. More early damage from Classic. And from the games that we've seen so far, when Raynor gets behind in the early game, losing more drones, losing more Lings, he has not come out victorious.
Okay, now these Stalkers can pair up with the Oracles. He's going to make a pylon over here, and this is a launching pad for more attacks. And he basically wants to attack from top down into bottom. He's keeping the Stalkers over here on the side and kind of looking like he wants to move to the bottom to keep defending units over there. But he's eventually, when this pylon finishes up, make a gateway here, and this is a hard commit. Now, Lings can fight this, but I think it really comes down to how good the Stalker control and the blink is, because on paper, Stalker Oracle's way better than Lings are.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you have them, the pulsar beams going. It's very good, and he's going to be able to force these away for now. The warp gate at the top, not quite ready yet. Actually, a forward blink from Classic, just realizing that there's almost nothing here. Will allow some of those other links from the right-hand side to get on top of those, but the Oracles doing a great job of killing those off as well. Drones forced to pull to be able to deal with this for now as the Hydras from Raynor not quite ready. I think Classic has just found an opening.
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to be able to survive this. There should be more Stalkers coming down here from the north. And you can see the blink. There's just enough Stalkers here. In fact, I think there's more Stalkers than there are Zerg units in some of this fight. He's going to try to blink away. Most of the Lings are gone. Actually, excuse me, there were more Lings there than I realized, but more Stalkers come down. The Oracle gets blown up, just one remaining. We have a couple more blinks away.
And it looks like, honestly, these units are coming in pretty nicely for Raynor, but the problem is that he's lost 12 drones on this defense. This is not a clean defense by any means. He really needs to get some sort of momentum going in these fights because Classic, despite the fact that he is going really hard on this aggression, he's still got charge coming up behind this. He's still got a Forge with +1 coming as well, and he could easily go for a 4th base if he wants to. A couple of Lings trying to make some havoc in the right-hand side base, but a battery there, an Oracle ready to be able to deal with that. Not going to be doing anything. Raynor trying to get some more Hydras and Lings as he will be able to defend this for now, as the Stalker count is starting to thin a little bit. They're a bit low on HP, some of these. So I think Raynor will stay alive for now, but the next wave when these charge lots start to come in, I think it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, if he can survive that, he'll survive this game and it'll go on for longer. Raynor's done a good job holding the Stalkers with Blink for now. I think Classic might have kind of switched up what he needed to do there. I think he was trying to blink into stuff because he thought he was snowballing when actually he should have really been just kind of trying to sustain and keep that death ball going.
I'm amazed that that Stasis Ward didn't actually get triggered there by those Lings, so that will stay there for now. Could actually come into play a little bit later as Classic continues to try and focus fire down some of these Hydras. The Scout on the 4th base timing is there for Raynor, so he knows that this is a transition and that it's not fully all in from Classic, but that's not really even something that he wants to see. He wants to see Classic continuing this attack, I feel like, because I don't know how he can actually continue into this late game. He's got 58 drones. The Lurker Den is not even close to being done either. This is going to be so difficult for Raynor because, honestly, this Zealot harass is going to start getting ridiculous for him.
Okay, now the Zealots are just going to shred that hatchery. There's nothing to even contest this. It's going to be just the Broodlings left to try to fight that. Big victory there for Classic. In some ways, we were watching this tug of rope over here on this side of the map, not appreciating that that's set up for a perfect 4th base takedown.
Yeah, I love the way he's going for this. Yeah, taking that high ground base that's really in the same attack path as the side that he's going for. So he's basically defending this 4th base with the attack that he's constantly been doing on this left-hand side. And so the Lings really have to find a different avenue to get over here. We'll eventually find that, but honestly, this army is just ridiculous from Classic. Raynor knows it. Classic is now on match point.
Yeah, Classic really completely reinventing the approach to the matchup there. We kind of thought that's what we were going to have in Game 3, by the way. We kind of thought that was coming, and then he just went and kept defending. But, you know, I was on the same page as you, Gemini. I thought the Zealots are going to come with the army, and then we're going to see who wins it. And instead, he just sent the Zealots to the vacant base and got the kill. And it wasn't even like that was a trade-off. So we're watching now the early part of this attack here. And for a little bit, I didn't even quite see how many Lings were coming in here. I thought there was a bit more. And then when I saw there was still 4 or 5 or 6 more Lings coming up and the Hydras are here, I thought, man, this looks like it actually could be a lot closer, especially because, you know, when Hydras, when they have something to tank in front of them, they do damage so fast. But yeah, we thought that the Zealots were going to pair up with that and actually hit the army, but to just take a free kill and then just do the exact same idea later, that's a killing blow.
Yeah, he really set himself up nicely for that one. I mean, he knew how much damage he got done in the early game as well, with the same build order as well from the last game. So able to switch it up on the fly after realizing the Oracles and the Adepts got great damage. It allowed him to then pivot into that more all-in style.
Okay, guys, let's make some noise here. We're going into game number 5 here. Classic here in the top left. He is Classic. Worst intro ever. All right, well, Gemini,
he's Classic.
You can
guys,
do better than
Classic.
that. We're off to a great start here in game 5. All right, you take this one, man.
And on the bottom right-hand side, he really needs some support right now because he is going to be on match point every game from this point on. It is the Blue Zerg player, Raynor.
That's how it's done.
Look
well
at
done.
get out of here,
Yeah,
Chase. This is
you're doing the
frickin'
intros
boomer.
from here on out. I'm like, I was too excited to talk about the map like the last game.
Oh, we got some signs.
Oh, we got
Look
these
at that.
pieces of paper. We didn't have these yesterday. We
Yeah.
started the show and we thought we had everything set, and then we went, oh, we don't have the little
cheerfuls.
the cheerfuls, as they call them.
Yeah.
I hope we see a Rainer win here. I hope we have a longer series. But I'll tell you what, man, I don't think we're going to get it because Classic is playing so well. He's shown a real range of play. We're talking about the craziest endgame stuff ever in one round, and then in the next round, he comes in here with some of these decapitating moves like we had in the last game.
Yeah, he's really just kind of solidified himself in this nice series right here. I mean, we saw, again, like I was saying before, in the previous series in Season 3, he was throwing out some weird stuff. It was not what we normally see Classic. He's really coming back to his standard style in these games, and you can see the difference. He is up solidly 3-1 in this series right now, coming into this next game on Winter Madness. I think he's going to be feeling some good momentum, some good confidence coming in to just continue to do the same thing. It's not been broken too hard so far. It's been working pretty decently. The only time really was that one Lurker game where he wasn't able to get too much early damage done. So once again, I want to see Rainer focusing heavily on that early game defense. Do not let the Adepts get in. Do not let the Oracles get damaged. Keep the Queens in the correct positions. Keep your spores on time, because if he can get that ready, then he will be very nicely situated into this mid game.
The big question is going to be which kind of Classic is going to come into this game, right? Like the fact that Rainer wins with that push in Game 3, and we think, okay, well, he seems to have a solution, and then Classic comes with an even earlier, even more aggressive push in Game 4. That's kind of scary.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really up on the cards on what's actually going to be happening right now, but a Stargate coming right back in for Classic yet again. Not surprised to see that. It's been working so far very nicely for him. And so Rainer will be trying to get some scouts off, trying to deny those probes, and trying to deny these Adepts, because like I said before, those Adepts were able to get much more damage than they really should be in this early game, and he needs to be able to stay on top of that this time.
So we've got the Adept coming in here now, doing a little bit of scouting. Nothing's looking crazy or out of the ordinary so far. We've kind of cast this match a couple times already, at least for the early game. And yeah, it's going to be a hard road ahead here for Rainer, who is looking, again, strong, but against a player that just seems to have all the answers. And, in some ways, we're getting the conclusion to the thing we speculated about earlier on in this is like, Classic got to the RSL Final Four off of Protoss versus Terran, off of getting Psystorm really fast and kind of going for a mixture of splash damage. It's just sort of too hard to deal with. And that was all in a patch in a previous game. And we were saying, well, how is he going to do in the next iteration of the patch in a matchup that he's not as, anywhere near as strong in, at least compared to the PVT that we saw. And so far, the answer is he's totally fine.
Yeah, we saw some more Adept pokes from Classic here, and it looked like Rainer actually made a pretty decent swell of Zerglings earlier on, making sure that those Adepts can't get any damage done. But now the Oracle comes on in, gets, I think that was 2 drones with the Queens in position, able to shoo it away as the Lings try to make their way over to the third base to deny that, but not able to do so. So honestly, pretty decent from Rainer. Only 2 drones getting killed off, but that's a lot of Lings that you made earlier on to try and kill the Adepts and deny them from doing damage, and then also to not really find any damage themselves on the third base.
All right, the Lings come in there. Perfect little placement there with
the
Adepts. I like the split instead of just the little 3-way setup in between the gas and the minerals. But yeah, we got the game developing. The Forge, the Twilight Council, the Robo, all inbound here.
Yeah, this is looking more like one of the earlier games from Classic when he went for that +1 charge follow-up. I think he might be looking into the fact that there is no... Yes, there it is. He saw, again, no Roach Warren. He's getting that Robo as well to set himself up for the Archon drop. So he's trying to go for that route this game. I love how adaptive he is. He's able to just get these scouts and just switch up his build on the fly, knowing what his opponent is capable of. And so he's going to be bringing that one back. That went into a much longer late game, but that also was that game where he had the Prism in the main going with that massive warp in as well that barely got denied. This game, it's going to be a little bit more hard, I feel like, to get that Prism in a good spot, because the other game was on Persephone where it's much easier to get that Prism across. So we'll see if he's able to find some kind of damage like that this time.
And we're just seeing the rest of the tech get filled in here. And a lot of times this is what is a nod to the late game, right? When you just see the Protoss growing and it's like, the whole production tab is just like infrastructure and upgrades, and you know, we're seeing all the tech get filled out. That's when the game will probably, if the Protoss wins, come down to a push, right? And not some kind of like a crazy attack like the last game, but instead just like having that sophisticated army where you've got the right spells and you've got the right balance of units, and you could slowly kind of bulldoze your way through the Zerg on the map.
Yeah, we'll see now as this starts to get set up here for Classic. The double Archon is morphing. It's going to get loaded into the Prism. The extra 4 gateways coming on in. Everything timing out perfectly. Charge +1 to go for this big push. He's even hiding that Prism. He doesn't want that scouted. He wants to try and get the surprise move on Raynor as the Oracles continue to try and do whatever they can to distract Raynor while the Prism makes its way across. He's trying to pull the attention away so that way the Prism can find its way into this main base, maybe in the 4th base if he wants to just kill that. But I think he wants to try and get some really heavy damage right now.
Yeah, he's going to come in over here just out of eye shot. He's going to get a full warp in, and he wants to basically overwhelm this position here. And the damage is going to come in so fast. The Queens, you know, they can tank and maybe buy a little bit of time. They're going to run behind the minerals. Meanwhile, the Roaches are going to come up, and the Zealots are not getting great surface area. The Roach is going to come around from the side. Is there enough to actually hold this off?
Yeah, this is a nice reaction so far from Raynor, able to get a lot of Roaches on the field to be able to deal with this, but the Prism is still here, so he's able to get another reinforcement wave of Zealots and also juggle these Archons to keep them alive as long as possible. He's going to force this forward into the 3rd base, leaving the 4th to survive for now. Was that a mistake, perhaps, as more Roaches start to trickle on in, but another warp in comes in as well for Classic. He thinks he's got the game in his hand right here.
Somehow that Archon in the top right didn't die. It tanked all of its shields, then killed the last Roach. I think this damage may be spiraling out of control. I think it's very possible that Classic's about to close this out.
Yeah, the War Prism now going into the main base with the rest of the units supporting it as well. The Queen trying to deny it, but there's almost no anti-air for that Prism. He's trying to keep it alive as long as possible as more units do start to bleed out for Classic, unable to find a position to get this safe warp in, but now he's back to the 3rd base where there's a oh, the Prism gets sniped by the Spore, repositioned as well. That's going to spell the end for the attack for now. Classic's not going to be able to actually continue this, and so Raynor will survive.
Now let's point something very important out here. The hatchery lived.
Yes.
The drones were really, actually there was a decent amount of drones killed there, but it's not the end of the world. And the rush was stopped.
He's morphing an Overlord. He's trying to now load that up with Queens. He's remaxing on Roaches. He's not going to re-drone at this point. He thinks that he's got a position at this point to actually go across the map and try to end this while Classic is trying to recoup, basically, because he's not going to have Storm ready yet. He's got a couple of Mortals. He's making batteries back at home to try and defend, because I think he realizes, Classic, that he's done a good amount of damage to the drones, and that he might identify that Raynor is going for this big push. With the Revelation on the Queens as well, he knows what's happening. He needs to defend.
Yeah, he probably assumed this was coming when he saw all the Overlords moving across the map. So this is a counter all-in here. It's going to be Roach and some Ravagers with Mass Lings. If Raynor can swing this game back in his favor, he will win this. If Classic holds this, he's moving on to the finals.
Oh, a great first Storm on those Roaches. The blink forward as well to try to capitalize. This is going to be so difficult for Raynor to push up into this fight. A nice drop coming into the right-hand side to try and dissuade the army and try to distract it. That's it. Classic able to defend. Raynor knows he's got nothing, and Classic will move on to the grand finals.
Beautifully done by Classic. Can't say I blame Raynor for trying to do that counter all in. And you know, the reality is Raynor had a choice to either play from like way behind or to try to do something decisive. It did not work out. Classic, I mean, that was a very, very one-sided series. 4-1. He is the victor, and he's going to be moving on now into the RSL finals.
Yeah, I can't even believe the way that kind of worked out. I mean, it was so nice at first for Classic, getting the jump with the Zealots, with the Archons. It felt like he was chasing a little bit. There's a couple times where this happens when you go for this style. I actually love playing this style personally myself, and I've played it so many times where you try to go into that 3rd base, and you ignore the 4th for a little bit, thinking you have the victory right there, and then you actually kind of bleed out a little bit too much. You lose too many units, and then you regret not killing that 4th base. Then they can re-drone, they can recoup, and go into a mid-game. Raynor not choosing to go for that, though. Went for the counterattack. Classic scouting it nicely, able to defend, and he's through to the grand finals.
Beautifully done. And again, a real threat here to take the entire thing. He had a very dominant first 2 seasons of RSL, and at the very end, he you managed to actually get to the finals here of this in a different patch, different version of the game, and in a matchup that he wasn't known as being so dominant in PvZ. You know, he really kind of took it away in PvT here earlier on.
Yeah, so we're also getting Classic situated for a post-game interview. I'm so excited to hear what he has to say, coming off of that amazing victory. I can't talk.
Yes.
Get it over to the desk. Get it over to the couch. Let's hear what Classic has to say.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Classic, congratulations. You've moved on to the finals, and I think with such a dominating performance over Raynor, I mean, you have to be the favorite. You won a couple seasons of RSL, and here you are dispatching one of the best Zergs in the world, 4-1. How do you feel after that?
일단 김도우 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 아무래도 이제 시즌 1, 2 우승하시기도 했고 아무래도 이제 계속 지금 좋은 모습을 꾸준히 보여주고 계셨기 때문에 오늘 또 결승에 진출하실 가장 또 큰 우승 후보가 아닐까 생각이 들었는데 마침 레이너 선수와의 경기에서도 좀 압도하는 모습을 보여주셨습니다. 오늘 좀 경기 어떻게 보시나요?
네, 일단 오랜만에 한국에서 하는 경기여가지고 좀 긴장을 하고 왔는데 생각보다 손이 잘 움직여가지고 좀 컨디션이 괜찮았던 것 같고 레이너 선수가 잘하긴 하지만 저도 최근에 연습할 때 좀 저그전이 자신이 있어가지고 제가 실수만 안 하면 충분히 이길 수 있다라고 생각을 했습니다.
Yeah, it's been a while since the LAN held in Korea, so I was nervous a little, but actually if I just don't make a mistake for myself against Raynor, I think even though he's a very good player, I was confident I would win. So yeah, I think that happened. So I'm very satisfied about it.
All right. You're obviously a player who has a lot of variety of builds in your pocket, and in the past months or so, you've been showing a lot of different builds. But today, you actually just showed a lot of very solid standard play. Do you feel like you've gained more confidence in that play style, or is there a reason you went more in the standard direction today?
사실 올해 김도우 선수가 굉장히 다양한 이제 빌드를 선보이셨는데 이번 시리즈에서는 굉장히 좀 무난하게 일단은 운영으로 위주로 하셨거든요. 그래서 이번 경기에서는 좀 무난하게 좀 운영 위주로 해도 충분히 이길 수 있다라는 좀 자신감이 있으셨는지 굉장히 궁금하네요.
솔직히 중간에 조금씩 이제 뭐 공명사도라든지 좀 빌드를 섞으려고 했는데 상대가 오버로드로 서치를 하기도 하고 좀 의식을 많이 하고 있는 것 같아가지고 저도 뭐 후반 운영 자신 있으니까 그냥 후반전 가자라는 생각으로 게임을 했습니다.
Well, actually, I had some of the builds in my mind to do. Actually, especially I tried to use the adepts more, but actually, Raynor was scouting very, very often, and he's constantly sent OVs out. So I just tried to just go macro and and I'm very confident on the late game macro situation. So yeah, let's go late game. Let's go macro. I'm very confident about it. So yeah, try to use, but I just didn't.
All right, so looking at the other semifinals, we have Zaun going up against Hero. You know, these are two guys that obviously you've played against a lot in Protoss versus Protoss in the past. I wonder how you think that they will actually match up against each other. Do you look at one of these two and think, oh, maybe stylistically or just skill-wise, this player is really favored to beat the other?
이제 결승 상대가 이제 김준호 선수 아니면은 박한수 선수일 텐데 사실 두 선수 다 좀 각자 다른 플레이 스타일 갖고 있잖아요. 근데 이 두 선수를 매치업 놓고 평가할 때 좀 어느 선수가 좀 올라올 것 같으신지, 어느 선수가 좀 더 좋다고 좀 평가를 하시는지 궁금하네요.
제가 원하는 거는 한솔인데 준호가 요새 워낙 잘하고 있기 때문에 히어로 선수가 올라올 것 같고 최근에 연습할 때 준호랑 많이 했는데 되게 잘하더라고요. 결승에서 만날 것 같습니다.
Yeah, personally, I favor Zaun over Hero because I just want him to play against him. But that being said, Hero played really well in this practice and scrims against me. So yeah, I think he showed a very solid form. So I think Hero will advance to grand finals.
All right. I had one more game-related question about, we've seen since the new patch a lot more Ultralisk play coming out from the Zerg players. And what does he think about that sort of composition compared to the more standard Lurker or Broodlord-based play?
사실 이번 패치로 인해서 좀 울트라 위주의 또 공격적인 적의 플레이들이 좀 많이 나오고 있잖아요. 사실 그래서 기존의 이제 후반 운영에 있어서 뭐 무리군주라든지 이런 것들보다 좀 울트라가 많이 나오는 거에 있어서 좀 어떻게 생각을 하시는지 궁금하네요.
솔직히 울트라 오늘까지만 해도 이제 오늘 경기 하기 전까지만 해도 그렇게 세다라고 생각을 안 했는데 오늘 해보니까 굉장히 세더라고요. 네, 앞으로 좀 울트라가 많이 나올 것 같고 저도 네, 좀 대처 방법을 잘 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean, until today, I didn't really feel that Ultra isn't that strong, but now I feel the power of Ultralisks now. I'll need to prepare, find preparations for that. I'll need to find a counter.
All right, great to hear. Thank you so much, Classic, and congratulations for going on to the finals. Guys, we're going to go to a quick little commercial break here, and when we come back, the second semifinals.
Some Ravagers get added to the mix here, which should help a little bit here for Shin, because of course they do have longer range here than these Roaches. But you just see the kiting coming into play already right now on that fourth hatchery, which Shin would love to start saturating with these extra drones he's building right now, but this hatch is just in such a precarious position with very minimal creep spread in front of it. You just get kited into oblivion right now here as Shin. I feel like maybe if there was a round of Lings where he can come around from the flank side, you might be able to get a surround, but he is going to die on this. A couple of these Cyclones do get taken on the front side, but overall, still the DPS potential here for Beyond's army is just massive.
I feel like that was still kind of okay-ish. Like, it wasn't obviously great, but I still was thinking, oh, this is a bit of an overextension. I feel like, unfortunately, only getting a Cyclone there. Some of the, oh, sick fungal out of nowhere from those two Infestors will be allowing him to jump on that giant pack of Hellions and start to shave this down. So that is where it's really going to start to swing for Shin here. Excellent timing on those two fungals, and the extra Lings coming in to reinforce will allow him to chase this down and continue to push Beyond all the way back to his side of the map.
Yeah, Beyond was not anticipating this turn of events at all. He's building his fourth command center on site right now on the low ground, but that fungal took all of the wind out of his sails with that initial round of Cyclones and Hellions, basically just getting stomped on the front door there of Shin. You need that money fungal as Zerg to be able to stabilize in a situation like that one with the composition that Shin was running, and he absolutely made it work.
Yeah, that was perfect from Shin, honestly. I wasn't even realizing. I saw the Infestors in the production, but I felt like I didn't even think he had the energy to be able to throw those fungals down. So very good for Shin to really get the momentum more in his favor and just kind of deny Beyond from being able to continually shark on the map with total freedom. I feel like he's going to be able to get these Roaches pretty well, actually. That's a, wow, that's an insane amount of damage coming in from those Cyclones onto those Roaches on the left side. So a bit unfortunate, but it does distract Beyond at least to allow the right-hand side army to go ahead and once again cancel this fourth base. So Beyond continually shoved back onto 3.
Yeah, it's kind of painful here for Beyond that you just didn't take the safe road and build those command centers on the high ground in the main base or something, right? Double cancel on that fourth, and Beyond was double expanding. He's taking another expansion down by the 7 o'clock position, the bottom left of the map, but yeah, he's immediately throwing down also. That initial base has gotten canceled twice already. It is a bit painful, but I love this Infestor sharking around. It did, oh man, 104 energy. We can get a massive fungal on this. Beyond, he does juke a little bit, but he kind of works his way into the corner, and now Shin completely cornering the Cyclone Hellion army. Oh man, that was a coup. What a victory right there for Shin. You never want to get caught in a corner like that with a Battle Mech style. That Infestor just absolutely carrying the freight, forcing Beyond back, and him just finding himself stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Posture to yet again strike this base, as he does not want this forward one to get taken. Yoinks coming in with all the Cyclones. We'll be able to kill a lot of those for basically free, as the energy is going to be used up here from those Vipers. We'll have to send them home eventually to replenish. Doesn't want to lose anything with the missile turret. That would be sad. Getting rid of the sensor tower is also really nice to disallow any vision on the map here. And these pulls just continue to be very good. Nice arc, though, from Beyond. We'll be able to get a nice trade on the back end here and force this army back. There's no real army on the other side either really moving, except for a pack of Lings, I believe, on the bottom left-hand side, which aren't actually going to do anything. So this forward push is going to be pretty uncontested from Beyond.
Yeah, Beyond actually getting a lot of damage done right now as Shin is waiting until he remaxes. Some Lings are coming in. I mean, being able to capitalize on this moment where Shin is adding in a ton of Corruptors to get ready for Broods is such a nice victory here for Beyond. He's getting even more damage done. These Queens coming off creep to try and get some semblance of a surround on the Cyclones, who are basically standing strong right now, finally some extra damage coming in as we have the Cyclones effectively not having to kite, just really A-moving into this army is once more, you know, as soon as Shin moves off creep, you see the Cyclone kiting coming into play in again, but he was able to secure another expansion in the bottom left side, but Shin, he has a lot invested in this attack right now. There's only 1k gas in the bank for Zerg, so it's all going to come down to this. Huge abducts on every single Thor is going to thwart the majority of the anti-air right here for Beyond, and that means that these Broodlords can inch forward, but they want to be careful. Those lock-ons, they are hard to shake off once the Cyclones actually connect with the Broods. You already see at least 1 or 2 Broods do go down to those lock-ons, but this base is going to have to lift up.
Yeah, the Viking switch is here, but unfortunately just a tad bit too late. Those abducts were perfect. CC getting killed off on the way back to the main, and now the Vikings are trying to use this little high ground position to try and chip away at the Broodlords, and we'll be able to get some of them with the Cyclones helping out as well. The Hydras can't quite get to them, but I feel like this army is just really non-stop here for Shin. He's got to be careful, of course, because this is where the time comes to switch it for Beyond. He's able to use his reinforcements first, and the rest of Shin's aren't quite here yet. So I feel like these units here are going to probably just get suicided for as much damage as possible, but I think the damage that they were able to do is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and the fact that they're forcing Yun back into this natural expansion and allowing Shin with just 3 Hydras to completely clean up this mineral line, so it was just an orbital, is such a boon right now for Zerg. Beyond is... he's down to 45 workers. That's about half of what he had a moment ago. The income disparity swinging massively in Shen's side. It is Shin who is now double expanded. He's taken the center base. He's expanding into the gold that Björn was trying to take a moment ago. And those abducts on the Thor's Gemini just completely flipped the momentum of this game. It was starting to really look good for Björn there. You know, he had the expansions, he had the superior worker count, the upgrades were massive, but the upgrades don't matter all that much when your entire anti-air of those Thors gets abducted. Is that like the 7th time?
That's got to be like 8 or 9 at this point, I feel like. I think 7 is a little
this
balling
might be
it, to
the
be
most.
honest.
This might be the most command centers I've seen die at one expansion.
Yeah.
In like 5 years of casting StarCraft 2, it is just absurd.
It's ridiculous. And looks like Shin is trying to go in here for one big final crushing blow. Gets the units caught in the left-hand side of the map, lunging on forward to get on top of everything. Beyond push down sub 100 supply for the first time since the early game. And this is looking like Shin finally finding enough momentum to actually end this game, and that is the GG.
Stain the Cyclone production with such a fast 3rd CC, but
Hey everybody, welcome back to the RSL. We're going to be going into the semifinals, match number 2 between Zaun and Hero. I am Artosis, joined by State. How are you doing, man?
Oh, I'm feeling ecstatic. That was what a banger of a first match that we had between Classic and Raynor, and now we're going to be finding out which Protoss player is going to give us the PvP finals here at the RSL. It wouldn't be an RSL without the PvP finals, man.
Yeah, you kind of have to have that, and of course we will see Raynor again here today in that 3rd place match, so that's actually really nice. We'll see who's going to be fighting against him, and hopefully that'll be a little bit closer. Taking a look at our bracket, there you have it. Classic already 4-1 over Raynor. Not a huge surprise. He's just been killing it in RSL this year. And then, of course, Hero versus Sound that we're about to go into. It doesn't show, but we will have a 3rd place match in between this match and the Grand Finals.
Yeah, and excited to see Raynor in another ZVP. That series versus Classic, every single match felt so close.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if we're going to get the same thing here with Hero versus Zaun, because on paper, you know, Zaun, he's had a very good 2025. He's been one of these players that's been on the up and up for a long time, but Hero is just such a beast at PvP.
Yeah. No, Hero, I mean, I just would always bet on Hero in this type of match. Yeah, Zaun, he didn't actually win one of the RSLs, right? He got 2nd place to Classic in that 2nd one, so he did end up getting the spot. But Hero has always been a killer in the matchup. He's got some of the best Stalker micro we have ever seen in the history of the game. A very aggressive player in general, and I think that that's good in Protoss versus Protoss.
Yeah, he's probably the most unpredictable pro player that we have in StarCraft 2 in terms of what he's going to be throwing at you in any given series. And in a best-of-7 PvP, I'm not sure how many expansions we're going to be seeing from Hero. Natural expansion, sure, but a 3rd and a 4th, I'm not so certain about that, because He loves to bring the heat. Proxy Robos, Proxy Stargates, Dark Shrines, DTs.
So true.
Blink. It doesn't matter. Hero is going to use every tool in the Protoss arsenal to try and get you out of the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I've always appreciated his style in that regard. Like, this guy really is willing to just make the units take a slight risk somewhere and try to punish. Zaun, you know, we've seen him play a lot of PvPs. He is one of the newer Protoss players, I guess. You know what? He doesn't quite have the same legendary status that a hero or a classic have. So I feel like I generally underestimate him because of that. But I am cognitively aware that he can win this match.
Yeah, it's certainly possible.
Emotionally unaware, but cognitively aware.
I think it's going to come down mostly to just the defense here for Zaun. And I don't want to pigeonhole him just in one kind of strategy, but when you're going up against Hero, one of the most aggressive players that we have in competitive StarCraft 2, and one of the most aggressive matchups that we have in StarCraft 2, you got to think that it's going to be Zaun on the back foot in most of these matches, trying to parry whatever attack it is the Hero throws his way.
I think you're mostly right about that. I would like to see him mix it up, though, as well. Sometimes a very strong way to deal with an aggressive player is to you yourself bring out some extra aggression. You know, at least you're going to have those units in case you're under attack as well.
Yeah, we'll see what the game plan is going to be from Zaun in this Best of 7 series. There's a lot of games to be played, a lot of range you can showcase here. The map draft coming in. Mothership, actually a very interesting selection here for map number 1. The only 3-player map that we have in the pool. If we're going to have some very cheeky plays, that's a great place to start it out with.
Yeah, I'm not sure, even though it has a lot of bases, how many of those will be taken. I do feel like it's still going to come down to a lot of aggression, but who knows, maybe a little bit of a gamble in there being a 3-player map as well.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Hero does not. He strikes me as the kind of guy that could very well just proxy a Robo or a Stargate between the 2 other bases.
Sure.
Just be like, you know what, I'm willing to take the risk.
Or hey man, just proxy it near one of the bases, you know? You always have that as a potential strategy there.
A little bit of note-taking going in here. Some strategies being, being written down. I like that. Is this Zaun actually? Who's writing these strategies? I'm so curious.
Yeah, I think he has a little picture of the map. He's trying to circle all the spots he can put a pylon down.
He's like, I can fit a Dark Shrine here.
Yeah.
Robotic facility. Yeah, this goes there.
Well, Hero right now putting some thought into it. I love having the live vetoes and map picks.
Yeah. It is interesting. I feel like PvP, this is one of the ones where maybe it matters the least. But it is cool to see the map selection kind of unfurl like this, because it does affect the strategies quite a bit, you know? Especially in PvP, I think the biggest difference is going to be whether you have a high ground natural expansion or a low ground natural expansion, because if Zaun wants to play a defensive PvP game, the high ground naturals is 100% the place where he's going to be able to do that, because
that's for sure.
You're able to secure that natural expansion. You can go for a fast Stargate, get a Void Array, get some Oracles out, play a nice defensive game from there. But if you're playing on the low ground, if Hero wants to bring the fight to you, it'll be very hard to secure that expansion, even if you have, you know, just an ironclad defensive setup. He can still find some openings.
Oh, that's for sure. Like, you can still definitely attack in those situations. And in fact, sometimes that's going to catch your opponent off guard. So, yeah, we'll see. You know, I think we're going to have, like, a huge variety of strategies. That's kind of a nice thing, I think, about Protoss vs. Protoss, is just the wide range of things that you can try to open with. They're not, obviously, they're not all the same level, but the mind game behind them can make each and every one strong.
Yeah, you never know quite what you're going to get in a PvP. Occasionally you'll have a series where it's just nothing but proxy robos and Stargates, and they're at each other's throats right from the onset every single match. And then occasionally get some more macro-looking PvPs where players play on very low gases. They take a lot of expansions at a rapid rate. They try to outscale their opponents. I wonder what we're going to get here in map number 1, as Mothership is going to be loading here in just a moment. Hero versus Zaun in the second semifinals here, the RSL Offline Finals. One of these players is going to be joining Classic in a best-of-7 series. I'm sure he's going to be watching this with bated breath, just waiting to see exactly how they're going to play, because you're going to be showcasing a lot of your PvP strategies and skills in this series.
Yeah, you can't hold something back to beat your opponent here. And then Classic gets to watch all of that, maybe take what he wants to use, and, of course, know what type of style you were using overall in the previous match.
All right, Hero and Zoun. Map number 1 is loading in. It's going to be Mothership here to kick things off in this best-of-7 semifinals between two of the best Protoss players in the world, as the map has now loaded in, spawning down in the bottom right. The red Protoss player, it is Hero.
And in the top right, the runner-up of Season 2 of RSL this year, it is Zoun.
Already a pretty early probe scout coming in from Hero on the south side.
Yeah, and, you know, both of them just making those pylons near the ramps, as is normal in Protoss versus Protoss here. And I don't know, I'm kind of excited to see the type of style that Zoun is going to use, more so than Hero, right? Like, I feel like I've seen so many Hero PvPs over the years, I kind of get the types of attacks he's going to end up doing. But with Zoun, I do feel like, yeah, you're probably right that he should try to play a kind of defensive style. But I don't know that he's just going to look at this and say, oh, I'm going to play a defensive style. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's harder to predict what he's going to bring in against Hero, who he's known he's had to play for a while now.
Yeah, might have some strategies coming out of the box. And by the way, Hero, with his very early probe scout, he's been able to locate the Zoun is going to be over here in the top right side. And he's setting that probe up in a very aggressive position. Cybernetics Core is getting started here for Zoun. Actually, two proxy pylons on the same screen. Zoun and Hero both going for the proxies.
That's funny.
None the wiser. The other probe is just right across the way.
So, do you think it's going to be like Stargate and Twilight? Like, I mean...
From Hero, I'm kind of expecting a Robo with how just aggressively positioned this pylon is. From Zoun, I feel like if you're going to be playing it this conservatively, because, you know, Hero could be spawning at 6 o'clock. In fact, he is. It has to be a Stargate, right? There's no way you go for a Robo here with a distance that far to the south side base. You're going to want to get the more mobile units out of this, aren't you?
I mean, seeing him just throw it all willy-nilly up here, yeah, this is what I thought I'd see from Zoun for sure. Good call on the Robo. But, like, if you're just going to proxy it, like, that isn't a proxy location, that's a hidden location, right? And the only thing that you want in a hidden location really is Twilight Tech.
Yeah, that does make sense, especially because being up there on the top side, it's very unlikely the Hero's going to be spotting this. Unfortunately for Zoun, this is about the worst possible way it could break. Unless he finds this proxy Robo from Hero and is able to shut down the robotics facility before Immortals enter the field, he's going for an investment in tech, possibly DTs, possibly Blink, but neither of them are going to help him in the short term versus an Immortal all-in, which is likely what's coming.
Well, definitely. I don't think this is a macro Immortal build with the Robo outside of his base. Couple of Adepts shading by here by Hero. And yeah, we do have Zoun with an Adept in that main base. Sneaky little Adept getting in, getting a little bit of damage here. There is, you know, the shield battery, so it's going to be able to save some of this damage, but still very well done by Zoun.
Yeah, Zoun is going for Blink on that Twilight Council. 3 Stalkers defending the main base of Zoun right now, as Hero's just waiting for these Stalkers to finish up and defend against the Adept in his main base right now. And with the first Immortal already done, let's see if Hero's just going to push up this ramp right now. The Adept Shades can be used to get vision. They're not actually going to be blocked right now by any structure, so he's just going to jump right on top of the first Stalker.
Well, this is not looking good for Zoun right now. Definitely a lot of damage coming in for him. That Immortal being pulled back. Actually, a nice pullback there from Hero, but with the 4 Adepts, ooh, kind of a missed shade there. Zoun is going to be able to pick that off, so that's actually a big kill there by Zoun. I thought that suddenly Hero was going to do a lot better than that.
Yeah, I think the 2 Stalkers just finishing right in the nick of time there for Zoun gave him the firepower that he needed to take down that Immortal, just because the Adepts went for the probes in the mineral line. And Hero, he's following this up with a Warp Prism. That's not going to help him immediately. And suddenly the Twilight Council tech coming in from Zoun is starting to look a lot better, because that'll be done in 30 seconds or so. That's going to allow Zoun to shut down this Warp Prism. And Stalkers, once they're in a high enough number, they actually can deal with Immortals very well with Blink.
And he just gets the Prism even without Blink. Like, that's definitely a big mistake right there from Hero. He does get to shade one of these Adepts out. Blink is finishing up. And I think you have to look at this situation, and even though Hero's up in probes just a little bit, I would much rather have the Blink Stalkers than that Robo right now.
Oh yeah, the Blink Stalkers would be such a tool here for Zoun to utilize. Twilight Council is being built to the main base here of Hero, but It's so far away, and actually this Immortal's going to get isolated here by the Blink Stalkers. Not even going to be able to take one of them down. Zaun's able to take that one out in the middle of the map. One Adept now coming on the main base is not going to be able to find much damage with more Stalkers waiting there for Zaun. And although the early game looked very dicey for Zaun, just given the order of tech, the Proxy Robo versus the hidden Twilight Council, this is Zaun's game to win right now.
Well, you know, he has that Blink upgrade, so definitely potential for that. I do like that Hero's trying to get up to the Dark Shrine. He kind of realizes how dire his situation is. I love these force fields, just keeping him out of his base for now, trying to buy a little bit of time. And you never know, maybe he can come back with a DT Warp in if Zaun does not hedge against that.
Yeah, the energy recharge ability also being utilized just to block these Stalkers from getting up into the main base. And for Zaun, at some point, you got to be thinking, what is the possible way that I lose this game?
Yes.
Because you already have a pretty good advantage right now. Yes, you have lost a couple of probes, but one base versus one base, it doesn't matter too much. Are we going to have any detection come in here for Zaun? We're out of energy right now on these sentries. Zaun can finally get to the main base, even hallucinated Phoenix and be giving him vision. These two gateways getting empowered. We do have one more up for a DT, but it's a lot of Stalkers.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage coming in. You know, he has the batteries, but if you're one-shotting stuff, it's not really going to end up helping out. So these Stalkers really running rampant in here right now. And there's a defensive DT Warp, and that is not what you were looking for, man. Hero, the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, these Stalkers will be able to dance around that DT, get a lot of damage done. Robo is started here for Zaun, and Hero, he has only got 2 powered gateways right now here in the main base, so he's going to be using these DTs defensively to try and get a grasp on the situation, but you see the damage being done by these Stalkers, and eventually the Observer is going to be on the field here for Zaun. He's going to get the detection. He will be able to neutralize the DT threat, and before then, how many workers is Hero going to lose?
It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. I'll be very surprised if he can turn this into a real game from here, to be honest. Like, I know that DTs over time may potentially kill these Stalkers, but the damage output is insanity.
Yeah, especially with Force Field able to be utilized here. You can just blink the Stalker back, drop a Force Field there on the ramp, and Zaun is nice and safe in his main base. Hero down to literally 1 probe, and now no probes and no minerals. So GG is called, and a kind of tumultuous game number 1 with the Proxy Robo versus the hidden Twilight Council. It's actually the Blink tech that wins out for Zaun.
It does. It does. I feel like, you know, Zaun, he just barely held that. As Hero was going up the ramp, I was like, ooh, you're in some trouble, right? We have 4 Adepts coming up. There was no block to stop the Shade and slow this down, and they get right in, and the Immortal walks up. But you're right. He got those couple extra Stalkers warped in pretty quickly, was able to get rid of the actual Immortal, and it just went in his favor from there.
Yeah, the Immortal getting isolated, not being assisted by those Adepts might just be one of the big mistakes there for Hero in the early game, because unless you're able to get some momentum building with the Proxy Robo play, you're not going to outskill Blink Stalkers. Once Blink is actually done and we have a meaningful number of Stalkers on the map, it's very difficult to get any damage done. As Hero, you could see him just go for the Hail Mary play there with the Dark Shrine, was not able to make it happen.
Yeah, well, this early in the game, Blink Stalkers beat just about everything. So, you know, that's part of the power of trying to go for that. Of course, you know, the DTs were not a terrible idea, I think, because he was already so far behind. You know, maybe if his Robo's in his main base, he can actually stay on that Robotech and end up breaking out and be all right, but definitely not in this case. So Zaun is going to take a very strong game number 1. Congratulations to him.
And it's an interesting one for game number 1 to go to, because one of these hidden Blink techs is not something you see very often in a PvP.
Not too much.
Kind of off the beaten path. All right, folks, game number 2 is loaded in, and we're going to Takamak here, and spawning in the top right. Proxy Robo didn't work for him in game number 1. Can he pull it back here in game number 2? It is Hero.
I love that he has a picture of Zest.
Oh, did he? I actually didn't catch
his
that.
swirling thing is Zest. All right, in the bottom left, winning game number 1, it's Zaun. There you have it.
Zest is best.
The man himself. There he is. All right. So, I mean, that was a fun game. I like it, and I like that that's what Zaun chose to do. You know, this is something that I feel like we've seen time and again in Protoss vs. Protoss in StarCraft 2, where it's like you need to do decisive builds. You need to take a bit of a risk. That's just like the way to play it, right? Like, things could go wrong in a situation like that, but Zaun sets himself up with a very powerful position. Getting Blink that early, Blink basically beats everything if you're not already screwed. So I like him going for something like that. It's something like that's not going to work every game, that's for sure, but take those types of risks, because if it's just kind of a straight-up game, you'd expect Hero to outmuscle him.
Yeah, and especially in a best-of-7 series, to come out in game number 1 with a hidden Blink tech, one of the rarer techs of choice that you have on one base in a PvP.
Yeah.
It shows that Zaun is kind of liable to do anything in this series, and
yeah.
we're already framing this coming in. Oh, by the way, nice probe scout. What am I saying? Nice probe snipe coming in there by Zaun, getting this around. A Maru-esque move. Oftentimes you see these players, if you watch like a lower MMR game, they'll go for that probe snipe with a probe pull. They'll lose so many minerals, lose so much income, but Zaun actually being able to catch that probe from Hero means that Hero's really in the dark about what Zaun is going to be doing in the main base right now. Zaun can just do absolutely anything.
Yeah, things are going well for Zaun right now. Like, that's a good, solid opener. I mean, it's not the end of the world. You know, some risks may have to be taken, but such is life. Now, the Stalkers pop out, and Zaun at least gets to see this, even though he is going to end up losing his own probe, and that does get chased down and pushed out.
And Zaun looks like he will be posturing for a potential Nexus here. As Hero also might be going for the expansion on his side of the map, as we're waiting to see what the tech of choice is going to be for both players still.
Yeah, I think the tech is going to be the Nexus for now, but definitely we'll be seeing something following that up. There goes a Nexus for Zaun, and a couple sentries coming up for Hero, so obviously that's going to turn into a Nexus also, and there it is.
Yeah, and Hero, he's posturing with these couple of Stalkers. Going to see if he can find some information right now. And actually, with a shield battery not done just yet, that one Stalker is quite vulnerable. He's going to spot the 2 Adepts and get the snipe on the Stalker. So this is a really good start here for Hero.
Yeah, that's very, very nice to get the Stalker kill as well. And, like, even just stopping the Adepts from shading out, obviously knowing about them as well, but stopping the shade, it's like, okay, these were made to try to mix it up and get a bit of damage, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, and also because the shield battery got started before the Nexus, it's already out of energy right now.
Yeah.
It was only halfway full, and with no Stalkers here for Zaun, it's very difficult to find any meaningful damage right now on the Stalkers of Hero. You have to wait for Force, but actually the Sentry came all the way. Cross map here from Hero. He's able to isolate the Sentry and the Adepts on the low ground right now of Zaun. He's taking down the pylon. He's trying to take down the shield battery now. This is so much damage, and both players are expanding.
You know, since Hero's entrance into professional StarCraft 2, he has been consistently one of the best micro players for Protoss, and especially with Stalkers. So I'm not surprised at what we're seeing, but at the same time, I'm like, well, Zaun's a pro gamer, and he's being dismantled by 2 and then 3 Stalkers here.
I mean, that was just the perfect early game for Hero. Both players are expanding. Both players are also teching. It's going to be the Twilight Council here for Zaun. It's the Stargate for Hero. Whenever it's mirrored like that, you're not expecting either players to be able to get any kind of meaningful damage done because it should be even.
Yeah.
But just in terms of unit composition and control, Hero was able to move into the natural expansion. He takes down the one Stalker that has the range to actually contest his push. And then it's just a micro battle, which he gets the upper hand on. He takes down a pylon, a shield battery, a sentry, basically for free.
Yeah, yeah. Really, really well done by Hero. And I got to tell you, I love his follow-up. In my opinion, this is like, well, it's my favorite. I'm not going to say it's the strongest, but this is my favorite type of tech in Protoss vs. Protoss. To go for the Oracle into Blink, I feel like it just dominates straight Blink. You know, you've got that Oracle that's going to pin back Stalkers. It's going to give you scouting. It's going to give you, you know, possibly damage. And it's amazing. And then you go into Blink yourself, and it's like, yeah, maybe he has an additional Stalker or 2, but the Oracle more than makes up for that.
Yeah, it pairs so well. It's my preferred opening in PvP as well because, as you said, you're able to get so much damage done. It's already cleaned up those 2 Adepts, and eventually, in a PvP, if you're opening Blink, you're going to want to play for safety protection anyway. And this, for Hero, it's already checked that box. If there are DTs on the field, he will be able to produce Oracles to deal with them. He can forget about that and just focus on either expanding more rapidly, getting upgrades more quickly, just focusing in on Stalker production too. If he wants to get aggressive, there are so many ways you can play it.
Well, you know, I think that is a great choice, and after getting ahead early on, really going to pay off as well. Zaun is taking a 3rd base. Hero is taking a 3rd base, but Hero coming across the map right now. He's got a couple of sentries in here as well, and, you know, with the type of micro he has, I could see him getting some damage here.
Guardian Shield on both sides. Hero pushing in. He has the greater Stalker count right now, and the shield batteries are not yet done here for Zaun, so Hero is taking the forward position. moving up aggressively as well with these stasis wards, just really preventing the potential micro from Zaun. Should Zaun want to blink forward, that is no longer in the cards. And with a pylon getting taken down, Zaun has to warp in from his natural expansion. So Hero, he's already done so much damage. He's building a proxy gateway here on the front line in addition to the proxy pylon. Oh man, this is looking very grim right now for Zaun.
Yeah, and with those stasis wards, there's not much he can do. He can't even really chase. Look at this. Hero walking forward right now, pushing into these stalkers. And yeah, he is just completely destroying.
And up until now, he's been getting this damage done with no blink. Blink just now finished for Hero. He's utilizing it to blink these injured stalkers back, and Zaun cannot punish because of the stasis traps here already. Behind this Hero, he's saturating the third base. Resources lost are 1,000 in his advantage. And finally, with the Observer coming in, Zaun might be able to defuse the situation, but that proxy gateway, it's already done, and 3 more gateways are about to finish up too.
Yeah, this is very rough right now, and in fact, he just picked off the Observer, didn't he?
Oh, with Revelation! That's so sick!
That's so awesome. I love to see that. And now those stasis wards are still just going to sit there and be a big problem. So he is going to blink one stalker forward to defuse one of them. The other one is just about to run out. I think he knows that, or maybe not. But yeah, either way, like Zaun is technically holding on right now. And actually, if you look at the numbers for like supply, for workers, these types of things, it looks close. But I think right now, Hero is definitely outplaying Zaun.
Oh, absolutely. Able to pick up another Stalker, blink back, and once charge is done, I think the problem's going to get very complicated here for Zaun, because one big warp in of charged zealots is going to provide the meat shield that Hero needs to really push into that third base.
Well, this Oracle's still gaining some value as well, trying to get a stasis ward down. I love that type of move, just taxing that multitasking of Zaun. Has it behind that main base as well. We'll see if he utilizes that again soon. 4th Nexus going down as that charge is finishing up.
Yeah, I mean, map control is just everything in a PvP like this one. You can see Hero just making moves which the player ahead often is going to do. You're going to take an additional base, you're going to build photon cannons there on defense because you know you can get away with it. And now that charge is done and we have Zealots entering the equation here, they just absorb so much more damage. So the Blink Stalkers can do their work here for a Hero. He's able to push into the third base. Might start blinking back. Actually, I mean, this is Hero we're talking about. He's standing and fighting despite the concave here from Zaun. He's actually stutter stepping forward. Hero, my goodness, he just does not give up.
It is amazing to watch a Hero actually control his Stalkers here and continues to push forward. Some more Zealots coming in. And, you know, there's not enough here for Zaun to really end up holding on. The Prism gets picked off there as well. The probes get pulled, but GG is called, and Hero takes a command in game number 2.
Honestly, he got the ball rolling so early on in game number 2, and in really any mirror matchup, momentum feels like it can be everything. But in a PvP, especially with Hero on one side, momentum truly can be everything, because from onset, losing a pylon, losing a shield battery, losing a sentry, it might only be 400 or 500 resources, but Hero makes you pay for that over the course of the entire game because he does not let up on the pressure.
You know what's really, really funny is you mentioned earlier on, not during this moment right here, but you mentioned early on, you're like, and he just had Blink finish. I didn't even recognize that he didn't have Blink finish because his micro is so good. It's like, I'm just assuming there's Blinks going on. You know what I mean? It's very rare that you see one player with Blink, one player without, and the player without is dominating in the Stalker fight.
He was just so cost-effective up until that point. The Oracle, even though you have to invest a lot of resources into getting it, it also prompts a pretty significant reaction from Zaun. He has to add shield batteries. He might need to even divvy up some Stalkers into the main base or into the natural expansion to parry any Oracle coming in for a stasis trap, for some harassment. And it's the rare situation where you have a player without Blink just pushing to the third base aggressively because they know the game well enough. They're like, you know what? I did that damage in the early game. My third base, tempo ahead of yours. I can flex this muscle. I can push in because you're not going to have enough Stalkers to meaningfully stand a problem for me, even if I don't have Blink yet.
Yeah. Very well done there. Love what I'm seeing from Hero, and I think anytime he gets into these early game altercations that revolve around Stalkers, he's going to be coming out ahead against basically everyone in the world. You're going to have to get parting up here to have any chance to out-micro him, right? And so I think that that's something that Zaun has to take into consideration. He has to accept that his micro isn't quite to that level, and he needs to really lean on strategy coming up.
All right, game number 3 is loading in here on Evil Heart, the smallest map that we have in the pool, as spawning in the top right. He lost game 1, but he just tied it up in game number 2. Give it up for the red Protoss player. It is Hero.
And in the bottom left, losing the Stalker War of that previous game, it is Zoun.
I wonder what kind of early game shenanigans we might have here on Evil Heart, because in terms of rush distance, this is by far the closest map that we have in the pool right now. I mean, it is just a stone's throw away from your natural expansion to your opponent's natural expansion here on Evil Heart.
Well, that should make for some big action early on. And, you know, thinking about the players, I didn't say this like before, but whenever I think of Zoun, I think of Adepts more than any other unit. That's kind of when he started to make his name. That was really the unit that he kind of rode towards the top of the ladder, getting really good in GSL and everything like that. I don't feel like that's the case exactly right now, but we did see him trying to get those Adepts in pretty early in that previous game. You know, I think, especially on a smaller map like this where it's going to be really easy and not even tricky for Hero to apply pressure, he might want to focus a little bit more on getting his Stalker count up.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a Stalker Sentry opening from Zoun. Should he try and go for a fast expand here? Because I feel like the Adepts, they're a little bit dicey as an early game option, as Hero's hiding the third pylon. We don't know whether this is going to be for a hidden tech just yet. This is a common tactic that Protoss players do because both players know the game so well. Zoun understands there should be 3 pylons in the main base from Hero. Only seeing the one, I should say. It's actually the second pylon that's proxied. He knows there's something that's hidden on the map, and this is just a mind game that sometimes players will go for.
Yeah, it's a smart one. You want to do things like this. Like, this is a part of winning at this very top level. Now, Hero actually going for a couple of Adepts right off the bat against the Sentry plus Stalker there of Zoun. So on Zoun's side, it really looks like he wants to get that expansion up, but can he perfectly parry these incoming Adepts?
Yeah, Adepts are nearly done now for Zoun, and seeing the pylon, or the probe I should say, come in here for the natural expansion, Zoun might actually be suspicious of potential proxy tech, and he's not keeping his probe in the natural expansion here of Zoun. So these Adepts are able to move cross-map unspotted here by Hero, and I think this is partly due to the mind game that Hero did early on with that hidden pylon.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And he is actually going to go up and find the hidden pylon, I think. And look, okay, the Hallucinated Phoenix comes up. He gets to see, okay, it's a Nexus and everything. Couple sentries coming out here from Hero as well. But here come those initial 2 Adepts.
Yeah, I think Zoun was just not expecting this. There is no wall in here, so the Adepts able to get into the main base mineral line right now. That's a lot of early workers going down. 3 already. Force Field is going to try and limit the options here for the Adepts to navigate. But I think that's 5 workers in total.
That's so good.
And this is a situation where it's not like Zoun is playing especially greedy. He actually trained 4 gateway units before even building his Nexus. I think Hero might have started his right after those first 2 Adepts, so he needs to get a counter punch in right now.
But is he going to be able to get anything done with it? Like, we have these sentries that have finished up. He's got 2 Stalkers on the way, and honestly, in fact, he already has 3. I trust Hero to be able to hold on with this.
Yeah. Honestly,
I'm not worried about him. I think he's going to be completely fine.
Yeah, 3 force fields. You can isolate whatever army it is that Zoun comes out with, especially with those 2 Stalkers finishing up for Hero. And we'll see how much Zoun wants to test the waters right now pushing in. It's a very dangerous game because those force fields are so deadly in a situation like this one. Oh, all right. Guardian Shield actually pops here by Hero. Force Field can be used right now by Zoun to try and isolate these Stalkers. That one Stalker so low on HP gets pulled back. Great micro from Hero. Oh, is he able to get this one sentry? I think with one more Stalker shot, he will. It just feels like he's getting the better end of every early game unit engagement.
Yeah, he's lost 2 Adepts only.
Wow.
Those 2 Adepts traded for the initial 5 probes, and then he killed the sentries when the attack came. The counter-attack, remember, you're like, oh, he needs a counter-punch? No, man. What he needs to do is, like, turtle up like crazy and just block Hero attacks, because we are seeing Hero out-micro Zoun at every turn.
The early game control is just, I mean, control in general is Hero's forte. I think he's got the best control out of any Protoss player in the scene right now. But in PvP, you feel the pain of that so much more.
Yes.
It makes such a more significant difference in the early game. And Hero, even with a mind game going with those 2 Adepts, getting the 5 probes despite the safe build coming in from Zoun, everything is going his way.
Well, Zoun trying to poke in a little bit there with some Adepts. He's throwing down the Nexus. I mean, not a terrible idea. I do think that Hero's going to be able to apply pressure on that third Nexus, and that's going to be tough just like we saw in the previous game, but maybe even a little bit tougher this game. But like, I understand the idea from Zoun, right? Like, you're going to need to get into a third Nexus. What you want is the armies to be big enough that someone's not just going to out-micro you, right? It's going to come down more to macro, more to army positioning, that type of thing.
Yeah, and we'll see if Hero decides to get aggressive with his Blink play. Zoun's still posturing with these Adepts, trying to find some scouting information, just checking to see also, are there still probes being produced by Hero? Is he going for any kind of 2-base play? Will he be taking that third base? Does see more probes in production, so he's expecting this to be more likely a normal mid-game PvP with both players establishing a third base. And one of the big questions I now have to ask is, how many gases are either player going to take? Because occasionally we have very low gas games, and from Zoun, that's what we're seeing right now. He only has the 2 gases in the main base, and that signals to me that we're going to have a very charged Zealot-heavy composition coming in. And that can be very good in some engagements, but against Hero's control, if Hero just really wants to press the Blink Stalker button, if he reaches the critical mass, there's very little you can do with the way that Zoun is developing.
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying, but I actually, like, I think Zoun is doing the right thing for this matchup between these two players. Like, it's not necessarily the strongest thing you can do, but I actually think it gives him a reasonable shot.
Yeah.
You screw up one engagement against his mass charge lot, and he can run right through you. No micro involved.
Yeah, and also it kind of takes away the Blink Stalker versus Blink Stalker mirror, which you just have to give Hero a little bit of a natural edge in because his control has been so much better in Games 2 and Game 3. And with Zoun, this is going to culminate in a very big timing attack right now. He's cut workers at 50, a ton of gateways just finished up, charge is about 90% complete. And on Hero's side, we do have a dozen Stalkers, but is he actually going to have enough to deal with the 8 gateway charge zealot of Zoun on only 2 gases?
Well, Hero pokes a little bit too much. What he needs to do is sit back here, and you can see he is starting to set up the right type of SimCity. Like, he needs to sit back in a more defensive stance. That was actually a great catch as he comes in, but he needs, again, to back up here, to utilize these force fields really well and just stay kind of turtled. God, his control is just so on point.
Yeah, and it's very important for Hero to control this junction of the map because there are no Archons here for Zoun. Blinking back the Stalkers, now using the force field to isolate and also buy time right now. These are the moves that Hero needs because he, as the Stalker player, is playing to try and get a critical mass where the Zealots will no longer be able to get the surface area and the Blinks will be off cooldown so that he can mitigate any damage. But now Zoun charging in once more. Zealots absorbing the brunt of the force right now. Hero, he is microing back into the shield batteries at that third base with 3 Immortals. The Zealot count, now that it's thinned out, Zoun doesn't have very much left, and it's Hero getting on the aggressive.
Yeah, these Immortals can just target down a lot of the Stalkers, although they are fighting Zealots there for a moment. The Zealots of Zoun are getting a reasonable trade there with some of the Stalkers, but you can see the supply of army is just falling so low for Zoun here. He just does not have the right units to fight this, and he just warped in Stalkers.
Yeah, this should
That's not it.
Yeah, this should be Zoun's moment, but Hero's defense has been so clutch. It's a nice snipe right there on the Warp Prism. That's going to allow him to focus fire down this Immortal, but there's just too much right now here for Hero. Zoun knows it. GG is called, and after dropping game number 1, Hero has gotten a 2-1 lead in this best of 7.
Yeah, and kind of dominating too. Like, yeah, the first game, his Immortal push didn't really work, and Zoun killed him with the blink. Okay, but everything from there has been Hero massively out-microing Zoun at every single turn. Like, Zoun needs to, I'm not joking, he needs to just kind of turtle, get up to 3 bases, get a quality army, and just play like that. I can't see him winning if they keep scuffling early on. Like, he needs to block every attack Hero makes as hard as he can.
Yeah, both in Game 2 and in Game 3, it felt like Hero just from the onset had such a significant material advantage. In Game number 2, he pushed out with Stalkers in the initial Sentry, was able to take down a Pylon, a Shield Battery, a Sentry, basically for free. And then in Game number 3, with 2 Adepts, it was even more damage done. We had 5 probes go down from Zoun in the early game when he was playing a safe build with 4 gateway units before an expansion.
Yeah.
Where he should be checking all of the boxes in terms of, okay, Hero, you cannot get any damage done on me. Hero still finds an opening. He's now up 2-1. He's looking great right now.
All right, going into our next game here, game number 4 in the top left, dominating the early scuffles in these games so far. It is Hero.
And And looking to fight back now in game number 4. Spawning in the bottom right, our blue Protoss player, it is Zoun.
All right, we'll see if Zoun is going to make some adjustments here. I really do want to see it. I don't want to see him banging his head against the wall, trying to out-control in these early engagements, trying to gain edges. Don't try to gain edges. Let him have a small edge rather than out-micro you into a giant edge.
Yeah, I agree with that completely, because Hero also, when you think of him in a straight-up macro game, he's not the picture of perfection.
No.
He usually finds his advantages by creating very uncomfortable or unorthodox situations. Like, he pulls you into the mud wrestle, and he's just better at mud wrestling than everybody else, right? If you play a clean game, I actually might give it to Zoun if he's able to safely get up to 3 or 4 bases.
Sure.
Just not taking any significant damage in the early game. And so I'm hoping that he can button up the early game defense, but look at this start coming in from here, actually. This is kind of a curveball in game number 4. I'm not sure I've seen this before. It's a Zealot with a 1-gate opening on a low-ground natural expansion map.
Well, I think this is a fast Stargate build, but I guess we'll see in a moment here. I think this is a very old build that he's pulling out, if I'm recalling correctly, but we'll see. This one probe poking up and seeing only 1 gateway, so, you know, that has to pique the interest. And seeing the 1 Zealot come down, okay.
It's a very tricky opening. Actually going to be a sentry started here from Hero, so this is going to be a very fast expansion, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, the Nexus gets thrown down. Oh, I like this from Hero. This is a big mix-up because Game 2, Game 3, we've been talking about how Zoun, he just needs to be better in the early game in terms of not taking any damage. And now Hero is basically challenging Zoun to try and get something done to him.
Well, Zoun is putting a pylon outside of his base, but it's not very proxied. I don't like this choice from Zoun because you see this and you think, okay, I should be able to do something here. But it's not like Hero is doing this build without knowing basically how to stop things, and he's going to be so much more prepared for any situation that Zoun is going to pull off on him than Zoun is going to be.
Yeah, I wonder if this is just Zoun not initially planning to go for a proxy, but seeing the opening from Hero and saying to himself, basically, I need to find a way to punish this.
Yeah.
I might as well get my Stargate as close as I possibly can.
Yeah.
And Hero on the flip side, he's also going for a Stargate. Now, he is scouting the double gas from Zoun, the expansion coming in, but he hasn't seen the tech of choice just yet, so he doesn't know exactly what this is going to be. He knows it's not a dedicated all-in just yet because there is the expansion here of Zoun. And that takes away a bit of an advantage that Hero might have, being the defensive Stargate player. He could potentially go into Phoenix first, but instead it will be Oracle versus Oracle.
I do love that Hero goes for like the gateway on the high ground without a ramped natural, goes right into that expansion, Stargate in the main base, and then an Oracle. Because you know what, why not? Let's be greedy and try to harass and tech up and just do everything all at once.
He's all gas, no brakes.
Yep.
Hero just throws caution to the wind in every single game that he plays. It's why we love watching him play so much. And actually, unfortunately for him, he's not going to spot this Oracle coming in until it finally reaches the natural expansion. And Zoun actually snipes the probe there in the natural. I was wondering if he's going to commit with the depths, but instead just trying to find some more probe damage here in the main base. Only 3 workers going down. This could have been a lot worse for Hero.
Yeah, he should have let the Adepts finish their shade to the natural, I think, for sure. Like, if everything is chasing, he's got to switch one way and go, right? Like, and it's got to be ranged units chasing both, so can't quite do that. Zoun without that little tiny bit of killer instinct that could have dealt more damage, but his defense here going to be strong. He pushes that Oracle out right away. No kills for Hero.
Yeah, and Hero behind this, I think, does he even have another tech building? Is it just these 2 Oracles out right now? Because Zoun, he already has Blink about a third of the way done. And I know 4 kills on probes, it's not really what Zoun was going after. He's going to be able to get a couple more here because the shield battery, it's defensive in terms of stopping any early gateway pressure. It's not defensive in terms of pairing Oracle harassment. And so the Blink difference, it's got to be like maybe a minute plus right now for Zoun unless Hero pours a ton of Chrono Boosts into this. And the word count is almost equalized.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky for him to actually get an attack off here that works. But you know what? I like the fact that he's throwing down some stasis wards. Maybe he can utilize like that ramp there as like a good central defensive point if he makes enough stalkers. Like, we already know that if someone can use regular stalkers against Blink stalkers, it is Hero.
That is true. Twilight Council is finishing up now for Hero, going for that very fast third base. He is scouting that Zaun is still just sitting happily on 2 bases, actually going up into 4 gateways before the third base. Not something that you usually see in a PvP. Zaun perhaps respecting the potential threat of a push coming in here from Hero, or also maybe trying to do some damage of his own. We'll see if he continues probe production or if this third base is basically just to saturate once the main starts mining out, because I feel like this is a rare opportunity for Zaun in this best of 7 series to really try and get some damage done, because Hero's been playing this very greedily.
Yeah, well, that is for sure. I love how he switches back and forth from aggression to greed here. But here in game number 4, setting up a lot of stasis wards, still producing quite a bit, getting that blink upgrade. But Zaun, you know, I do like how he's approached a good portion of this game now that he's actually executed some of it, right? Like, he got the probe counts closer in line to what they should be, although Hero has pulled away with that once again. Zaun's third base going to be finishing up and getting some probes over there. Well, let's see. I mean, he's going to get into one of these, like, I guess, closer macro games, even though it still feels like Hero's a bit ahead. It's not ahead in the same way where Zaun is just about to die.
Yeah, it just feels a little bit more tempo favored in terms of Hero if Zaun isn't able to utilize the advantage that he has in having a faster blink and having a faster charge. And maybe Zaun is just looking at this as, you know what, I am a little bit behind macro-wise, but I can also just play a defensive game because I do have that edge with the Twilight Council tech, because Hero doesn't have that aggressive ability at his disposal just yet.
Well, Hero is adding a lot of gates, getting his upgrades and everything as well. 4th Nexus gets started, of course. Why not? And, well, this is a game we did want to see. The thing is, I'm a little bit nervous because Hero is getting these expansions really quickly. He does have a little bit of an army supply advantage here as well. But we might get to big enough armies before an attack comes that it doesn't matter that much, right? Like, if Hero's up a good 10 supply, 15 supply when they're both approaching max, it's not necessarily the end of the world.
Yeah, especially the way that Zaun is developing back at home. He went from the 2-gas opening in the previous game to now taking 5 gases already here on 3 bases. He has the Templar Archives. He's not trying to maximize army supply. He's trying to maximize army efficiency. He's going to be going for Archons. He's going to be going for Charge Zealots. And Hero's going to have a window where he will just have so many more units that maybe the higher tech army of Zaun is not going to matter. That's a huge stasis ward right now, by the way, because this is Hero's moment to try and get some damage done. If Zaun can warp in a couple more Archons, that's really going to put a dent into the aggressive potential here from Hero.
And he got a little lucky there with only the Zealot and Stalker getting stuck in the other stasis ward, so that's good. These should be able to blink away pretty quickly, right? He actually sits and fights for a second, but Zaun is going to push forward and, yeah, pushes him right back, but that is a lot of Blink Stalkers that Hero has made.
It's a very Blink Stalker heavy army right now here for Hero. Is Zaun continuing to press the attack right now, wants to shoot Hero away from his side of the map, going to take control of the high ground here on this ramp and then just continue on pushing. All right, finally decides to think better of it. He still is sitting on 3 bases. So Hero, he's got the better mineral saturation now as the main base is starting to mine out. Zaun, is he going to take a 4th, or is he just going to try and continue to push? And oh my goodness, what a stasis ward. That got basically Zaun's entire army. I don't think I've ever seen a stasis ward like this.
It's a pretty insane stasis ward.
That is ridiculous.
Dude, stasis wards are so crazy good. You can nerf them over and over again. They are just so strong. Now, hopefully the same happens to Hero here. Okay, well, he does get a few trapped. Now, here is Zaun's army becoming unfrozen, but he brings some Zealots up really quickly, so this is going to help a lot. And in fact, Hero has to kind of turn around.
Oh man, just the back and forth right now of so much Protoss getting caught by these stasis wards on both sides. Now it's Hero's army getting isolated. I think Blink, is it off cooldown right now for Hero? He can't blink away just yet. So that's a lot of Stalkers getting taken down. If the Stalker is stuck in the stasis after having just blinked, that cooldown does not go back and reset. So that's a big win here for Zaun. And the tighter defensive play on 3 bases, it is working out right now. Hero's taking a 5th. Zaun, he's only on 3 bases, but his army is so much better.
Yeah, it's like a 15 army supply advantage right now, and it's a good composition as well. Hero's kind of basic in what he's made so far. Some Zealots running in and dealing some damage to that 4th base location. Now, in the meantime, there is damage happening across the map here. We can see Hero with those Zealots in the mineral lines of Zaun. He's dealing a huge amount of damage to Zaun's economy.
The natural and the 3rd base no longer mining right now for Zaun, but the standing army from Zaun is so much more refined than what Hero's got. I love this move coming in from Hero because in a straight-up fight, he's just loses. He cannot keep pace, but because he has all these extra expansions, yes, Zound, he is being able to take down that third base, but Hero, he still has a lot of income coming in. He can continue developing his army. He's going for a Dark Shrine right now. I'm not sure if we have detection in the front line. Okay, we do. So defensive DT's not the best option for Hero just yet, but he is making what was going to be a very clean victory here for Zound very complicated, and this is his path to victory.
It's not just complicated, he's way up in supply now.
Yeah.
He's killing just about everything. Zound has like nothing left. It's a full-on base trade here. I gotta tell you, like, there's some crazy things that can happen. There are 2 DTs out, but only 1 observer for Zound. So if he can somehow pick that off, that'll just seal it.
We don't have any detection from Hero except the front cannon. He's actually going to recall the probe from the main base down into the bottom left expansion.
Whoa!
And the observer goes down to a photon cannon. Are you kidding me? That game should have been a Zound victory.
Yeah,
honestly, you look at the armies. How does Hero turn that game into a win? He makes it so dirty with the counterattacks. He just creates chaos absolutely everywhere. Wow, what a scrappy PvP coming in from Hero. He's up 3-1 in this best of 7. My goodness, what a game.
Dude, that's unreal that he was able to end up taking that. When Zound got that far ahead in that game. Well, the thing is that Zound played more of the game that we wanted to see out of him, right?
Yeah.
It was like more Nexuses, more units in general. But Hero, just these chaotic circumstances, that has been, and always will be where Hero shines.
He's just better at it than basically any other player in the world. If you get into a down and dirty battle, he is going to beat you with experience because this is just his MO. Every single game, every single series, he is the scrappy, smiling assassin. And in a game that by right, Zound had the better army, he was able to navigate the mid-game so cost-effectively. You think of those stasis traps, how much damage and how much value he got out of the engagements on his side of the map. It was fantastic for Zound, and he still couldn't capitalize on it because Hero is just that good at making the game a complete mess.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. Like, Hero really showing some domination so far in this series. Loses that first game, okay, that's going to happen sometimes. But looking strong. We're going to give these guys a quick little break, guys, and when we come back, we'll see, can Zound start his comeback?
Yeah. I feel like, at least in the games I cast, I haven't. Wait, what?
He's going to cancel and make a spine, surely.
Yeah. That makes
or
more
not.
sense.
Wait, yeah, okay, it's just, okay. Because the vision was kind of confusing me. Oh, wait, no, it is still there. What? What is he doing? Oh, he messed it up the first time. He messed it up 2 times in a row.
Oh my God, he messed it up!
No! Oh, that's so brutal. And he makes a hatchery back at home immediately afterwards, realizing it. Oh, that's so brutal.
My God.
He actually messed it up twice because the production tab actually had to cancel once, 2 times in a row, but the vision was coming from Shin, so we didn't actually see that. He's going to try to make it to the main base, but I feel like at this point, it's been totally blown. The cover's been totally off. Like, he sees exactly what's happening at this point, so that is a brutal scenario for Raynor, and he's going to have to now recover from this awkward situation.
He knew the exact right number of drones. It's 3 to snowball the damage down. The drone cancels. I mean, I guess he can make a spine down here now.
He's just going to bring it home. I think you kind of have to just abort at this point as Raynor.
Or he could build an extractor there. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff he could do. Well, this is really good for Shin.
Yeah, I mean, the lane count is going to be perfect. He's kept most of his drones alive, only losing 2, which is quite good. He's still up a solid amount of drones, going to continue to make more of them. And Shin should be feeling very comfortable, especially now that this queen has arrived. This is looking like an excellent defense coming out of Shin. Because Shin wants to keep this economic lead going that he's accrued for himself. A solid 8-7 workers or so ahead is going to be super good for him. Wow, Raynor going for a ninja base in ZVZ on the bottom right-hand side of the map. That is not something you see very often.
I think this is one of the best possible moves. I think your cheese failed. That is probably the best time to hide a base.
Yeah.
Right? Like, otherwise you're just playing from behind in a very straightforward game. Take that base in the bottom right. And, a lot of games, I mean, even speaking from experience, is where you, think you have a read on exactly where they're at, and you think, okay, well, this game's really their problem. They have to do something, and you're like, oh, no, they're literally ahead of me in a base.
Yeah.
This is terrible. So, I mean, it could cost Shin the game if he doesn't find that. It's not over till it's over, right? I mean, he's getting just enough roaches. By the way, I bet Shin is just scratching his head right now. I mean, like, how is he just Like, the math doesn't add up. How does he still have enough to fight me?
I have been in this situation so many times. The exact same thing where it's like you're just rallying and rallying and rallying. Like, you've been on 2 bases for the whole. How are you defending my push? Like, how is it even remotely even at this point?
And then it hits you. You go, wait a minute.
Wait a
second.
second.
And then you like send one worker out, and you go, oh no. And you click on the minerals, and they're like almost all gone. Like, the whole game he had the hidden base.
I mean, he's kind of. I mean, he's got the one. He had the 1-1 advantage for a while. He had 1 extra upgrade. He's pulling drones to really continue to help with this defense. Now Shin has the +2 lead though, which is going to make it much more difficult. But I mean, Raynor's holding. He's actually.
All right, welcome back, guys. This series is looking pretty one-sided so far, State.
Yeah, Zaun had a very good game number 1, and I like the promise that showed to him, but ever since then, game 2, game 3, game 4, Hero has found the craziest advantages, whether it be in the early game or even in game number 4, where I had effectively written him off. You know, I thought that Zaun just had that game in the bag with the better army composition than he had, with the big trades that he had won in the middle of the map. The fact that Hero was able to pull it back from the brink in that situation by just making the game so scrappy, so dirty, I'm not sure what Zaun's path to victory is anymore as we go into the next game.
Well, I mean, it needs to look like that last one, but you need to also prevent him from just losing all his units, but then attacking everywhere at once and being totally fine. That was craziness. All right, let's get into it. Hero going to be on match point. Spawning up here in the top left, it is Hero.
Let's see if he can stage his comeback now. Spawning in the bottom right, needs to win 3 games in a row to go to the grand finals. It is Zaun. 3 games in a row versus Hero is a tall order for anybody in the world. And the way that Hero's playing PvP right now, if I'm watching Classic, I am hoping, I am praying that Zaun starts a comeback because Hero's looking so deadly.
Yeah, it's... I don't hold out too much hope for Zaun here. Like, I want to see him fight back and get into some of these bigger macro games. Or, I mean, listen, don't fight on 2 bases, okay? Maybe you want to do some crazy tech all in on 1 base? Yes, I'm fine with that. You want to do something insane like just pure Stalker, 3-gate, something like that, a proxy Robo, proxy Stargate, DT Rush, I don't know, whatever. You can do that. But don't be doing anything where you're fighting Stalker against Stalker. If you're gonna play anything longer than 1 base all in, I really want to see 3 Nexus, 4 Nexus, just make it a huge game where a single mistake and you're gonna roll through him.
Yeah, it felt like that was the advantage that Zaun was building towards in the previous game, where he knew that Hero had a little bit of an economic edge, and he's like, you know what, I'm not going to tempt my luck. I'm not going to go into a micro battle on Hero's side of the map. Instead, I'll just try to play my defensive game back at home. It still didn't work out because Hero just so good at sowing chaos, and he's doing the same thing in game number 5, trying to just create an unorthodox situation. A proxy pylon already in the center of the map. Zaun is going to scout the main base of Hero, and he should know that something is hidden. Now, earlier on in this best of 7, Hero hid the second pylon but did not proxy attack. This time it's going to be a very aggressively placed proxy Stargate.
All right. You know, I'm not surprised. I think that Hero should play super aggressively since he's up 3-1. Like, honestly, you could go like 3 cheeses in a row, and the odds of you going to the finals is very, very, very high.
Yeah, you just need to win 1 more game here from Hero. For Zaun, you have to be perfect. And from Zaun's perspective, it might almost feel like you have to fight with 1 arm behind your back right now because you need to be able to deal with whatever it is that Hero throws at you. And Hero, he's already known for throwing the kitchen sink at basically anybody. Now, luckily for Zaun, or maybe not luckily, just with good insight, he's going to be sending this Phoenix cross map and spot that Stargate right before it finishes. So he knows what Hero is going for, and he should be ready to intercept.
By the way, what do you think about the 4 Adepts to open here as well from Hero? That's kind of an interesting pairing with that Stargate.
I've matched Hero enough on the ladder. I'm pretty sure he's going to try and snipe the probe that's building the shield battery and go into the main base with 4 Adepts because that's how I've lost a lot of games to him. I wonder if that's going to be the game plan.
Oh, that's funny.
It's a tactic that he loves to do. And you don't really need to hide the Oracle tech to make that happen. But
that's
Zaun
really funny. That's really smart.
but Zaun on the flip side, he's actually going to get aggressively with this. He's like, you know what, Hero, you're going for the Stargate aggressively. That's not going to help you in the short term. You're going for a Nexus. That's not going to help you in the short term. How about I flip the script? I go for a 3rd gateway in my main base. I proxy a pylon on your side of the map, and I try to punish you.
I like it, actually. He's got the shield battery up there as well. He has that proxy pylon all set. And here's Hero playing with the depths. Like, he even brought a couple probes down. I think he's a little bit nervous about this, actually.
Yeah, he might have been expecting Zoun to go for a fast expansion, but it's Zoun getting aggressive here in game number 5. So the Adepts, they are on the defense, and that is not a role in which they excel. Right now, they're just trying to buy time for that Void Ray. The Void Ray is going to be the linchpin of the defense right here with the shield battery. Stasis Ward actually catching a ton of probes. Going to be hampering the income here from Zoun.
All right, Zoun really putting out a high-quality game at the moment, targeting down these Stalkers pretty darn well, but the micro of Hero is still absurdly strong.
The micro from Hero is strong, but Zoun did a great job of pulling back every single injured Stalker right there. Was able to get a lot of damage done, but the Void Ray is done right now, and Zoun, he's caught a little bit of a corner. Stalker's warping in. The Void Ray is going to get isolated right here on the right side. It'll get taken down, but it's already done its job. It got a lot of damage done. Oracle ready to drop another Stasis Ward. Gas is not resaturated yet here for Zoun, so he won't be able to warp in too many Stalkers. Oh, that Stasis is going to get a lot more probes.
The Stasis Wards are doing so much work here against Zoun. He's just so busy trying to micro back home. And look at this. Like, Hero is starting to come out on top a bit. And he's got the double shield battery. He's got his Nexus up. He's making another Void Ray. We really need to see Zoun start to snowball this right now.
Yeah, Stalker, Stutter Stepping forward, able to take down that Stalker as it is warping in. Void Ray getting idle a little bit here, but is going to charge up right now with 4 Stalkers down. He's going to have to retreat. He cannot take this fight. 2 more Stalkers getting taken down. The gas income a little bit too low here for Zoun. Finally, he's resaturated these gas geysers, but as a result of the stasis trap from earlier, he has way less Stalkers than he should.
Man, this is not looking good for Zoun right now. This Oracle flying back into the main base. Look at this. He's just got plenty of units. He has the same amount of Stalkers and shield batteries and a Nexus and an Oracle and a Void Ray and 2 Adepts. It's like just so one-sided. Hero is just smashing GG.
Wow, Hero with a perfect defense back at home is going to be routing Zoun. He drops game 1 and then wins 4 maps in a row. He will be meeting Classic in the grand finals of the RSL.
Beautifully done there by Hero, really showing that he is another level in Protoss versus Protoss, which is going to give us an amazing finals when he goes up against Classic.
Oh, absolutely. Classic already in the Protoss-dominated RSL has shown how good he is at PvP, but the way that Hero is playing right now, the way that he dispatched down one of the best Protoss players in the world with ease, it is so impressive. We are due for an incredible finals here in the RSL.
Indeed we are. You see Hero going over and being a good sport here with Zoun, talking about the game a little bit and what went wrong. I tell you, I think the one that Zoun is really going to be regretting was game number 4, right? That one was tough. He was in a great spot. He was putting out a great game, and Hero just clutched it out of nowhere.
It felt like kind of the same story here in game number 5. You know, it had a lot of the same themes. There was a big advantage there for Zoun at some moments, but Hero just making the game really messy, especially with those Stasis Wards. He caught, I want to say, 5 or 6 probes with basically every single one. And that might not seem too significant because, you know, yeah, they aren't dead, but if you're all in the way that Zoun is on one base, you want 22 probes and no more. And you want them to be mining 100% of the time. Instead, he was able to hamper the income of his opponent enough that with just shield batteries, with Void Rays, he was able to lock down the defense. Zoun could not get the critical mass of Stalkers that he needed to close it out.
Yeah. And as we see here, Hero and Zoun going line by line over each of the 5 games with each other. Really analyzing what they just ended up playing in. So, yeah, we'll have him over here in a minute for an interview and see how he's feeling about going up against Classic. But also, don't forget, that means that Zoun will now play against Raynor for that 3rd place match.
And I think that's also going to be a very good series. Zoun, he did get kind of routed there by Hero in the PvP, but Hero is probably the best PvP player in the world right now. I actually put him as a favorite versus Classic. We are going to find out in just a moment. But Zoun, you know, he's had some very good PvZ series over the course of this year. He was able to take series off of Serral. He will have a lot of very big wins on offline finals like this.
Yeah, so we'll see how he's going to be able to do. What do you think about like Zoun Raynor? Because that is going to be coming up pretty soon.
I kind of expect that one to go to a Game 6 or Game 7, basically no matter what. Zoun is just so good at PvZ, and Raynor also already showcased versus Classic that he has a lot of fight in him. I think it's going to be an epic series.
All right. I think so too, and I really hope so because we have a couple 4-1s so far. It feels like the day is going a little bit fast. So I think that we are just about ready for that interview. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the couch.
An excellent series from Hero, going 4-1 against Sound. Congratulations, Hero, on the victory. I mean, PvP overall has been a very chaotic matchup over the years. It feels like it really suits your style. You seem very comfortable. Do you feel the same way? Do you feel like you kind of thrive in the chaos of this PvP matchup?
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 확실히 일단 푸푸전이 되게 이제 예상하기 어렵고 좀 예측 불허한 것들이 좀 양상이 몇 년간 계속 나왔잖아요. 그래서 그만큼 그래서 그런지 김준호 선수의 스타일에 좀 더 맞는 매치업이라고 좀 생각을 하는데 본인 생각은 좀 어떠신가요?
일단 말씀하신 것처럼 저도 저한테 맞는다고 생각은 하는데 이게 불안하고 초조하고 무서운 건 어쩔 수 없는 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think myself as well. PvP is my best matchup, and I think it suits me very well. But that being said, it is very chaotic, so you can't help it. It's very nervous. You can't actually expect what is gonna happen. So yeah, it's getting me nervous every time.
So you're going on into the finals. You just won a Protoss versus Protoss, but now you're going up against Classic. How do you feel, and what makes his Protoss versus Protoss different than Zhao's?
이제 결승 상대로 이제 김도 선수를 만나게 됐는데 또 이제 박한수 선수의 이제 푸푸전 스타일과는 좀 어떤 식으로 김도 선수가 좀 다르다고 생각을 하는지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 약간 기본은 비슷하긴 한데 도호 형은 거기서 좀 더 심리전을 잘 거는 선수인 것 같고 그래서 좀 까다로운 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean overall basics, I think they're both similar, but in the sense of the mind games, I think Classic is more experienced and much better than Zhao's.
Well, congratulations, Hero. Good luck to you in your future games. Real quick here, we are going to be doing a plug for our sponsor at Archon Studios. They're making the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game. This is their first piece. It's Zeratul. We love what these guys are doing. This really stays true. Looks exactly like what you would see in the game. So check them out. Their stuff is still being rolled out, but we really appreciate their support.
Yeah, we've also got Pulsar as well helping out for this event. They have great mice, they have great keyboards, mouse pads. They're all excellent. Go ahead, check them out as well. I've been using one of their mice over a year now, and it's honestly one of the best mice I've ever used. So definitely check them out. They're a great company as well, helping us out.
Guys, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be the third place, fourth place match. We'll see you in a minute. Cyclones are not that gas intensive, right? So you're fine to trade that out for anything that costs gas, like a Ravager as an example up here. There's another push to the left of this. And he's going to do the same thing. He's just going to kill this hatchery. Look at this. Look at this. I cannot even imagine how frustrating this is to play against. I mean, this is... And, you know, it as you watch it, it makes perfect sense, right? It's like, yeah, that's going to be hard to stop. That's tough to deal with. He scans. He sees the infestors again. He'll just scan again. Just stay out of that range.
It's brutal.
Just keep scanning. He's going to send a CC over here. The CC's going to scout a hatchery and kill it. Don't worry. There's Cyclones coming here, too.
I'm almost at a loss for words right now.
I mean, by the way, I
BCs.
think Rainer's like 100% dead.
Yeah.
I know that there's like a lot of money he's got in the bank, but like what? The BCs have never really been dealt with. Okay, here we go. There should be a fungal here now. No? Yeah, he gets like
fungal too.
One or two, yeah.
This is such a funny interaction. I mean, a couple of the BCs do go down. That was one of the biggest wins that Rainer has gotten, but Mara with so much money in the bank.
Stronger on like the right side of the map if your add-ons point inwardly because of this. Because like, see, you can hit the stim over here. And honestly, man, not having stim when a rush like this hits, that could be game. Well, hold on. He's going to make more drones. He's making a couple more drones, excuse me. He is getting the Ravagers here.
Yeah, this might just be a pressure play from Rainer.
Yeah, he's not committed. I take it back. I guess I decided because of what he did in the last game, he had to do it this time too.
I think it's a very smart decision too, honestly. Just take the guaranteed damage right now. You know you can most likely deny these add-ons for an extended period of time until that bio ball gets big enough that it can really challenge you here in front of the main. And this is going to hinder the build order of Maru quite significantly. It's also damaging the economy. Reactor, it's a long build time. It's very expensive, especially here in that early game. Even getting a couple of SCVs is going to take down a depot, and behind it, nothing but drones. Now, the counterpunch here from Maru could potentially be scary a couple of minutes down the line, because he is on 4 barracks right now. There isn't a factory on the field. It's nothing but barracks production. Yeah. And with concussive shells, if he's able to get the connections onto these Ravagers, those could get taken down in a hurry, and the follow-up push could be very deadly. Gotta be careful here as Rainer.
It's crazy what Rainer can do with this. It just shows you how abusive this can be. Remember, there's no stim. There's concussive, but no stim.
That concussive is done. Is Mar gonna be able to get the connections?
Dude, he's playing so perfectly. He's actually gonna come in here and try to hit this barracks again. This is so crazy.
Oh, he's gonna get a kill.
Yeah.
And Maru is supply blocked.
On the line in this cast. Here we go. I knew it.
If the SCV pull doesn't happen,
the
we
viewers
are
would think
fools.
I'm smart. So it's going to be a huge clash here in the middle of the map. The boys have been pulled. We are the boys. Pull us. They're coming out. That sounds terrible. All right. Well, we're off of YouTube. Well, guys, sorry about that.
Account has been demonetized.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry, guys. You thought this was an esports channel on YouTube.
Oh, look at this! Oh, there's no counter 10 in the main base. I mean, there's a lot of barracks to reinforce, so the production should be able to get wind of this. But all right, big stim coming forward. SCV is now here on the front line. No bailings to quickly take down these Marines or SCVs. Keep in mind, Raider, he has a lot of lings on the other side of the map. That's going to mean the front line here for the Roaches and the Ravagers. It's very thin. Maru, he's charging forward. He's down to 18 SCVs back at home. Lost 17 SCVs in total. Is he going to go for another stim? There's no medevac healing here. The Biowood's getting so low on HP. Tasteless. I think Raider has done it. GG. Maru is knocked out of the RSL Season 2, and the only Zerg in the RSL standing is going to survive to play.
Go well for both of them. It's going to be basically a base trade unless one opts into recall. Zhao's going to hit, I think, a second before Classic does. The Classic's got charge, and his Stalkers are going to be really fast. Could we get a force field on the ramp? I guess it wouldn't matter if you have a Warp Prism of your own. It's 20 Stalkers here for Zhao as well. He's going to shut down infrastructure. Oh my god.
Oh no, the pylon. All right, Probe's getting recalled now to the 3rd base of Classic. He does have a lot of minerals. Okay, he's going to actually throw down shield batteries. Does he have enough time to get home and defend?
He's going to kill all the probes, I think. No, this can't work. Hold on a second. This is so weird.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get back in time. I think Zhao is going to be able to take this 3rd base.
Well,
those shield batteries, they have to get canceled.
Let's not forget there's one hidden pylon earlier on in this game. It always does come down to who destroyed each other's buildings. It's 5 probes for Zhao. Make that 3. And they're just now going to make a Nexus at 12 o'clock. On the other hand, sorry, there's 34 probes here for Classic. And Classic has the resources to make a Nexus. So I think all you have to do is go to the natural or the main of Zhao's starting location, make a Nexus. Or you, what?
Why you go for the gold here, Classic?
Okay, never mind.
That is a bold choice. It makes sense because at this point the main base is already half mined out or very close to being half mined out for Zhao. But taking the gold, it's concerning. Zhao does have more Stalkers than Classic, and with the open area surrounding the gold base, I wonder whose army wins in a head-on engagement. I feel like it must be Zhao's with the Immortals, with the extra Stalkers, but hey, 7 sentries here for Classic. Maybe he can make something happen with Hallucination. He was able to scout the expansion at 12 o'clock. 2 of the 3 probes that Zhao has are right here.
I think this is it. Because he's got 1 pylon hidden here. The probes are going to roam here with this. By the way, Classic doesn't have the money to make another pylon. He has probes to mine, obviously, but, you know, let's say that well, actually, never mind. Classic just has a sitting infrastructure here in his main. Okay, it's a lot of Stalkers, but the force fields for Classic can cut this up into a favorable exchange.
To the probes getting mixed in with the armies right now is so cool. They actually absorb a lot of damage from the Stalkers, from the Immortals. Force fields isolating this Immortal. He finally gets lifted back there at the last moment on 1 HP. That Warp Prism able to save the day, but Zhao trying to flex the muscles right now with the range superiority. These Stalkers getting a lot of damage done.
Dude, actually, is Classic going to lose this? He doesn't quite have that much.
Yeah, the Immortal and the greater stalker count here for Zhao are really pulling their weight.
Then now remember, no, Zhao wins this.
I think he does. There's just so much more micro potential here.
Oh, wait. But there's one Nexus over here on the right. I guess, well, he can't kill that, can he?
No, there's no way. I mean, Classic, his army, there's very little left. He still has a win condition if he can snipe the bases. Classic lost the majority of his probes. He's down to 7.
So the obs. Okay,
Classic is mining again.
Army supply 30 to 48, but Zhao probably doesn't feel like he can leave.
Zhao spots it.
Okay, he sees it.
Do you go for this as Zhao, though?
Oh my God, he's gonna unload here.
Oh. Where are the stalkers of Classic right now? Okay,
they're right
they're right here. Okay, so if the Nexus goes down,
hold on. There's one more building at 6. There's an assimilator at 6. It's canceled.
All right, Nexus gets canceled.
Nexus started down here.
If there is no Nexus on the map for Zhao, he will get revealed. Classic, he is scouting as best he can, trying to find where all these buildings are.
Is there a core in this game? There's not, right?
No, but Classic has charged. I think he just wants to make Zealots anyway.
Actually, I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay, so he's going to leave some Immortals, because he knows basically the Immortals can beat the Stalkers.
The dynamic is very interesting right now. Classic has the gold base, so Zhao is kind of on a timer. But Zhao, he has the better army, but if he loses the Nexus, he can't remake it again. He doesn't have enough money. He will be revealed, and there's only one more structure for Zhao on the map. Classic, he cannot win in a head-on engagement. Zhao, he's attacking the gold base now. He can't take this out, but Classic knows where the last 2 buildings of Zhao are. Okay, there's one more building for Zhao. One more assimilator has been made in the bottom center of the map.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to the buildings.
The thing is, Classic had some time to build up more of an army. Okay, he's going to force this to be canceled, or is he going to be killed? Oh,
this is insane. All right.
He can force field this.
Whoa. In a moment, Zhao is going to be revealed. Classic will know that Zhao only has one more building on the map. It is this assimilator.
There's no way for Classic to build up an economy. There's no way for Zhao to build up an economy.
Classic doesn't know for a fact that Zhao doesn't have enough money to make additional structures. He doesn't know there's only one probe on the map either.
No, Zhao has 0 probes on the map.
Oh, he had lost that probe too.
Yeah.
Well, in any case, Classic, he doesn't have that information, so the calculus of what to do here for Classic is not quite as simple as you might think. Zhao has a couple ways to play this. He has the better army. He knows that Classic doesn't have a mining base. He could just take the draw by defending. There is no way, in my mind, that Classic can break down and kill his assimilator if Zhao stays in position. It's potential that we go into a regame here if Zhao decides to play this defensively, but if he decides to go for the win, it's still within the realm of possibility, but with 8 Stalkers, 4 Zealots, and the 2 Sentries here for Classic, there is a real chance, if Zhao gets overambitious, that Classic will be able to snipe that assimilator. And Classic being up 3 games to 1, he can take that risk.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess there's not a world where you can just, like, kamikaze onto it, right?
Not unless Zhao tries to go for the buildings. Zhao has to split his forces.
All right, well, I'm going to go microwave a bag of popcorn, and I'll come back here when they decide to do something. This is a crazy game. I cast so much StarCraft 2, and you never really get these games. It's possible, right?
Mappa the Observer just informing them that...
Mappa dropping the knowledge bombs here right now.
Yeah.
Blowing my mind. Wait a minute. Hold on. What is Mappa saying?
He's informing the world.
Guys, stop. What is Mappa going to say about this?
I don't know, man. So it's now a TriCast, tasteless.
Oh my God, this is so funny.
I mean, he ain't wrong.
No, it's just.
Oh, Classic picks off one Stalker.
Luckily, we got a mic hooked up at Mappa's computer. Mappa, you take it from here.
All right.
Oh my God.
Classic actually just spent all of his Sentry Energy hallucinating Zealots. Is he going to go for it? Tasteless, I think he's going to go for it.
Oh my God, this is going to be maybe the greatest thing of all time.
He's suiciding onto the assimilator. It's on half HP. Classic wins! He is going to the grand finals!
One of the greatest plays of all time!
Even Zhao can't help but laugh about it. That's pretty stunning.
Oh my God, we just saw history get made.
I didn't think Classic could actually dive that simulator and take it down. That was so sick. Zhao perhaps wasn't expecting Classic to go in that moment. Mapu was right. One of them could win.
was right.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to the RSL. I am Sturgeon, joined here with Sort of on the desk. How you doing, man?
I'm doing very good. Very excited for today. The upcoming match should be very, very exciting.
Absolutely. We have Reina versus Zaun coming up here for you in the near future. That is going to be our third place match. The last game for both of these guys is going to be super exciting. Cannot wait to get into it.
Yeah, we should definitely see like a bit of a difference here from the previous one where we saw Classic up against Rainer. Rainer, I think, is gonna bring a bit more aggressiveness maybe to the table here versus Sound, because Sound is a little bit more predictable, I would say, than Classic is.
Yes, indeed. Just looking at our bracket here, we did have Classic take it over Rainer 4-1 in the first game of the day. After that, Hero was able to dispatch Sound 4-1 as well. So Rainer and Sound go to the third place match, which will be coming up next. It's not on the graphic. And then after that, we will have the grand finals of the RSL. The winner will take it all. That's going to be Classic versus Hero. These are all best of sevens, and that is our schedule for today.
Yeah, very, very cool. Yeah, so best of 7 versus Rainer. Rainer versus Sound should be coming up here in a moment. We'll see what they... We'll go with that in a little bit. In the meantime, we're going to be talking about some merch.
Absolutely, guys. Check out the Tasteless TV merch. You can go to tastelessthreads.com and get a ton of different esports stuff, a lot of StarCraft related merch. We've got the RSL hoodies, the ugly tees with Artosis and Tasteless on them, a bunch of kind of StarCraft related stuff. If you're a supporter of the Patreon, you also get a 20% discount over there. So check it out at tastelessthreads.com.
Very cool. Another good reason to support the Patreon.
Absolutely. As if there weren't enough reasons already, sort of. You also get a discount on the merch. What more do you need? And actually, some of that stuff's really cool. It's funny. Like, I mean, I wouldn't wear that picture of Tasteless personally, but I mean, it's cool. It looks cool when they wear it. But yeah, it's awesome. The RSL hoodie is the one I want. I've got one of the T-shirts. But as we go into winter here in Seoul, it's very cold. I think the RSL hoodie and also the mug. We have a nice mug if you like a cup of tea or coffee to keep you warm in these blistering temperatures.
Absolutely. So yeah, we can talk a little bit about what we can expect from the upcoming series. And that's where Sound, I think, is a little bit similar to Classic in the playstyle, but he also is not the same in terms of like the number of builds he can bring out, right? Whereas when we see Classic, we know he's likes to going for these adept timings or these, like we saw in versus Rain, or like these charged Archon timings. I think Sound is a little bit more set in his ways. He does have a few mix-ups he can bring in, like a few aces, but for the most part, I think he's going to be looking way more towards the more standard approach and just to like getting to a late game situation.
Yeah, indeed. You said he's more rigid. Can you talk about what kind of builds he likes to use specifically?
So he has a couple of like mass Void Ray openers where he goes like 2, 3, 4 Void Rays, and then he can go different follow-ups from there. Sometimes he just goes into standard, or sometimes does something more aggressive. He's sometimes like the Tempest openers that we've seen in the past, the fast Tempest into Blinkstalker or just into more Skytoss units as well.
Yeah, and on the side of Reina, we've seen him go for a bunch of different stuff. We've seen him go for these quick Ultralisk builds. This is kind of... I mean, it's not necessarily a new build, but it's kind of the new flavor of the month for Zerg. You know, we've been playing Lurkers for a long time. We've been trying to go late game. We've been doing Hydroling Bane. There's been a lot of different stuff. And Ultralisks, with the new Shroud, have become much stronger. I remember you were telling me backstage about the cannon math with Shroud. What is it? How many hits does it take to kill a Zergling if it's in Shroud?
So it's 7 hits right now, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Which is a big upgrade from 2.
For one Zergling?
Yeah.
That is insane. And then for an Ultralisk, I mean, maybe 700, you're never going to kill that thing.
Yeah.
So if you get to that point in the game where you have the Ultralisks as well as the Microbial Shroud, all these units become much stronger.
Yeah.
And it's kind of different to the old late games we've seen where, you know, the Zergs were going for, we've seen Broodlords, you know, Lurkers, Corruptors, these kind of things. It just changes the game a little bit, and the late game fights can look very different. But he also plays a ton of different styles as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we both have to see from both players because in the previous series versus Classic, Reiner also kept it kind of just cool and standard, right? Didn't really bring out anything super weird that we know that he can do. He can do some proxy hatches, some more aggressive stuff.
Right.
Maybe that's something he'll want to bring out versus Sound. We'll have to wait and see. But I think for the most part, Sound is going to try to keep it very normal. Maybe throw in 1 or 2 curveballs since it is a best of 7. You never want to go like full predictable macro game every single game, right?
Yeah.
And probably the same from Reiner. But I think this series should be a very close one.
Yeah, indeed. Cannot wait to get into it here, guys. I also like the Muta build he brought out as well. That was really cool. I think we may see Mutas one game this series. It's not something like pros tend to do every game, but it's good to bring it out once or twice. We'll also see the standard stuff, Road to Ravager, into lurkers, all that good stuff. And on the side of Zound, like you say, I'm sure he'll throw a few curveballs in there, maybe an all-in or two. We'll have to see what he is cooking up as we will be getting into our map vetoes shortly.
Yeah, and just a little bit. And like you mentioned, especially with the tenderness of going into these kind of Tempest openers or Voidry openers, the Spire becomes a lot more attractive for the Zerg player. So
yeah,
could definitely increase the chance of seeing Mutas here.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go. We start to get our maps coming in. It's kind of interesting to me. I always thought Evil Heart is like an insta veto in this matchup. Apparently, Reiner doesn't agree because it keeps getting through the vetoes so far. And it actually led to some interesting games. That was the game he went mutas against Classic.
Yeah.
And then he had another good game against Jumi where he did that Colossus push. So Evil Heart's always a very interesting one. We do see Maganatha and Magnetic North as the first vetoes here.
Yeah.
Go Reiner!
Go Reiner.
Zerg for life. I love to see it.
Nice. Yeah, so Evil Heart is kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Where if the Protoss goes for an aggressive timing, it will hit a bit faster. But likewise for the Zerg, it does open up some more mid-game aggressiveness options in terms of like Roach Ravage or Queen drops or something like that. Maybe even like a Link Queen walk across the map to kill the third if they're going to like multiple oracles. These kind of builds becomes more viable when you have a very short map like this. So we'll have to see what happens in that map. Celestial being picked here by Sound, I would have to imagine, as this is most likely I would say the favorite Protoss map in the map pool, where they can play very, very slow and steady. They have their pocket base that they can always secure, and after that, even securing their fourth once the Rox is down, everything is very well set up defensively. They feel very comfortable just dragging out the game on that map.
Yeah, for sure. We also have Mothership in the pool, our only 3-player map, which can lead to a lot of interesting games that you don't always necessarily scout your opponent the first time you do send out that Overlord or Probe. That can lead to some funny stuff. And then we got Botanical. I think that's the biggest map, or the map with the most bases.
Yeah.
Is it got more than Mothership?
I think Mothership probably has a few more.
Mothership has more, but Botanical is also huge.
Yeah.
That is a big map.
It's a lot of bases, yeah.
So yeah, a lot of macro potential in these games. And yeah, this is best of 7 now, so you only get 1 veto each. It is a 9-map pool. And the final maps to round it out are going to be Persephone and Tokamak, some of the more kind of standard maps, right?
Yeah, so if this series does go longer, we should expect the last 2 games to look fairly standard. Whereas on maps like, Evil Heart, Mothership, there is a lot more potential for some more crazy play from both sides.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We have like the unique maps first. We got the one with the short rush distance, the one with the pocket base, and then the 3-player map as our first 3 maps. And then after that, things become a little bit more normal. We do see the players just setting up here on stage, checking all their settings already, making sure they got their game plans, got their notebooks ready with their build orders, all that good stuff.
Yeah, getting ready, getting locked in, ready to take on their opponent. And yeah, we'll see how they choose to open up here. A lot of times in the best of 7, it's very attractive to open up with something aggressive in game 1, and especially on a map like Evil Heart. Just going for something aggressive, getting some momentum in the series, and trying to just, make sure your opponent has to stay honest, has to not cut too many corners.
Yeah, even if it doesn't work, your opponent has to be super wary of you throwing in that kind of build throughout the rest of the series. So an aggressive option is very tempting. It is going to be Evil Heart, super short rush distance. Every time it hits a little bit earlier, it's a little bit more difficult to go, up to 5-6 bases. There are those gold bases in the corners on this map.
Yeah. Yeah, which we could maybe see like some, early hidden expansion kind of thing maybe.
Yeah.
But more so in the late game, it becomes super important to control the corners, right? If the game does go longer. So it's kind of unique in that sense, whereas normally a map would just like spread out kind of flat. But on this map, it becomes super, super concentrated in like these 2 areas on the map.
Yeah, dude, I love that. I think the game you saw against Classic, where I think it was Shin, went for that gold base, followed up with a Roach all in. That's the kind of thing I like seeing Evil Heart, but we've seen Reina is perfectly happy to play a normal game on this. We saw it just now in the previous series. We saw it against Jumi yesterday. So I don't think it necessarily means he's going to do some crazy all-in, which was kind of my initial take on the map.
Yeah, I think like as a Zerg player, if you can navigate the early game and like all the early game timings, I think once the game actually stabilizes, Evil Heart feels pretty good to play on because you get less pull apart by like something like a Mothership Recall on the other side of the map or a War Prism or something like that, right? The map is more compact, which makes it easier to deal with multi-prong, which is kind of what Zerg struggles with in like the very late game when there's War Prisms, Motherships, all these kind of things running around.
For sure. We are just waiting for the players here. Reina is ready to go. I think Zaun just needs a moment. They are going to be locking in here for game number 1. You always want to try and get a point on the board in the first game. Just get off to a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when we have the play styles that we do have. Like when both of them likes to play the macro game, you don't just want to have to play it every single game like we talked about. You want to have these mixed in curveballs in there. So game 1 is a good time to bring it out. Just, get the nerfs out of the way, get some momentum, and take the series from there. But we'll see if that's what we choose to do. Like we talked about, they could just play completely normal here in the first game.
All right, guys, let's get into it. Game number 1 here coming up between Reina and Zaun. The first map is going to be Evil Heart. In the bottom left, it is our Protoss in red. Give it up for Zaun.
And in the top right, representing Basilisk, we have the blue Zerg player, Reina.
Reina, what an exciting player to watch. So fast, so good with the multitasking. I can't see what that sign says. Oh, there we go. Go Reina from Portugal. Wow, we got fans here from all across the globe. Yeah. It's so nice to be in the studio with all these players and fans playing the game live as opposed to online. Feels super sick, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing really compares to the atmosphere and environment at like an offline event like this. It's really amazing to be here.
Okay, we did see this probe come out and block the hatchery going down at the natural expansion, so Reina will take that at the 3rd. That's slightly annoying to deal with as a Zerg. You don't have your main and the 3rd connected by creep, but obviously someone like Reina knows how to navigate this minor hiccup in the early game.
And something very expected on a short map like this. Like you pretty much have to expect that Zaun will go for the block here. And yeah, he's just going to continue with the standard plan. You have your 3rd on the 3rd base location, so when the potential adept aggression comes, you might have to build a couple more Zerglings just to make sure that you can cover both bases at the same time. But other than that, things should normalize into a standard game.
Yeah, and we have Zaun going for that Nexus after Gateway. Then we'll be throwing down his core. Slightly more economic focused than getting the core before the Nexus, which sometimes happens. Reina's minus some gas right now. We'll be getting his link speed and probably pulling out of that for some more mineral income. This probe being as annoying as it can. These pesky Protoss probes.
Yeah, absolutely. Just trying to slow down the mineral income in any way he can from Reina. So that in this case right here, he's losing a few minerals here and there, but nothing major.
Yeah, indeed. And as the core finishes up, we will be seeing the tech here out of Zaun. He has that pylon in the main base. Now, Reina's been really good at floating his overlords in, especially against Jumi. We saw that yesterday. He would fly his overlord in at the perfect time. Not for the initial building, like this, if this is going to be a Stargate, for example, but the follow-up build from the Protoss, he would fly it in at like 5 minutes from a really good angle and always get that follow-up scout.
Yeah, usually it's quite easy to cover your bases for the initial tech, but then it becomes the follow-up becomes a tricky thing where you have to adjust a lot more. So just being able to get that sneaky scout in later, it's not always easy to do because Protoss gets air units out, they get more stalkers out, so it's a very important thing to be able to pull off. But so far, very standard. We see double adept from Zaun. He's going to put some pressure on. Reina will respond with some Zerglings of his own, and then we'll see what Stargate unit he goes for. Zaun is definitely one of those Protoss players who could go for a Void Ray here, but Oracle will be the more standard choice for sure.
Yeah, this adept coming into the base now, going to try and pick off a drone or two. Nice Spork trick there with the drones. Is able to save that one. That's super nice from Reina.
Does lose
one drone goes down though. So, I mean, not a disaster or anything. He is able to save the 2nd drone. The Adept will go home, meet up with his buddy. That's going to help him take his 3rd base nice and safely. And it's going to be an Oracle first here from Zaun.
Yeah, and this should be very, very expected by Reina. He's going to use the links that he made to defend the Adepts to ideally try to keep the Oracle at home here. If the Oracle has to stay to defend the 3rd, it can't be across the map to kill drones. So that's kind of the hope here from Rainer. So we keep this Oracle at home, a little bit busy, run around. Maybe we try to pick at the probe if it comes out. But Sound being very careful here with the Adepts coming out and covering the path for the probe.
Yeah, I feel like ZVC, the early game is so important, right? Like on the Zerg side, it's all about how many drones did you lose to the Adepts and the Oracle. For the Protoss, it's did you get your third up without any interruptions? You know, that gets their economy going. We see Spores at home for Rainer, so he will be prepared for this Oracle harass when it does eventually move over the map.
Yeah, very nice queen position here as well, ready to receive the Oracles. Has good vision on the other side of the map, so he knows that this is pretty much the only angle the Oracle could potentially come in from. So has all the queens here ready to defend. In the meantime, just spreading his creep, making sure he has activeness with the link. He's making a few more links, so maybe looking to trade, maybe either try to catch an Adept move out, or either just get some counterattack damage into the third.
Yeah, as this map is so short on the ground, it feels like the creep gets from one side of the map to the other in such a short time with like 4 or 5 tumors. So I like that Zaun is kind of paying a lot of focus to the creep spread of Rainer, trying to shut that down before it gets too much. But in comes some links to the third base. I thought he was going to go for those Adepts then. But, oh, here comes some Queens as well. This is so funny. They can get to this Protoss base so quickly, and Rainer's still making lings right now. Yeah. He's got his lair on the way as well.
Yeah, so this is something you can definitely do on this map, right? Just because of how short it is. Like, the creep spread is already halfway, right, like you mentioned. So you just want to put some pressure on here. Seems like it's a bit indecisive as he's like droning as well. So maybe just trying to force an overreaction out of Sound here, who's getting 4 shield batteries right now.
Dude, this is kind of genius by Rainer. It looks like an all-in, right? Like, that's the only time you ever walk your queens across the map. But on Evil Heart, it's short enough that you can actually walk them back and start spreading that creep again. He's droning behind this. The word count equal right now, but like you say, Zaun made 4 shield batteries. He expects a big attack to be coming, but it's not.
Yeah, and he also warped in a bunch of extra Adepts as well, which he does not have glaives, and he's like going into Blink here, right? So we don't really want these Adepts in any case. So as long as Rainer is able to keep these links alive, they should be in a really good position to actually deal with this upcoming Blink Stalker pressure that's gonna come out of Sound.
Yeah, this is such a cool map-specific thing here from Rainer. I like that he's kind of trying to put the fear in Zaun in game 1 with an all-in fake, it looked like. But I think now, obviously, Zaun knows the attack isn't coming, so he's going for the more normal follow-up. He's getting his Forge for upgrades, throwing down the Robo, and as Blink starts to finish up here, we should see more and more Stalkers being warped in, and he'll try and pressure Rainer on the other side of the map.
Yeah, he does have a decent amount of gateways. I want to say he has like at least 6. So he's definitely going to try to put some pressure on. We'll see how fast he goes into the Templar Archives behind this, because that will be the most common follow-up here. Rainer, in the meantime, going into Hydras, which will be very good at using to defend this upcoming Stalker pressure. And then we'll see what Rainer chooses to do. If he chooses to go back into droning, or if he chooses to like commit to something like Hydra Ling attack or Hydra Ling Bane attack. It's definitely viable options for him.
Yeah, making a lot of Hydras right now to deal with the Zerglings. These Oracles flying around, checking those really early Infestation Pit or Hive. We did see Rainer go Ultralisks on this map against Classic. So Zaun with some good scouting here confirms what is going on. It's actually going to be a Robo Bay here out of Zaun.
Yeah, Robo Bay and a second Robo as well. So looking to go into some Colossus play here most likely, which is definitely not bad versus what Rainer is doing. So we'll see if Rainer is able to identify this. If he identifies very quickly, he can either try to hit a timing before there's like, thermal lands and multiple Colossus out, or he could just opt to go towards Hive, get some Vipers to do with the Colossus. Those are the 2 most likely options here, I would say.
Yeah, Zaun actually made 5 pylons at once there, getting a lot of supply free to make as many units as he wants. It looks like he's kind of done making pros for now, but here he comes with these Stalkers. They're surrounded by the Zerg army. They try to escape, but the Lings are there waiting for that blink. So many Stalkers will go down here. Huge catch by Rainer.
Yeah, massive catch there. And now, like we talked about before, the Colossus are not out yet. And now there's this massive amount of Hydras knocking on Sound's third base. He's going to jump forward, fire down the cannon here. And the Oracle does not get the stasis off. That's massive.
Zaun needs these Colossus so bad. They're in production right now, but only halfway done. Protoss units are falling. Probes are falling. Zaun has a counterattack on the other side of the map, but will it be enough to offset the huge amount of damage he's taken? Actually, even just the Queens will be enough to deal with these Adepts from Zaun. Stalkers falling left and right, but the Colossus are almost here. Can they save Zaun?
Yeah, looks like the third base is 100% dead. And yeah, with it goes the game. So Rainer takes game number 1.
Rainer smells blood in the water there in game number 1. He faked the all-in with the Queen walk. He comes back, he drones up, he goes into Hydras to deal with that Stalker pressure, and then he says, you know what, it is time. It's kind of interesting because he made a Baneland nest, and he didn't make Banelings. He didn't get Baneland speed, I think, so he just went for that Ling Hydra timing.
Yeah, I think the Baneless is more of a thing like where he realized that there was a lot of adepts, and just in case Sound was doing something like a delayed glaive follow-up, you have the Baneless to deal with that. But in this case, this round was super good from Raynor in the middle of the map here, getting on top of the Stalkers and trapping them. And when they can't blink away, you have to either make a decision as a Protoss player to immediately recall, or try to trade out the fight, right? And Sound made a decision to try to trade out the fight, but as we could see, did not really end up well for him.
Yeah, I think if Sound literally had like 20 more seconds and gets 2 Colossus out, this game can look completely different. So Raynor hitting that timing extremely sharp there, able to take the victory in game number 1, and that is the start you want to see as a player. Get your name on the board in that first game.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were talking about, the fake Ling Queen attack across the map, leading into... Sound was gearing up to go for this Blink Stalker pressure early on, right? But because of the extra batteries, because of the adepts he had to warp in, he couldn't really find that aggressive timing. And by the time he actually felt confident enough to move out on the map, there was already Speed Hydralisk with a bunch of Lings ready to pounce on him.
That is right, guys. We are going to be jumping into game number 2 here on Celestial Enclave. Let's see what these guys have in store for us on map number 2. In the bottom left of the map, in red, it's the Protoss player, Zaun.
And in the top right, in the blue colors, we have the Zerg player, Raynor.
Okay, so the map here is Celestial Enclave. This is the only map in the pool with a pocket third base, which is connected to the main, and you can only access this via the worker path there. Only workers can go through there. Talk to us about how this can kind of affect the strategies that we might see on this map, who this might favor, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you're way more likely to see something like a faster third from the Protoss player, and then they can decide if they want to actually use that to try to hit some mid-game timing, or just use that extra income to power through into a faster tech and faster fourth base as well, and just play very defensive. Because as the base layout is in this map, securing your fourth is also quite easy with once the rocks are down, you just go out to the rocks, and there's only still your natural ramp really to worry about. So it's a very easy map to just secure a bunch of bases on, and that's kind of what the Protoss would like to do in this situation, where you have a map like this, you want to try to drag it out and go for the late game. Raynor did something interesting here, where he went for the 15 hatch before Overlord, very quick, so he's delayed his gas a little bit to compensate for that, to be able to make use of this earlier hatchery, and probably looking to play something fairly economical here.
Yeah, going 15 hatch, then the Overlord, then the pool and gas is slightly different to the order we sometimes see. The good thing about this build is you basically never get your hatchery blocked, like we saw in game number 1, so you don't have to take it at your natural. You do have to delay your gas a little bit, but that's not the biggest of issues. You still have your speed well in time. This probe, again, going to be annoying. Try to deny the mining of the Zerg a little bit here.
Yeah, and Raynor obviously being aware how this map layout is, and that Sound is more likely to go for something very defensive. He might have some aggressive option in mind as well with this follow-up, so we'll have to see how he spends his gas, if he keeps mining gas after Ling speed or not. These were really the big things to look for. I think as a Zerg player, you're not really too tempted to take this back base early on, because it is a lot less resources on it. So most likely we'll see Raynor take a normal third, and then we'll see what the options is going to be with the Ling speed. For now, it seems like he is completely pulled out and is just happy to get a Ling speed and then go into a normal game from there.
Yeah, the payoff for that third base seems to be a little bit lower for Zerg compared to Protoss, for example. You do only have 1 gas down there and less minerals as well. Talking about tech, Zaun is going for a Stargate again, not doing anything crazy here in game number 2. Seems to want to stick to the game plan for the moment. He might mix it up. He might go for some Void Rays instead of the Oracles. We'll have to see as this Stargate does finish up. Raynor, on the other hand, he's got his Queens at the front, going to try and spread some more creep spread and get that going.
Yeah, Raynor actually going for a very forward third here on the rich gas. So this could definitely lead to some potential, Muta play, or maybe some Roach Ravager, Queen timings, these kind of things, because this gas is very tempting to get, because if you're going for something like an all-in, you obviously need less drones to get the double gas income, right, just from that rich gas. So we'll have to see what he chooses to do. He could just play a normal game from this hatch, but as soon as you see this as down, you gotta be thinking about there could definitely be some aggressive mid-game timings coming out here of Raynor.
Yeah, for sure. And Zaun has actually gone for the Void Ray first this game, so he'll be able to clear out the Overlords of Raynor, fly it around, try and be annoying with it. Sometimes you can get a drone or two, but you can also try and slow down the Zerg's fourth base if you're able to get the Void Ray there before the hatchery gets too much HP, and the Queen's Ray able to help it. We do see a pylon going down at that pocket base for Zound, so it looks like he may be thinking about taking his third base here. The Zergans poke in and see a couple of depths and then just go back.
Yeah, we do see 2 more gases coming in for Zound as well pretty early here. So we'll have to wait and see what the tech option is going to be. And there's the fleet beacon.
Ooh.
So I would expect this is for Tempest most likely. Though that could be a little bit dicey if we do see some sort of Ravager Queen Walk early on. But once the Tempests are out, they will be fine to deal with that as well.
Yeah, Zound definitely likes his Tempest, doesn't he?
He really does, yeah. Especially, like, doesn't matter if it's early build Tempest or if it's late game, he really likes to go into those Tempest compositions.
Oh, this Void Ray actually going to pick off a drone, forces another Spore Trick. Oh, and meanwhile, the Oracle catches another 2 drones, transferring from one base to another. This is already decent damage. When you make a Void Ray first, you don't necessarily expect to get as many drones as if you were to go double Oracle, right? So the fact that he's able to get 3 drones here as well is really nice for him.
Yeah, definitely something should be up. Actually, carriers, not Tempest. So he definitely wants to keep this hidden for a bit longer. Because the carriers, if the Rainer gets a whiff of this early on, he could really take advantage of this and be very, very greedy. But if he doesn't, then it could be very, very strong for Sound to suddenly show up with 2 to 4 carriers and start putting pressure on the Zerg as well.
Yeah, especially because he has that forward base, and the carriers can get to that so quickly here. So this game is going to look very interesting. Rainer did take that rich gas before he even took all the gases in his main and his natural. Wants to make use of that. It's just more efficient, right? You get more gas for the same amount of workers as a regular gas. So that is awesome for him. He's going to be going into Hydras here, adding some more gas now. And the question is, how does Zound want to play this? Is he going to keep making carriers, try to take another base after this and sit back? Or is he looking at some kind of timing here?
Yeah, I would think it's more likely he's looking to some kind of timing, as he's not getting +1 range weapons. Which is, if you were planning on keeping on the carrier production, you would want to get that early +1 air attack so you can actually scale into the longer game. But we'll have to wait and see. Rainer going for the Hydra then. There's definitely some Hydra timings you could hit versus a 2-target play like this. But that's the kind of thing where the timing window is quite short. As soon as carrier starts to get up into like 5-6 counts, they start to do really well versus Hydras as well.
Ooh, and we actually see Overlord speed on the production tab for Rainer. That's often a cue that they want to go into drops or make a creep highway, something like that. Something which you can use to be aggressive. He is making a lot of Hydras right now. I'm curious if he knows about this Sky Toss transition, as he's making nothing but carriers, interceptors, and even a mothership on the way right now for Zound.
Yeah, definitely going for this Hydra timing here. And we'll have to see if we can hit it just in time, because the carrier count is up to 4 now, I believe. And the mothership coming online here as well in the upcoming moments. This is the timing that Rainer needs to hit. If it waits much longer, it's going to be very, very hard to break through here.
Yeah, once the carriers hit a kind of critical mass, it becomes very difficult for the Hydralists to be able to out-DPS the interceptors and actually win the fight. And ooh, nice pick off there. Those queens do get that Oracle. And these units have to be so careful on creep, because Rainer's making nothing but Hydras right now. He sees his moment.
Well.
Yeah, the speed finish as well. He's able to take down 1 carrier. Will he be able to get a second here? This will be an absolutely huge pick-off for Rainer if he can get 1 more. They're slowly floating away here, and it looks like this carrier will go down. Huge win for Rainer.
Huge win. Mothership just finished, so that could maybe be the saving grace here for Sound, but this is so far looking really, really rough. The timing here from Rainer is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Rainer not making any more drones. He's on 63 right now. Another carrier is going to go down. 3 in a row. Absolute disaster for Zound. He's trying to mass these carriers and hit a timing. But Rainer, on the other hand, is just making Hydras and also sending it. He's going to follow this up with 20 Lings and 13 Dropper-Lords right now. The pressure, he'll be able to send all those Dropper-Lords into that pocket base.
Yeah, that's going to definitely be something that can either work out really great, or if Sound catches this Overlord, it could work out really bad as well. So we have to wait and see what actually happens. But this was an amazing pickup for Rainer, getting all these carriers. Right as he's standing up to go for his own timing, Sound moves out right into him and is able to get 2 carriers, maybe even 3 for 3 towards the end there. And yeah, now going for the follow-up timing. Let's hope he has an Overseer with this army, because that could be the one saving grace for Sound if there's no Overseer in the Mothership Cloak.
I have not seen an Overseer. I'm very worried about Cloak going down and these units not being able to see anything. It looks like they're just attacking interceptors right now, sort of. The Mothership will just... Okay, it does go down, so now he can see the Protoss army, and these Hydras can get to work on these carriers, on these Zealots. Rainer looking super strong right now.
Yeah, that was probably the best scenario the Sound could hope for, but Rainer was just so far ahead in supply after that initial trade with the carriers. Just too many Hydras for Sound to actually deal with at this stage of the game.
Yeah, everything seems to go Rainer's way here. GG is called. Rainer takes map number 2. And look at the smile on his face. Yeah. He's happy with that one. That's the dream scenario, right? Your
Yep.
opponent tries to attack into you with air units as you're doing like a Hydra timing.
Yeah, especially on a map like that where you're a little bit concerned about this is probably a good map for Protoss to drag the game out into the late game, and then you're going for this timing too because you don't really want to play the longer game on this map, and then you get the freebie by the carriers moving right into you. It feels great for Raynor. Kind of a map you're kind of written off in your mind already, and you're just like, let's just try something aggressive and go to the next map, and then you actually get the win out of that. It feels really, really good.
Yeah, I really like Raynor's kind of game plan coming in here. His choice of builds working out very well for him in this series. Like we were saying, these are the kind of unique maps that we've got coming up here, the first 3 maps. The next one will be our 3-player map, Mothership. What do you kind of expect to see on this? Oh, forget that. We are so back. StarCraft 2 forever, baby. RSL, let's go.
Let's go. So yeah, Mothership coming up. Could be a bit more tricky. I think this one is a map that probably leans a little bit more in Zerg's favor. Like having the early scouting factor, it's harder for Protoss to pull off something like the natural block, to block the early hatchery. At the same time, you could potentially, if you want to go down the gambly route, you could go for some early pools here as Raynor Sound would not be able to scout them as early as it normally would. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Mothership, a very interesting one. Let's get into it, guys. In the top left, in red, it is our Protoss player, Zaun.
And in the bottom right, we have the blue Zerg player, Raynor.
It always feels weird calling this the bottom right because it's like slightly off center. It is technically on the right, so we'll roll with it. Better than using the clock time, so I like that. Here we do see the gateway coming down for Zaun. Going to be getting his Nexus up shortly. And first thing to note for Raynor is that he's sending his Overlord the wrong way. He will not scout Zaun first. It is, of course, just a coin flip, basically. Yep. You can't know where to send that in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, usually when there's a 3-player map like this, you prefer to send your first Overlord towards the natural that's the furthest away, because the second Overlord would obviously get to the other natural a little bit quicker, right, compared to the other way around. So he'll still be able to get this scout somewhat quickly. And as Protoss, there's not that many early options. Like a cannon rush, you would still just want to see it in your natural. You wouldn't really need to see the forge to know a cannon rush is happening, for example. So a little bit less to worry about. There could potentially be like some one-base builds that Protoss could bring out, but it's very gambly for them as well, right? So most of the time, it's just gonna go into a normal game.
Even going for a cannon rush is hard though, because where do you, where do you send your probe?
Exactly,
do you send 2 out? Like it becomes risky for both sides, right? Yeah. But I believe now they do know where each other is. At least this probe sees Raynor's bases. He will come in here, confirm the timing on the hatchery, the pool, and the gas. Says, okay, everything looks normal. You're not doing anything crazy. And on the back of this, Zaun is also expanded as well.
Yeah. The one thing that's a little bit annoying here for the Zerg player is normally your first Overlord get across the map, and you'll be able to tell, like, oh, he's chrono boosting his first gateway unit, and you see the Adept coming out and coming across the map, so you can reactively make units to deal with that. In this case, there's not going to be any vision from Raynor on the gateway here, so he won't know if it's a chrono boost or if it's a Stalker or Adept that comes out of the gateway. So he'll have to be playing a little bit more blindly here in the early game compared to what you normally would, but it's not something that should have any major impact on the game.
Yeah, you also get to see the core, right? If you see that warp gate instantly, you know it's not a Stargate because they have to spend the gas on that instead. Yep. So yeah, a little bit less information than normal, but Raynor will try and navigate his way through this. I like how he's trying to micro his heart out to catch this probe. Would be a nice little pickoff if he can get it. Yep. But the Adepts are coming over. Oh, hang on a minute. That probe will actually fall as it goes around the corner. Okay, it goes down. And here come the Adepts.
Yeah, and Raynor going for the third queen before the third hatch here is going to be quite safe versus this double Adept pressure. The one thing that could feel a bit bad for him, if Zaun wasn't going for this double Adept pressure and he makes a bunch of links, then you feel a little bit foolish sitting there with 8 links and there's nothing coming your way. But in this case, it's going to work out pretty well for Raynor, I think.
Yes, indeed. And we do see an Oracle behind this, even a third Adept for Zaun. Going to be going back into the Oracles as the Void Ray not seeming to pan out too well for him last game. And, Raynor taking this triangle base here.
Yeah, usually when there is a triangle like this, it's sometimes more attractive to take it because it kind of indirectly covers your main and natural from oracles and stuff like that, right? As it's up in front, they have to go all the way around to actually attack your other 2 bases. So that could be the reasoning behind it.
I'm just looking at the mini-map, and there's like there's airspace behind the third and the main, right? Where you can kind of go from one to the other. So that is somewhat nice. I mean, at the end of the day, it's more preference, right? The
Yeah.
players have bases that they like to take based on their style and stuff. Right now, we do see the Spores are in time to deal with this Oracle harass. The Queen's in position. So Zaun actually not able to get any damage with his first Oracle. The second one will be joining it shortly. And that's when you look to pick off a few drones, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just come in and see what you can find. Normally, one or two drones is usually kind of expected, but anything more than that, you start to feel pretty happy as a Protoss player, I would say. But so far, just droning as Raynor, not making any extra links, trying to punish a third base here or anything. Just trying to scout and figure out what's going on.
Yeah,
and yeah.
I feel like that's like Reyna's staple, like making quite a few lings to try and pressure the third base of the Protoss. But this game, he's kind of done something a little bit different. He's just making as many drones as possible.
Yep.
And he's not taking damage to the Oracles, right? If you don't have lings, then the Oracles are free to move across the map, try to pick off your workers. But Reyna's kind of got the best of both ends, I feel, here, because he's not taking any damage and he didn't make any extra lings.
Yeah, exactly. Sound obviously knowing that Raynor does like to make these links. You can see how careful he was with the Oracles, keeping both of them at home and then even splitting them off in two different directions to check for links and stuff. He's playing it very, very carefully because he does not want to get his third cancelled here. Just come across the map here with the two Oracles for depth pressure. And Raynor should have more than enough units here to actually deal with this. Oh, the third's exposed.
No Spore or Queens at this base. 6 drones going down. So Zaun finally found his, good first harassment in this series. The Adepts, I imagine they will not commit to that Shade as there's a ton of lings waiting. And this is what we were talking about, that airspace allowed you to fly straight into the main after you harass the third base. It's difficult to get the Queens back in time. 9 drones going down total. This is a very good early game for Zaun, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely the best position he's been in so far in this series. Getting these 9 drones is a massive, massive pickoff. Raynor going for the +1 melee is pretty good for him because Zaun is going into that Blinkstalker. If he was doing something like, like the builds the classic pulled out with the charged Archon timings, this would be a bit more suboptimal. But he doesn't even have the Roach Warren to fall back on in case he needs to make roaches. But in this case, we should just be looking at Zaun, trying to put some pressure on with the Blink and +1 here when those upgrades finish up.
Yeah, I like that Reyna's taking the time to take out all these destructible rocks as well. That opens up more passageways on the map, gives him more, ways to send his Zerglings to the Protoss base, whether it's for a counterattack, whether it's to get a surround on the Protoss army if they push. It just gives the Zerg more options, which always feels great.
Yep. Started overload speed there for a second and cancels, probably just a misclick, I would imagine. We do see many hatcheries coming out here for Raynor, and that's actually
3 at a time. Wow.
Yeah, it's actually quite nice versus the Stalker pressures because, like, if you ever get up a position where you can't defend your base, you can always just move to a different base, right? And if you're playing these ling-heavy composition like Raynor is here, you kind of need all the extra hatcheries to actually have the larva to make the links in the first place. So not a bad choice at all here.
Yeah, Ling's very lava inefficient compared to more expensive units, so having those extra injects on the hatcheries will be nice. He's pressuring this base right now. I think Raynor might just let this go for the castle. Oh, never mind that. Raynor go in here with all these links, but the stasis wards are huge. More than a half the links getting tied up, but he will pick off a unit or two, fall back, wait for that stasis to wear out. And he's making so many lings right now of 72 drones. I kind of like Raynor's position here. He's even got double Evo.
Yeah, and Sound not really committing at all to this pressure, just wanted to force some units out. He's already taking into the same thing he did on the first map, which is double Robo Colossus here, and going into charge as well. So Raynor should be pretty happy with this. He got away with a pretty high drone count, double Evo like you mentioned, and Sound at the same time is just going up for this next timing. There shouldn't really be any big counter timing here for Raynor like we saw in the first game. He should just be looking to power up this creep, power up his drone count, and then deal with the army.
I feel like Zaun didn't really get to show what this build can do the last time he tried it because Raynor just went for basically an all-in, right?
Yep.
Tried to kill him before this tech got out. But this time we do see that the Colossus will be able to spawn, and Zaun's got his 4th base going up. He's got thermal, the range upgrade for the Colossus on the way, thermal lance. He's getting charge and upgrades. I think this looks like it might be our first kind of macro-orientated late game of the series here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this sort of like Colossus Stalker composition is something that can definitely hit very powerful mid-game timings here, but it's also, the Colossus is a unit that doesn't really scale super well into the later stages of the game when units like Lurkers, Vipers, Ultras come out. So definitely, most likely we'll be seeing some sort of timing coming out here from Zaun. It could just be a timing to deny a base and then go back home and get stormed behind it or something like that. But so far we don't see any Templar Archives. We see a couple of sentries getting warped in as well. So most likely he's just going to actually commit to this double Colossus production timing here.
Yeah, kind of the mortal enemy of the Hydroling Bane army is Storm. Kind of anything other than that, and you feel like you can fight it, especially on creep. So we'll have to see what the follow-up is for Zaun as he sees this big army, but he will not have time to do that. Reyna's making almost 40 Banelings at once, going to pull the trigger here, try to hit a timing before there's too many Colossus.
Yeah, I think Sound should be pretty okay here, actually. Like, he has a lot of force fields. He has, I believe, now 4 Colossus out, and he has Thermal Lance and +2 about to finish. So unless he gets a really good fight here with a good surrounded Raynor, this should be pretty hard to break.
Baneling speed wasn't finished there. Those Banelings waddled forward and very slowly, and it just finishes now. It feels like a bit of an awkward moment there with the upgrade timing for Reyna.
Yeah, and then seeing all the Colossus in the sentries, he just pulls back to creep. He's probably going to make a few more Banelings here, as he has 11 more Banelings coming in. And if Sound oversteps on creep, Reyna will definitely be ready to pounce. But I think we're not going to be looking at Reyna trying to actually fight Sound anywhere off creep at the moment.
Yeah, Reyna's on 89 drones right now, and I think 6 bases. So his economy is looking fantastic to go into a late game. We see him add in the Infestation Pit. He'll be able to go to Hive, get Ultras, get Microbial Shroud, whatever he wants to do with that. But I don't think Zaun wants to go there himself. He's looking like he's setting up for a big push here at the front.
Yeah, Sound very committed to this timing. You definitely want to make this push work and end the game here. Great force coming out here for the initial fight. The flank coming in from the back though.
So much Link Bait stuck on those force fields for the flank from the back. Huge damage with those Banelings. A lot of Zerg get deleted though, and Zaun takes game number 3 here with a sharp timing. Those Colossus plus the force fields, it became a meat grinder for the Zerg.
Yeah, the force field are really key, right? When there's no Ravagers to break the force field, there's no Ultras, there's no Vipers to pull Colossus to actually break the force fields. There, you have no real way to actually get on top of the army. You need to get on top of that army with your Baneling army, otherwise they're just completely wasted, right? All the Banelings.
Yeah, the fight kind of happened in an awkward spot for the Zerg. Normally you want to be coming in from, 3 or 4 angles, but just the way Zaun was pushed this here, he only had to fight on 2 fronts, right?
Yeah,
Force fields at the front, then he tries to protect his Colossus as well as he can with this blink here. Actually tanks a ton of the Bane shots on the Stalkers. The Colossus are able to reign free and just zap down all these Zerg units once the force fields do dissipate. Beautiful timing here from Zaun.
Yeah, definitely a strong timing versus this high-rolling Bane composition. I do wonder if Reyna was maybe a little bit too eager to take that fight. Maybe he could have given up the base and tried to fight in a bit more open area where it's harder to force field off an entire side like that. But either way, great executed timing from Zaun, and we'll move into the next game.
Yeah, I wonder if he should have waited there, because I'm thinking like Reyna was maxed, right? Both of them were almost maxed, and the situation for Reyna doesn't get better until he gets Hive. Until he gets Vipers, where he can abduct the Colossus into his army and take the AoE splash damage away from the Protoss.
Yeah, no, I think he was very set on hitting that Hydra Bane timing himself.
Yeah.
But then he didn't quite realize what composition that Sound was on, right? He saw the Blink Stalkers initially, but did not realize that the Colossus Sentry was the follow-up.
Right.
And I think if he knew about that, he probably would have tried to hit the Hive a little bit faster and just be a little bit more defensive, maybe try some Baneling Rumbars or something. But either way, here we go into game number 4.
It is going to be on Winter Madness, guys. Map number 4. Reyna currently leading the series 2-1. In the top left, the red Protoss, it is Zaun.
And in the bottom right, we have the blue Zerg player, Reyna.
Yeah, in that last game, you'd love to get to Hive as Reyna, but you just didn't have the time, right?
Yeah.
RSL forever. You love to see it. We want to keep this going as long as we can. So cool to see the crowd out here supporting the players.
No, it's amazing to have a big tournament like this, this event like this. So much energy, so much positiveness. Feels amazing to be here. But yeah, that last game, I think Reyna, like if there's something like a Storm follow-up instead of the Colossus there from Sound, I think he's definitely in a bit of trouble there, as we have like 50 Banelings about to collapse on him. At the very least, we're looking for a pretty good trade-out for Reyna. But in this case, just the complete counter composition basically for that time of the game. And yeah, Sound managed to just snowball it and carry it into the win. And we'll see what he chooses to go for here.
Yeah, that was interesting because he did it off 4 bases, right? We saw Jumi try an attack with Colossus, but that was off 3 bases yesterday.
Yeah.
Reyna was able to hold that one, but this one, the Protoss player actually gets all the way max first. It still hits before Hive. Really cool timing there. Right now we do see this probe trying to deny some of the mining. Very standard opening from both players. We've got the Hatch Gas Pool and Gateway Nexus coming out for Zaun.
Yeah, very standard so far. And most likely we're just going to see the Stargate. It's very rare to see any deviations from that really these days. Sometimes, occasionally, we'll see like the Robo into 4-gate Glaives kind of opener. But for the most part, Stargate should be what we should expect here. And from Reynor, he's just opening super standard this game as well, similar to the previous games. And maybe on this map, I think he's going to probably try to play a bit more standard. Trying to play the Hydroling Bane compositions can be very good in certain situations, but it's really one of those things that can lead into trouble like we saw in last game.
Yeah, I like this map, kind of going for a mid-game or even late game as the Zerg. Once the Protoss gets up to 4 bases or even 5 bases, it feels like you have a lot of ways to attack them and harass them. You can go into lurkers with Nidus networks. You can use the drop overlords. There's lots of ways to harass your opponent here. The Stargate is coming out for Zaun. The question, as always, will be, will it be an Oracle or a Void Ray? We will see that shortly.
Yeah, very shortly. And in the meantime, Reynor actually going up to 3 queens here again before the third, and just getting ready to deal with any adept. And the adepts coming across the map. Nice pylon block here from Sound. Doesn't really cost him anything, and will delay the hatchery a little bit. Reynor starting the Overlord here just so he can make some use of the minerals he's trying to save up for the hatchery.
Yeah. Okay. It's nice that he made 4 lings, because if you don't kill that in time and the adept gets across, it can you can suddenly lose your drone, and then your build can be thrown way off.
Yeah, absolutely.
The adept tries to shade in the main, but with the Zerglings there, does have to cancel.
Yeah, and Sound being very conservative with the second adept as well, so no double adept pressure here. Just gonna be looking to scout a little bit with the adept, force a couple of links, and be happy to go back home again here. And we're probably gonna see the same dance as last game, where Reynor is gonna try to move out across the map with these links, try to force the Oracle to stay at home, and in the meantime, just getting out as many drones as possible.
Yeah, we do see this Oracle finishing up. Last game, Zaun was actually able to get quite a lot of damage done at the third and the main of Reynor. I think he picked off a decent amount of drones, which always sets the Zerg economy back. You don't want to be losing those if possible. So he will take his third base here, and then once the second Oracle comes out, they will join up, fly across the map once he's safe. And again, Reynor not making too many. I think he has 4 lings already, so with these additionally, he may be able to pressure this base slightly, try to keep those Oracles at home.
Yeah, definitely. So we can definitely see the respect that Sound is giving to Reynor, because this Oracle, if you have the 2 adepts still at home, it usually prefers to just go straight across the map.
Yeah.
But he left both the adepts at home and the first Oracle, definitely respecting Reynor's potential to make a bunch of links and try to cancel that third, right? Playing it very safe.
Yeah, we do see the Oracle already taking a decent amount of damage on it. Shields, that's nice for the Zerg player. You're able to shoot these Oracles away before they commit to diving your drone line. We have a shield battery come down at the third, just trying to be super safe, make sure he's airtight here. Roachron on the way for Reynor, so this looks like for the first time it could be one of these lurker builds we were talking about. It could also be a Roach Ravager timing or something crazy. We'll have to see what Reynor's cooking up.
Yeah, should see the lair coming in here any second as well, combined with these 2 buildings. Just gonna deal with this Ling or Adept Oracle pressure, and so far it's a better defense than last game, definitely.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Zaun committed to this. It looks like there were lots of Lings and Queens waiting for this Protoss army. Reynor target firing down the Oracles as best he can with the Queens, leaving those Adepts to the Zerglings. And right now he hasn't lost anything. Oh, no target fire on that, so only 1 drone going down total. Very good defense by Reynor.
Yeah, the one thing I'm a little bit puzzled about here is the very late lair here from Reynor. Normally when you're going for this fast Roach Warren, the late Evo build, you usually time it with a fast lair, especially when you're going to something like +1 melee or range attacks here as Reynor. So I'm kind of thinking maybe that was a bit of a mistake. We'll have to see if we have something planned here in the meantime. And Sound is just going into the same thing as been doing in all these games, and just going into +1 and blink.
Yeah, indeed. We do have 4 more gateways coming down, so he will be able to make a lot of Stalkers, pressure the 4th base of Reynor, try to slow down that Zerg economy, and tech up to a fleet beacon behind this.
All right, so I would most likely suspect that this is for either Blink Stalker pressure into carriers, or he's just going to look to get like a super fast mothership out there. Those will be the 2 options that come into mind right away. Reynor, we'll have to see if we can sniff this out. Normally, when you see like 6 gas here from the Protoss and you see some Blink Stalkers, you would expect it to be either, well, most likely Storm, or it could be like in the last game where he showed the Colossus. So kind of a nice mind game here from Sound, where he's going to show the same thing as he did in the previous game, but it's actually going to be something completely different. And with the second Stargate coming down, you would kind of expect that this is for most likely carriers. Could maybe be Tempest, but usually when you go Tempest, you would like to pair that with Storm, right?
Dude, I had a ladder game the other day where the guy went Fleet Beacon and 3 Stargates and then didn't make any capital ships, and I made a bunch of Corruptors like an idiot, and I just died. That was really annoying. I don't think we're going to see that this game. Reynor, much better than me. It is the Mothership coming out, and I imagine we'll be seeing some Tempest or carriers. Yeah. There we go. There's the first Tempest here. Blink is done now, and +1 is finishing up. Reynor already taking his 5th base right now. And his Infestation Pit, Hive already on the way before 7 minutes.
Yeah, so this is definitely kind of build where if Raynor was doing what he was doing last game, which is going for this massive Hydroling Bane timing, it would be close to impossible for Sound to hold, right? With no Storm, no Colossus, no massive amounts of gateway units. But in this case, kind of reading out on the mind games here right, a little bit, doing the same thing, selling the information to Raynor, and he's going to get the best case scenario for him, I think, is actually playing versus Lurkers with this setup, because normally when you're playing against Lurkers, you want to go into Tempest eventually anyways.
Yeah.
But he's just going to skip a couple of steps and just go there right away, right?
Yeah, nice move by Raynor, by the way. He was able to cancel the 4th base of Zaun one time, slow down that eco a little bit, and I think now he knows it's going to be these capital ships. He has his Spire on the way. His Hive is almost done. He's getting +1 melee right now, which is kind of interesting to me. I'm not sure if he was planning... I'm not sure what exactly he was planning with that. You think if you go in lots of Hydras and Lurkers, the missile upgrade would be good?
He's getting a second Evo here, so I suspect he's going to get both eventually here. But when you're making a lot of Lurkers and you're going to Hive like this, you're going to be pretty gas-starved in the long term. So you do want to end up making a lot of links down the line. So just getting the upgrades when once you get Adrenal and couple of attack upgrades, these links become super, super powerful at dealing with Zealot run-bys or counterattacks or whatever, right?
Yeah, wow, a lot of upgrades on the way. He's also got armor and Adrenal, the range for the Lurkers as well. Meanwhile, Storm is being researched for Zaun. He has a couple Tempests out with that Mothership. No carriers on the way right now. More gateways finishing up here. This game is starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, basically just getting to the standard late game composition, just a little bit out of order by going the Fleet Beacon before the Templar Archives. But should end up in a very standard late game here, actually. And this is going to be the first time we're going to see a proper late game between these two.
Dude, Raynor's on 101 drones.
Yeah, this is definitely...
Oh my god, I just noticed that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, Zaun's got a lot of workers. He's on 80 probes.
Yeah.
And I looked at Raynor and there was 3 numbers there. I was like, what is going on right now? His economy is going to be amazing. I mean, you probably want to put some of those into some static defense as we go into this late game.
Yeah, that's kind of the big benefits for Raynor of Sound doing this Fleet Beacon first. Because normally if they go Storm, you still kind of have to respect the Protoss Grand Army and be a little bit careful. But seeing the fast Fleet Beacon and the fast Skytoss units here, you can actually go a little bit higher on drones and then mine a bunch of minerals and gas with those drones and then turn them into static. So you have a much more stable setup going into the late game.
Yeah, definitely. We were talking to Raynor before this series, and he was saying that he thinks if you can get to the late game against Protoss, it's not too bad, it's playable, you have chances to win. So it looks like for once we are going to be seeing this kind of late game here. He's getting his Corruptors on the way. Could be a Broodlord transition here as the Greatest Spire finishes up. He's going for the beginnings of what looks to be a Spore Forest here with all these Spore Crawlers coming down.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is the time of the match where this is kind of the tricky part for the Zerg when you're trying to get into the late game, where you need to have a lot of upgrades. You need double Spire upgrades, you need Infestors, you need Vipers, you need Broodlords, a lot of expensive units to get. But as you can see, Sound pretty much already has his late game army up and ready. He's ready to go out on the map and start poking and looking for some fights. So now it's kind of on Raynor to try to keep Sound a little bit busy so that he can't put too much pressure on him, while Raynor is setting up his perfect late game army. And once we get there, then we'll see Raynor starting to look for some more head-on fights.
Yeah, Raynor one of the best in the world when it comes to using Zerglings and being annoying with them. Running around, picking off workers, finding little groups of units like this and clearing them out. More of the Protoss army will come over here, so these Zerglings will all fall. Yep. But it's nice for him to trade those out, because now he can make Broodlords.
Yeah, exactly. You know, having the Adrenal just makes your Zerglings so much more efficient at fighting Zealots, right? So you can actually take these fights head-on and keep some map control. You don't just want to give up the entire map and just get stuck in your corner and let the Protoss expand for free and control the entire map. So very nice play out of Raynor. Gonna lose this hatchery most likely, but at this point in the game, you're not really super ready to actually saturate this space, because you kind of have to keep everything nice and tight as a Zerg player here, not to get pulled apart by a War Prism or a potential like Mothership trying to sneak around the map. So Raynor take it slow.
Yeah, I kind of like that he went for that base. If you take kind of the bases on the bottom left side of the map, that's very close to the Protoss 4th base, so they can warp units in there like Zealots, run them down to your base super quickly. So that does kind of make sense. We have a second Spire coming down for some more upgrades. This War Prism is hanging out in the airspace right now, and when the Zerg's not looking, he's going to try and warp in a ton of units in the natural or the main. This one Stasis gets a lot of Zerglings here.
Yeah, at this stage of the game as Raynor, you're pretty much just looking to avoid the army, because the way the Tempest function with their long range is that if you're close to the army, you're just going to constantly be bleeding out units. But you can actually fight it, but you just want to take one big fight against it. You don't want to have this constant trading back and forth. So Reynor is just going to try to avoid the army, keep him busy, and then once he's actually ready to fight, then we'll see him try to engage. Doing a good job here with the Lynx, just keeping a little bit preoccupied. In the meantime, securing up this base again, like you mentioned, getting the second Spire online, getting more Corruptors. Probably going to see a couple of Infestors get added in here as well.
Yeah, that was kind of funny to see a drone go to take a base in the top right, and there's just 2 Zealots waiting for him there. Denied, but here comes Down, finally looking to make an aggressive move on the map, at least clear out a little bit of creep, even if he doesn't want to go too far. Lots of Overseers on the way for Reynor. That's going to give him a ton of vision, be able to run those changelings around, see exactly where the Protoss army is moving across the map right now.
Yeah, obviously, like we mentioned, Sound just out here looking to get some value out of the Tempest, see if he can kill some stuff for free. And in the meantime, just securing more bases. And Reynor, he's still building up, right? And he has a really high drone count still. When you actually want to start to get a fighting army out, you probably need to go down even lower to like the 70s, like high 60s in terms of warrior count. But you obviously want to keep a high drone count for as long as possible, just so you can soak up as many resources as possible.
Dude, there's so many upgrades on the production tab here. We've got 3/3 coming down for Reynor, as well as that +2 attack flyers on the air units. A Dark Shrine going to be added in. I feel like you should always do that as a Protoss. Like, it's not that expensive a building. In the late game, if you have a big fight and you can warp in DTs to a new base or something and shut that down, that could be a game-winning move, so I like that. This little hit squad of Stalkers and one Observer picks off some creep there, whilst this War Prism that we saw in the airspace finally gets put to use as he denies a hatchery there.
Yeah, Sound probably just looking to trade out some of these Stalkers. At this stage of the game, he would probably just want to replace them with either more Tempest or potentially some Immortals or Archons or something like that. But you don't really just want to throw them away for free either, right? So he's kind of out here just seeing if he can find some nice trades for his Stalkers. Nice Fungal here from Reynor.
Such an efficient cleanup on these Stalkers. Gets the Fungal into the Lurker Burrow. Doesn't lose it. One unit. You were talking about you want to trade them out for something, but Reynor does not let him get anything there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that was. That Changeling? That seems like pretty overkill for a Changeling or two. But yeah, he will shut that down. And now, what do you think the plan is for Reynor here as we kind of get into this super late game? Are you looking for one big fight or some run-bys?
Yeah, so what you really need to start off the fight is a Fungal on the Protoss army. Because otherwise what happens if you just try to straight up run on the army is he's just going to kite away and use Time Warp, Stutter Step, Storms, and you end up bleeding out so many units as you try to connect. You really need that Fungal to start the fight so you can actually connect with Protoss army. Because at this point in the game, once you get into this high upgrade Corruptor, Broodlord, Infestor army, the army is super, super strong. It's just about the matter of fact, can you actually force the fight or not?
Reynor doing such a fantastic job with these upgrades. Already got +3 air weapons, flyer attacks on the way for Zerg. I feel like the Spire upgrades seem to come out way later than the Protoss upgrades. Obviously, they have Chrono, and if they go for these air units earlier in the game, like Zaun did, they often have the upgrade lead. But Reynor doing his best to keep up here.
Yeah, it's just the kind of thing where when you're going into late game as Historic, there's so many upgrades to get in terms of Infestor upgrades, Salty Ground upgrades, Lurker upgrades. And you're just going to have to make sure that you want to keep somewhat of a bank, right? So you can actually make sure that if a fight happens, you have some money to remax on. But once you feel like you're stable, you do end up getting a second Spire. But yeah, some small trade here happening with Lurkers. Reynor probably also similar to Sound, looking to trade out some of these units. Definitely want to keep some of them alive so we can deal with Zealot run-bys and so on. But for the most part, he's looking to replace these with more Corruptors, more Infestors, these kind of things.
Yeah, some of those Lurkers will go down. I love that he's adding a Nidus network on here. This will give him the option to be aggressive on the Protoss side of the map. You can't really get your Broodlords over there easily, so this gives you a way to still harass the Protoss and hurt some of their economy. One random Zealot almost takes out a Spore, but the Lings will help it out there.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where like Niduses, you can either use them to just put some pressure on the Protoss, keep them off of your side of the map, or you can just use them defensively on your bases to allow your Lurkers to rotate from one base to another if there's like a big attack coming in as well. We'll see what he uses it for here, but in the meantime, Microblow Shroud and Ultra Cavern coming out as well. This will be nice for him to have like a small ground army that can actually deal with counter-pressuring sound spaces, but also deal with potential incoming run-bys as well. Because right now, I think Reynor is pretty happy with the look of his main army.
Reynor just had 9 spores in production. I'm curious what the count is. How many spore crawlers do we have in this game right now? It must be 33 spore crawlers out on the map for Reynor. Yeah. That is an insane amount. 32 cannons on the other side for Zaun. Here's the first Nidus of the game. Yep. Reynor's probably got a few Lurkers in there. If you can get them into a mineral line, to be annoying to deal with as the Protoss, but Zaun shuts that down super early, which opens the window for these units to push this base here.
Yeah, I think Reynor is just happy to force Sound back home there. Just keeping him off the map, giving him more time to mine out his bases. Because when you have this like massive brute lord army, it's so slow. You kind of have to just take bases one at a time. So anytime he gives Sound away from him, he can just peacefully mine his bases and start slowly moving into one side of the map. We're gonna see here, Raynor's gonna have to make a decision. Does he want to go for the top right corner or the bottom left corner? And we will see which side he chooses to go for.
Yeah, you can't put all your Spore Crawlers on both sides, right? You need an insane amount. I mean, sometimes you can get 2 or 3 fronts going of Spores, but yeah, like you say, the Broodlords are so slow, it becomes difficult to defend. Normally one player ends up taking one side of the map, the other will take the other, and we get a kind of split map scenario.
Yeah.
Here is this Protoss army, so many changelings waddling across the map there. And Zaun looking to move on to creep, potentially, no, not yet.
Yeah, I think Raynor is almost at the point where he's ready to start looking for fights more aggressively here. And this kind of thing, he doesn't really want to fight. Oh, great feedback there from Zaun. Gets one Tempest though.
Yeah, those Vipers lose all their energy, not able to abduct anything. And the Tempest going to work on this static defense of Reynor, getting a lot of value over time with their super long-range attacks.
Yeah, so this is kind of situation where, as a Zerg, you do want to eventually pounce on this, but you want to make sure you actually have the army you need to take the fight when you do it. So he's getting 2 more Broodlords, 2 more Corruptors, and I think pretty soon we're going to start to see him looking for a Fungal with an Infestor, most likely. In the meantime, you can also just give this up. It's only one hatchery. It's not the end of the world to lose it. And at this stage of the game, the army matters way more than the actual bases, because the army is just so expensive for both players here.
There's so much value in each of these armies. I feel like these games always come down to one big fight. And it's always about who can take the better engagement, use their spells better. It's so difficult on both sides. You have so many abilities, right?
Yeah.
You've got Storm, Fungals, Microbial Shroud, all these different spells and units you need to control separately. You don't want them all doing the same thing. So the control becomes very important. I like that he's adding in some Ultralists here. They will not take much damage from the carriers. They'll start to clear out some of the ground army. Maybe force Sound to make some Immortals to deal with them eventually. He does have a couple in the mix there.
Yeah, and you can also just use them to pressure the other side of the map. If Sound's army is on the right side, you can use the Ultras to pressure on the left side, force him to either leave units or force him to rotate around, just to buy some time here. Because it's definitely kind of a situation where if Sound just gets to expand here and starts putting up static defense alongside his army, it becomes really hard for Zerg to win a fight. Zerg kind of wants to fight away from any sort of proto-static. Because the shield battery and the cannons do add a lot of value to that Protoss army.
I think right now both players are on 6 bases, I believe. Reynor's 6 going up here. So this may come down to just a war of attrition. Who runs out of minerals first. Zaun taking another Nexus here. I believe that's his 7th at this kind of forward position. He may use that as a launching pad. These Tempests, again, so much value. Killing Spore after Spore here.
Yeah, let me see. Raynor is starting to look for quite a little bit. Gets a couple of Templars here. Nice neural on the Tempest as well. So nice picks up here for Raynor. Just bleed out a couple of units, but not too bad at all.
Yeah, it all comes down to the efficiency here in the super late game. Who can preserve their units while picking off some of the others. I kind of like to see Raynor take the bottom left base. That feels like maybe an easy one for him to get at some point. There is a DT there. Oh, so he did try and take it, but it was denied.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's difficult to deal with. You need
nice Fungals here.
Yeah, big Fungal from Raynor looking to engage. The Broodlords get on top of some of these high Templars. Zaun says no thank you and forced to recall out of there.
Yeah, makes the decision to recall right away. And that's the kind of thing where if you're going to recall as the Protoss, you have to do it right away. There's no point in waiting 10 seconds and you just lose more units, and then you lose even more units as you're recalling out. So great snap decision there by Zaun.
I like this little double shield battery at the front. Just like, if I want to push, I'll do it here, and my units will heal their shields up a little bit. Raynor now adding in more Vipers, Ultras, getting the ultimate late game here. This is like the dream Zerg army, right? You couldn't make anything better than this.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking for this multi-prong attack here, very nice. He does want to clean this up. Like we mentioned before, Raynor doesn't really want to take any big fights near proto-static. He wants to fight out on the map. So it's very important that he's using this side army to clear out these forward bases from Sound, right? So there's no static fallback point for the Sound army.
Yeah, and this little side army becomes so extremely efficient with the Microbial Shroud. Just saw like 100 lava at that base, by the way. Raynor is going to have an instant remax. And if we look at the banks, as the players do start to mine out these bases, Zaun actually has quite a good bank. Normally we see the Zerg with a bigger bank, but he's already got 10k, 7k in the bank. 11k, 7k for Reina as well. Both these guys can afford to make their army maybe twice more, I would say, maybe 1.5 times, I'm not sure exactly. But they will both have a huge Remax behind this.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, I would like to see Reina start pushing a little bit into the bottom corner, because he is getting to the point where his first 3 bases are basically completely mined out at this point. And you do need to start moving over to the other side of the map, not to make sure that Sound doesn't get to fortify too much of the map. You do want to be able to force the rotations out of the Sound army, so you can actually get the chance to clear out some of these outer bases.
Yeah, we do see him take that hat tree now. That is nice. Meanwhile, he's going to push this base with quite a lot of Ultralists, actually. This will tear through the static defense. This High Templar can't really do anything. Basically, anything except Immortals or air units are not going to be able to deal with these Ultras. Going to work right now, picking up a lot of static defense that's quite expensive, getting a couple workers. Meanwhile, the feedbacks are huge.
Yeah, massive feedbacks there. Still gets a couple of fungos off, so he will pay some price for that. But that's this kind of thing there where Reiner's actually going for the fight, picking up someone with the Tempest. But I think we'll have to see him back off here in just a little bit.
He might actually lose all those Overseers, which are up there together, and he won't be able to see the units if he doesn't have detection here. The Broodlords start to fall. Zaun picking up a lot of Zerg units here that are super expensive. He lost some workers over here, but these Zerg units need to come back home and defend.
Yeah, that was a disastrous fight for Reiner, starting off with the great feedbacks from Sound, and not having the Infestor in here in the fight is so crucial. And then, like you mentioned, all the Overseers dying, the Mothership just reigning supreme in that fight. And we'll see, Reiner tries to remax here, he always has the map bank to do it, but his Sound got actually in the time to get another army out like that. We'll have to wait and see.
Reiner in so much trouble right now, trying to remake his army. He's making 50 lings. That's not really what you want in the late game, it feels like. There are a ton of Stalkers here at the front, though. Gets a fungal. These 3 Adrenal lings will go to town on these Stalkers. You can't really run away on creep because the Zerglings are just so fast. There's even one lurker there. They will try to get out of there with their lives. 6 more Ultras on the way. It feels like a good engagement for Zaun, but here comes the remax of Reina.
Yeah, definitely like a very expensive army there that Reiner just lost. So even though he doesn't die here, the units lost, as you can see now, is now very much in favor of Zaun. And that's the kind of thing with this game. It's not like a CVT where the Zerg has a lot more bases than the Terran. The economies are always going to be pretty even. So you actually need to keep trading kind of efficiently here in the late game as a Zerg player. So that fight puts Zaun in a really good position.
Yeah, the only bad thing for Zaun was that he did lose that one base, the left side base, the kind of 9 o'clock one. But on the flip side, he just picked off one with DT, so that's also nice for him. And now both these guys trying to re-establish, remake their really expensive armies.
Yeah, this fight not being it for Reiner. Obviously, fighting right next to the Protostatic here. There's a warp-in point right there. It's really, really hard to win the fight if you're fighting this close to the Protoss bases. So, amazing fight there from Zaun. And Reiner going into more of like Ultralist-based composition now. And it's definitely something that can work, but the Grand Army is quite big from Zaun.
Yeah, and if we just look at the banks once more as that fight concludes, 6.6k, both minerals and gas for Zaun. Reiner a little bit more mineral heavy, doesn't have quite as much gas, which is what it all comes down to with these expensive armies, right? You often have the minerals, but the gas is what really kind of limits how many of your tier 3 units you can make. This one Immortal seems lost.
Yeah. A little bit of a problem right now for Reiner is that he was worried about Zaun pushing after that last big fight, so he actually ended up remaxing on 9 Ultras. But now that the game is slowing down again, you kind of want that same army back where it's more Broodlords, more Corruptors, more Infestors. But now he doesn't have the supply to make everything he needs. So the next fight is going to be kind of awkward for Reiner here, where he kind of needs to find a way to get some good value out of these Ultras.
Yeah, it would be nice if he could trade them out for some bases while the Protoss army is somewhere else. It does move quite slowly. Of course, you do have double recall available with the Nexus and the Mothership, so you always have that option as the Protoss, who's continuing to build up his Archon count, getting a couple more observers here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll probably see Reiner is just going to run away from this army, I would expect, and try to run around to the right side, but he's kind of trapping himself here a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. You don't want to lose these units for nothing. You'd like to trade them out, but they are still expensive. Oh, these Ultras are all going to get caught by these Archons and Tempests. A couple of them go down. He comes back to this bottom left base. And this has been the difficult thing for Reiner, establishing this bottom left base, right? It keeps getting denied.
Yeah, he's not really in trouble. Oh, the Infestors!
You cannot lose these Infestors. They're so important in the late game fights. They're 150 gas a piece. They're very expensive. But finally, it looks like Reiner does find an angle to take out some static defense.
Yeah, so this is a great scenario for Reiner. Now it's just a question, does he actually have enough to take this fight? Because Zaun is definitely bringing the fight to him.
Yeah, I only see one Overseer in this army right now. Got to be very careful not to lose out. The same thing can happen. The Storms go down. The Fungals go down. There is so much splash damage on the screen, but it looks like Zaun will be coming out victorious in this fight. The consolation prize is for Rainer is he'll get one Nexus, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, he does up to remax on Ultras here, and the plan is just to try to wipe the ground army and then remax on Corruptors, but as you can see, the bank is very limited right now for Rainer. There's not really going to be a Corruptor remax. He realizes this, cancels some of the Ultras that are in trouble down there, but still, this is... He can most likely win the following fight, but these Zealots are clearing all the hatcheries, so it's not going to be any larva.
I think Zhao may be on the brink here of making progress in this game. Finally, Rainer's bank, at least the gas has been depleted. All these Zerg units so expensive. You need that gas to remake them. He's got a ton of Lings and Ultras, which can't shoot up.
Yeah, so he can still win the ground fight, or maybe he can try to force some weird base trading scenario, but he's gonna need a lot of time to actually, make Infestors, make Corruptors. He has the Vipers out already, luckily, but he needs time to get more economy back out, and you can see his production and everything is completely havocked here.
Yeah, he's lost so many hatcheries, making two on one base right there.
Yeah.
But it's the bottom left locations he needs to get again if he wants to get some real mining. 1DT here does confirm those hatcheries going up. Sound says, okay, you're trying to expand that spike Q to put the pressure back on. Gonna take out this hatchery, a bunch of creep here, even the queen. And Rainer's down to 5 workers right now.
Yeah, taking the fight here, probably gonna be the last fight of the game. This is the kind of fight where he might win the ground fight, but then there's a remax. Great fight from Rainer, honestly, though. Amazing spellcasting, getting a lot of the ground army, all of the ground army, most of the air units. The problem is just there's just no money left in the bank for Rainer.
GG is called. Zaun takes map number 4 with a very excellent late game army composition, and we are all tied up here in the series 2-2.
Yeah, definitely just taking very slow there, right? Just going straight into the fleet beacon, just getting the army he wants to get from the start, and just very slowly taking one base at a time, being very active, or not super active with his army, but very positional with his army, getting some values with Tempest here and there. And as soon as he saw some weakness, and he picked off those Infestors with the feedback, he immediately knew that he can take a good fight. And I probably think Rainer should have just pulled out of that fight, but then ended up happening. And on the remax, it gets very, very messy.
Yeah, very complicated late game to navigate there for both players. Zaun able to come out on top. Let's take a look at this fight one more time, the last fight of the series. There's just so much here from Zaun. Rainer had a very good ground army, like you said, but he wasn't able to deal with all the capital ships of the Protoss.
Yeah.
Playing as fast as he can right now to try and take out something.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where maybe you end up taking a good fight at this point, but because of how all the earlier fights went, you need to somehow equalize the units lost time. And if you can't find an extremely, extremely good fight, it's really hard to do that. So it's really important that the first couple of fights go away.
All right, guys, we are going to give these players a short break here, as that was a very long game. They played 4 in a row right now, so they need a moment just to recoup themselves.
Yep.
We will also be taking a break, but don't go anywhere. More StarCraft 2 action coming up soon.
He's got the 4 Templars. The Lings are going to hit over here, but I think he wants to basically come... He wants to try to kind of flank the army as it would come over here. So he didn't even defend. So he's on 3 bases. The 4th base has been picked off.
Another stasis trap gets defused there by Solar as well. And looking at the minimap, he's setting up for a mighty big surround. A ton of units here. This junction is centrifugal hooks finally now completed. Now the full surround coming in on Zaun's army. Those Bailings also from the top ramp. There are storms everywhere, but not enough coverage to deal with what Solar's dishing out. And just as you predicted, Tasteless, this timing attack completely barrels over Zaun. GG. We're tied up 1-1.
Super smart here, and +2 melee is on the way as well. I think the next wave could be where this gets decided here.
Yeah, and you can see the War Prism coming in kind of signals that MaxPax, if he holds this, is going to be ready for a counterattack. Or maybe he's going to use that to harass here. But either way, he's got plans further along in this game. But man, dude, Solar's got so much. I think he can just overpower the situation. You can see the Nexus is almost undefended as MaxPax tries to reposition to at least not lose his army. Probe is being mowed down, 10 killed already, as the smaller army over here for Solar is still just toying with this army onto the side.
Wow, all that Protoss army moving up through the middle, they're going to leave this 4th base to just potentially die. It actually will go down. Huge pickoff for Solar here. He's looking in control. He actually lost a lot of army there as well, and these Zealots are running wild at this base on the other side of the map. This game is getting out of control here.
The Lings are going to come surround this. I don't think that Protoss has done enough. And I don't blame Max Pax for moving out, but I don't think this ends well for him. I think this is a real Hail Mary moment. Oh man. Okay,
even the War Prism going down there.
The harass is not going to happen now. And, I mean, you would have to push through so much. And we're looking at a Protoss that's, like, barely on 3 bases, you know.
Yeah, it's hard to defend against Hydraling Bane. It's even harder to attack into it on creep with similar numbers. Like,
yeah.
These Lings are going to find the 4th base trying to go up again. They will get the cancel there, presumably. And you can't attack onto creep here as Max Pax. I mean, the Zerg army is too fast. The Banelings will get the connections.
Okay, so I think Solar, you know, he steps back a little bit. He knows, okay, I'm in a winning position. I can let him overextend, or I can let him kind of shark around the map, but not really do any damage because he can't attack me, and remake my base, and then I'll go kill him and win the game.
Right. Yeah, he's still on a really good work count here, up in the high 70s. And these storms have been so pivotal in keeping Max Pax alive, but at some point they may run out here. Oh, I like that. The Contaminate on the Nexus. Keep that probe count low. Don't let it make too many.
Yeah, it's smart. I mean, you know, at this point in time, Solar's doing the final punishing, killing blows. This is going to be, I think, a 360-degree amount of damage coming through.
Welcome back to the RSL, guys. I'm Surgeon. Joined with me on the desk is Sort of. We are currently in the 3rd place match of our offline finals here at the RSL. It is currently 2-2 between Reina and Zaun. We just finished a super long late game here, Sort of.
Yeah, this series so far is definitely delivering. We've had a bit of everything. We had fake Queen Walks, we've had Colossus Stalker Earlians, we've had carrier rushes, and now a super long game. So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, we talked about the map pool earlier here, and now we're going into Botanical, a bit more standard maps. So maybe we'll see more of the late game, or maybe they'll try to bring something out. Oh, and Tyrant Control.
Much love, guys. We are going to be jumping into this game here. In the top left of the map, it is the red Protoss Zaun.
And in the bottom right, the blue Zerg player, Reina.
Now, if you want to talk about big maps, Botanical is about as big as it gets. I can't count the number of bases. I don't have enough fingers, but there are a lot of them on this map.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. So it's definitely potential for it to go very long again. But I'm more expecting to see something like he did versus Classic from Reina here, where we see maybe some lurker play, but he goes into a more aggressive route, like single Evo chamber and just trying to put heavy pressure on him. We'll see if that ends up happening. We could see Sound doing something crazy again, like a double Stargate play or something. So we'll have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you have the choice to go for a really macro-orientated build here on a big map like this. You can also flip the script and say, okay, that's probably what you expect. I'm going to all in. I'm going to be aggressive. Try to deal some damage to you. We'll have to see what these guys want to do. Right now, we're looking at a standard patch gas pool. The Gateway finishing up here. Probably be taking his Nexus shortly. And the probe does come over. Not early enough to block the hatchery, though, this game.
Yeah, not early enough, but still going to be annoying here in the middle line. And force some drones of mining and just losing a few minerals for Reina. But yeah, on this map, you could definitely expect some of the more standard play. But again, Reina, looking at last game, he might want to take it a bit more aggressive, or maybe he looks at the game like, actually, no, I was fine. I just needed to take the fights a little bit better, and I would have been completely fine. That's also another option for him.
Yeah, I kind of liked his choice of builds in the first couple games where he was aggressive and he took it to Zaun. It looks like he's going to be, like, we haven't seen him go for quick storm yet, right? He's often going into quick air units, which can be punishable with some timings. So Reina may be thinking about that as we do go into game number 5. And this feels like such an important game, right?
Yep.
Because if you go up this game now, you kind of have a free game that you can throw away with an all-in or something. Or you just need the one more to close out the series. So this game is very pivotal for both these players.
Yeah, I think like the build that Reina did on Mothership, where he just goes with massive Hydraling Bane timing, would be great versus all the other Sound builds. But he might be a bit hesitant to bring it out again, because what if Sound does go back to the Colossus Stalker play, right? It's the thing where it can still work, but your timing window is way shorter versus something like Colossus Opener compared to a double Stargate follow-up.
Yeah, indeed. We're kind of getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, as right now the Stargate is on the way.
Yeah.
Third base goes down for the Zerg. He's getting his Zergling speed. He did take drones out of gas, so he's not going to be too aggressive here in the very early game. And it'll be up to the Protoss to try and harass the Zerg player a bit with these air units.
Yeah, just first adept coming in here, getting some scouting done, just making sure that we actually have the Zerglings and stuff like that. He might finish this trade actually.
Oh.
Good microphone Rainer, keeps the first round alive.
Oh,
does lose the second one.
One drone goes down, more drones pulled here. He loses the second one. This is just one adept. It shouldn't be getting this much damage. Okay, finally it goes down, but 2 drones go down. A Spore Crawler trick was forced, and you lost a little bit of mining time there. That is a big success for Zao.
Yeah, massive success, I would say. Like getting 2 drones there, and also, like you mentioned, forcing the idle time on the rest of the drones. That's a massive, massive damage that you don't really expect to get from a single adept like this.
And look at the income advantage already up in the 300-400s for Zaun. He is following this up with double Oracle, so he will have the opportunity to go for some more drone kills. Sending it instantly across the map. So normally, we've actually seen him keep them at home a lot, respecting Reyna's ability to pressure that third base with Zerglings. But this game, he's feeling a little bit more confident after that early start. Going to fly this first across Oracle straight in. There will be Queens here, though, to greet it.
Yeah, and Spore's already up. Might lose a drone or 2 here, but that's kind of okay. And the fact that he did choose to send his Oracle straight across the map does mean that his third is slightly delayed. It is a few seconds late. Rainer not being able to find the probe on the way out, though, so he will get it down at a decent timing, at least.
Yeah, I like that Rainer has a creep tumor in the main here as well. It's like quite a big main base, it feels like. Having being able to run your queens around it quickly to zone out the oracles feels very nice.
Absolutely.
I feel like sometimes the Zerg skip the tumor in the main, like...
Yeah, there's so many directions you want to creep, but you kind of have to pick and choose in some situations. But yeah, definitely in a situation like this, having that creep tumor there, and you can eventually send it down to the low ground from the main base, right? So definitely not a bad choice at all. See the fast Evo chamber coming in from Rainer into the standard Twilight Forge from Sound.
Yeah, so he's going for that quick Evo chamber that lets you get +1 melee. This normally leads into, you know, a Hydra build where you go with Zerglings as the opener. He does have a Roachron on the way as well. That could just be for safety in case there's some crazy all-in coming his way. We do see on the back of this, Zaun's going for a Twilight Council as well as the Forge, adding a couple more gateways on. Everything looking quite standard right now.
Yeah, everything looking super standard. Rainer, most likely, like you mentioned, he's going to make some links, and we'll see what the tech choice is here from Sound. It's going to be the blink, and that's kind of what you're hoping for when you're going for the +1 melee like this. Should be a good position for you to just hold on to any Stalker pressure. The links are very efficient at fighting the Stalkers, and they can also threaten counterattacks that the Stalkers have to go home and deal with. So great start here for Rainer, I would say, other than the messy early adept defense.
Yeah, he actually put a stasis ward on Rainer's 4th base, which caught the drone trying to make it there. So that's actually going to delay this 4th base for Rainer by quite a lot, as that drone will have to be free from its paralysis, able to make that base. A couple more drones go down for Rainer, but he is getting his lair on the way. +1 will be finishing soon. Oh, it would be very nice if he's able to catch these Zealots. Gets the Adept, catches 2 of them there with the surround. This one will just shade out, and the Stalkers will be coming to its aid.
It's a slow warping, actually.
Oh, it goes down anyway.
Yeah, that was a slow Stalker warping, so it was a little bit sketchy there for a little bit, because that pylon is not in range of the gateway there. But yeah, seeing this extra Stalkers warping in is already great for Rainer, because he knows there's no Adept follow-up, there's no charge slot Archon thing coming. He knows there's just going to be Blink Stalkers, so he can prepare properly. And he's doing the double expansions he did on Mothership, whereas if Sound opts to pressure one of the bases, he can go to the other one. But Sound, like we saw on Mothership, is going into that Robo Bay, and most likely going to look to hit a similar timing as he did in that game.
Yeah, we may see a repeat of that game as he throws down this Robo Bay and a second Robo as well. Probably going to be double Colossus production once again. These Oracles flying around the bases of Rainer, trying to scout exactly what he's doing. Is there an infestation pit? Are you looking to go Hive? Rainer's actually making a lot of units right now off the 60 drones. It looks like he's going to be getting very aggressive here, as we do see some Overlords upgrading into Drop Overlords as well.
Yeah, bringing the Queens here, look to hit the timing, and he's going to be able to hit before any Colossus is out. So this is looking very promising for Rainer. There is not going to be any Banings here, I believe, but it's still going to hit very, very hard versus no splash damage from the Protoss.
5 shield batteries and 3 cannons coming down for Zaun, so he absolutely knows the Rainer is looking to be aggressive here. It's all about how much damage Rainer can get done. He's moving towards the natural. It looks like he's going to be trying to fight in this space between the natural and the third. The force fields go down, but they kind of keep the Protoss army out more than the Zerg army. Yep. Rainer moves to the natural. Good bios on that static defense. The Queens are here. Transfuses go down. He's going to be spreading creep, trying to bust through this natural door.
Yeah, this Colossus coming out is going to be very crucial to hold up all of these links, because right now there's no other answer to these links. And the position between the bases is very awkward here for Sound. So far he's doing a great hold position with the Oracles killing at all links, and the first Colossus is here.
The static defense starting to fall at the natural for Zaun. He blinks back to the third base. We had a drop here in the main as well. Rainer fighting on two fronts right now, and he's actually going back into drones and infestation pit. I'm not sure if he feels like he's done enough damage or just that he can't kill Zaun here, but he's going to be pulling the brakes here.
Yeah, the Colossus coming out kind of means that since there's no banelings or anything like that, it doesn't really have any way to actually bust through with only links. So making the choice to go back, not ideal for Rainer, I would say, but I would also say he's kind of in a playable position. It's not like the previous game versus Colossus where he didn't have access to Ravagers, something to deal with force fields. So the counter attack here will be a little bit less scary. Obviously, his economy is a lot worse than it was then, so he'll have a hard time to match the army count of Zaun.
Yeah, this is very nicely controlled by Zaun. It's difficult to deal with two things at once. Controls the Stalkers very nicely, blinking back, keeps his units in the natural alive as well. This Colossus, like you say, came out at the perfect time to help with his defense. And only losing 6 probes to this is very impressive.
Yeah, very good hold from Zaun. We'll have to see now. Rainer is going into Ravaging Bane, so if Zaun opts to pull the trigger here, he will have a timing. But if Rainer has enough time to get up a decent number of banelings and baneling speed finishes, he can definitely win a fight here.
Yeah, he doesn't have roach speed or baneling speed right now, so Zaun definitely has a big window to be counter-aggressive. One Stalker falls there, the rest will blink away. I love that Rainer's sending these Lings out to counter-attack, try and buys himself some time here. As he is on 75 workers now on 5 bases, he has a good mid-game economy. He just needs to not die in the near future.
Yeah, so that baneling speed is crucial here. That's probably something he's looking to buy time for, right? It's these Ling run bys, he's trying to force Zaun back home, give me some more time to get this upgrade out. And if it does finish this, obviously the army supply is not looking amazing for Rainer, but it does have a fighting chance here.
Extended Thermal Lance is finishing here. That may be Zaun's cue to send it. We see a little Zergling drop in the main. Zaun will have to deal with that. More Zerglings at the natural as well. One base for Rainer already going down. He's going to look to try and engage as Zaun comes down this ramp, it looks like.
Yeah, very hard place to fight in though. They're so choked up with the ramp. And also coming in from the other side, it's also very choked up with the ramp. So it's really hard for Rainer to find a good open area to fight in here. But he might not have much of a choice.
Yeah, a lot of force fields available for Zaun, but it looks like he wasn't quite looking for a moment there. A few units going down. The Ravagers will bile down those force fields. And it's scary. I mean, it's scary for both sides. If Zaun comes down this ramp, he can be flanked from both sides here. Yep. But Rainer also can't really go up the ramp and attack into the Protoss army.
Yeah, Zaun's timing is right here and right now. When this Vipers comes out with energy, it's completely done this push. And there's no Templar Archives behind it. There's no more upgrades coming in, so he's really going to the fight now.
Yeah, the Vipers trying to get energy for Abducts, but Zaun pulls the trigger. Baneling's moving in from the back. They get some good connections on this Sentry Ball. Stalker's starting to fall. Rainer trying to hold on as best he can. These Colossus on the high ground dealing so much damage to everything. The Ravager Ball survives, and here come the first Abducts. No, the Stalkers zone them out there.
Yeah, Rainer just needs to buy more time here. Just get more units out, try to get this Colossus. The Vipers are so crucial, we cannot lose those Vipers.
You cannot lose them. One Colossus, oh, saved by the Warp Prism. Sick anticipation there by Zaun. He's going to be able to save these Colossus, and this is getting so scary for Rainer.
Yeah, he's just bleeding at too many units here, not enough money to constantly stay maxed out here, right? You kind of need to have that remax coming in to deal with these units that we see on our screen. And yeah, the Colossus are just going crazy. The drones getting pulled and just melting to these armies.
Beautiful blink forward there. Every time he adopts the Colossus, the Stalkers blink over with it, do their best to protect it. The Vipers go down, and with that, Rainer's chance in this game, Zaun goes up 3-2.
Yeah, definitely a very nice hold there on the Ravager Ling attack. And then the counterattack, Rainer had the correct composition this time compared to the Mothership game. But obviously when you have that failed all-in, your drone count is not what it needs to be, you don't have the same bank. Because ideally there after the fight, you're able to like almost immediately remax as the Zerg, right? So you can just be ready to take the next fight as soon as your unit pops. But there wasn't really much of a bank at all there for Rainer. So after that first fight didn't go his way, it's really hard to actually get your army together to fight.
Yeah, I just want to talk about how well Zaun played that, by the way. First of all, that is not an easy push to stop, what Rainer did. And then second of all, he knew Rainer's win condition was abducting his Colossus, and he anticipated it so well both times. The first time he's able to save it with the Warp Prism. Here we see that fly in, picks it up, he's ready for that instantly. And then the second time, every time Rainer abducts one, that was sick, by the way. Oh my god, what a save on that Colossus. And then the third abduct, he blinks all the Stalkers forward with his Colossus, so it's difficult to target it down for Rainer.
Yeah, because when you adopt a unit like this, you want to target fire it down, obviously, but then if the Stalkers are there as well, you're not attacking the Stalkers if you're target firing the Colossus, so the Stalkers all just get full attack value, right? In a situation like that. Obviously, at this point, the numbers were heavily in Zaun's favor, but very nice execution either way.
Yeah, I mean, if this game goes a little bit longer and we see 3, 4 Vipers come out, it gets a lot more difficult there for Zaun. So he hit his timing very sharp. We are going to be moving on to Persephone here for, what game are we on now?
Game number 6.
Game number 6. Yeah, Zaun now on match point. He needs just one more win to close this series out and claim 3rd place at the RSL. In the bottom left, the red Protoss, it is Zaun.
And in the top left, the blue Zerg player, Raynor.
It is Raynor's last chance to stay in this tournament, guys. Lend him your energy if you're a fan. We need to see him take this map if we want to get a game number 7 and this series go the distance. Now's the time to bring out your best build. You know, whatever you think has the best chance to work. We are on Persephone, which is a very kind of standard map, apart from the somewhat short air distance between the main bases.
Yeah, I would say traditionally Zergs kind of like to play on this map versus Protoss for the most part. We have seen Classic pull out the War Prism Chargelet Archon build. That's the War Prism get across the map very, very quickly, right, due to the main base locations. But they could also be Sound. I'm not sure if that's something he'll be likely to put out. Maybe he'll pull out something weird, but I would more likely expect him to go into the same we've seen so far.
Man, StarCraft fans eating well today. What an amazing series we have on our hands. These guys playing their hearts out here. Game number 6 already. Standard openings once again from both of them. Hatchcast Pool and the Gateway. Probably going to be a Nexus follow-up as he hits 400 minerals here. Nice and standard.
Yep. Just see the core coming in as well, and 3rd hatch here eventually from Raynor. And as the usual business, just being a little bit annoying with the probe, harassing those minerals. Raynor getting across the map with the Overlord, just going to see everything this time and know exactly what's coming his way. And we'll have to see what they go for. I think Raynor, again, he's just going to try to probably hit some sort of mid-game timing again. I think that map was a little bit difficult for it to actually get into the natural there on the previous map. We'll see if he does something similar here. Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting Raynor to go for the fast Ultralisk build, like one game in this series. It seems like he thinks that's, you know, pretty strong in this matchup, but we haven't seen it yet. That could potentially come out here. I really like that style against Protoss. It feels like you have so many chances to take good fights against them in the late game, and the games kind of get scrappy, lots of multitasking and stuff, which I feel like he excels at. What would you think Raynor's, if you had to pick, I know you can't know, but if you were to guess, what do you think Raynor's thinking here as we go into this game?
I'm probably thinking that you don't really want to go to another late game here. Maybe in game 7 if you get there, but for this game I don't think you want to have a long dried out game 6 and then you have to go into game 7 as well afterwards. You just want to try to do some sort of mid game or like semi early late game focus here. So I would probably go for something like Lurkers and then try to play it very aggressively. Try to end it on like a single Evo chamber. That kind of style would be most likely coming out here. But also depends really on what Sound does, right? Sound can definitely throw something that will make the game weird.
Yeah, for sure. We do see this first Adept. Let's not forget, this one Adept did a ton of damage in the last game.
Yeah.
2 drones going down, as well as all that mining time. This time, it will be shooed away by the Queen and the Lings. He already has his creep spread out the front, so this Queen can walk very far forward. The second Adept joins up now, and this is the moment where he might decide to commit to a Shade. Depending on how many Zerglings he sees, they are waiting for these Adepts on the ramp.
Yeah, he just cancels nice and safe. Just happy with seeing the units, and got the Oracle coming in behind as well. I believe we see a 3rd Adept moving out as well on the map, actually. So he's probably just going to keep these Adepts alive, and then with 3 Oracles, or 3 Adepts plus the Oracle, actually moves back home. So maybe a little mistake there from Sound.
Yeah, turning around here. He does have Oracles on the way. We'll be able to join those up with the Adepts, trying to get some economic harassment done. Spore Crawler's going down here for Raynor as well, so he is prepared for this. He's got his Queens together. No creep to him in the main this game. But the Oracles will see those Queens and turn back around. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Raynor. There it is. Goes down on the ramp.
Yeah, the nice thing about keeping these 2 Adepts out of the map for that long is that he knew exactly where the Zerglings were the entire time, right? He was able to see them every time with the Shade, and for that reason he knows that the Oracle is safe to fly straight across the map. Doesn't have to stay at home to defend the 3rd base going up, as we can see as it is right now.
Yeah, we do see this rather standard kind of quick Nexus here. For Zaun going down on the 3rd base, he's taking 2 more gases. A shield battery just to stay safe here. These Oracles haven't got anything done yet so far. No, not really any drones falling. So I think Reina will be very pleased with how this early game has gone so far.
Yeah, it looks very good so far, especially compared to the previous game with already the first Adept kind of got out of control, and then we had some follow-up kills by the Oracle. So Reina should definitely be happy here. We do see a fast Lair, fast Roach Warren, no +1 Evo this time.
Yeah, no upgrade on the way. Ooh, that Oracle just getting away. Okay, he does get 2 drones. I feel like that's kind of the minimum you should get if you do fly in with the Oracles. They have a decent amount of HP against those spores. The follow-up here going to be, once again, the Forge and the Twilight. 2 more gateways. This looks like the builds we've seen previously out of Zaun. Looks like this is how he feels the best way to close out this series is.
Yeah, slightly faster Twilight Council, but still goes into the blink. Just the Forge a little bit delayed here. So it's very similar to before. We see 3 more gateways coming in as well. Might look to put on some pressure, or maybe he'll add on a couple more gases as well. We'll see. Another gateway coming in actually leads me to believe that it will likely be something like a 6-gate pressure here for coming out of Zaun.
Yeah, indeed. He's going to be able to move across the map with these Stalkers. He wasn't forced to make more Adepts than he wanted to, like we did see in another game. Blink, as that finishes up, we'll see him move across the map, and it's all going to be about Reina's defense. He's already up to 68 workers. Sometimes it feels like you want to be around the 60 to 66 mark to deal with this. If you make too many, you don't have quite as many units.
Yeah. I would say Zaun has been really good about his reads this game in terms of what he goes for in the mid game with these Blink Stalker openings. Like in the first game was the only game he really got into trouble by going out on the map and getting caught by the Hydra Link.
Yeah.
But that was after like a weird Queen Walk kind of happened. In most of these games he's had a good read. In the previous game when there was melee happening, he didn't do any pressure, he just kind of stayed home. And in this game when there's like Roach opening, or into Hydras in this case, but there's no +1 melee, seems like he's committing a little bit more. And as I say that, he is getting 2 more gases.
Yeah.
So maybe he won't go across the map.
Yeah, I thought this was looking like he might be trying to be aggressive with those units, force out a lot of Zerg units. He throws down the 5th and 6th gas to the 3rd. That's normally the sign that the Protoss is looking to tech further in the matchup. We see a Robo going down as well. We'll have to see if he wants to go into those Colossus that he likes to see. We don't see a Robo on the way yet, but no, it is once again going to be a Fleet Beacon as well as a second Stargate here.
Yeah, it could also be this thing with the extra gateways. You just have the gateways in case Reina does something like he did in previous game with the Ling Ravager attack. You have a bunch of gateways you can warp in Stargates if you need to. And immediately after seeing the Infestation Pit and the Hydra then goes into this double Stargate play, so he's getting ready to get Tempest to deal with these upcoming Lurkers most likely.
Yes, Reina's actually made a lot of units, and Zaun's Stalkers are out on the map. They do have that stasis ward to fall back to if the Zerg army tries to catch them. Ooh, some Adepts going back down in the middle of the map. That's very nice for Reina. So active with his Zerglings.
Yeah, one big thing here is like he built the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon right after the Overseer went through, so Reina won't really know right away. Ooh, massive stasis here. Won't really affect too much as there's not much else happening. He might be able to catch the Stalkers. Oh, nice recall. So yeah, this timing is actually kind of scary for Zaun, because if Reina was just going into Lurkers and going into 90 drones, the Tempest would be great. But now Reina is actually just making more Hydras and coming across the map here. And the Tempests are not going to be super useful in a scenario like this.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage, but they shoot very slowly. So if you waste those shots on Zerglings, overkilling them, the DPS feels somewhat wasted. He is going to lurk at them behind this. Just now adding the drones on. So I feel like he wanted to be a little bit more safe in the mid game. Not sure exactly what Zaun was up to. We see him scouting here with the Overseer and these Changelings. Oh, the Changelings will actually taken out by the probes.
Yeah. I would say Zaun has been really good about just making it hard for Reina to know what's going on. Doing different build paths every game, and every kind of path he's taking requires a very strong reaction from the Zerg player. And Reina has not been able to quite figure out exactly what's going on to hit the correct timings at the correct moment.
Yeah, we do see the Tempest starting to come out here. I don't know if Reina knows about them. This might be the first time he sees them, but that 4th base, okay, now he definitely knows about the Tempest. That 4th base being forced to cancel is nice for Reina. He's up to 5 hatcheries of his own. I think he's on already up to 9 gases with the 84 drones, so he has a very strong economy here. Going to be going for some Lurkers, and you can kind of play on Lurker, Hydra Ling until the Skytoss army gets to a certain critical mass, right? You can kind of distract them, hit multiple locations.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely in a case like this, it's a little bit scary for Zaun because there still is no storm. It's just the Stalkers and the Tempest. And Reina's standing army is actually quite hard for him to deal with at the moment. We'll see if Reina realizes how strong his army actually is right now. It looks like he's actually gearing up for this fight, and I think it's going to be quite hard for Zaun to hold on.
Yeah, Reina attacking in 2 locations at once. The 4th instantly cancelled by Zaun. He realizes he can't hold this as this massive Ling Hydra army storms in here to the 3rd base. He's trying to get us around on all these Stalkers. The Lurkers burrow. The Tempest firing as much as they can, but there's so many Hydras here. They fall back to the shield batteries at the 3rd base. Zaun trying to hold on as much as he can. Reyna's maxed out, reinforcing this instantly with his bank. And the Stalkers are starting to fall. These Tempests, if they go down, it could be the end here for Zaun. Stalkers falling one by one. Is Zaun able to hold on here? So many probes starting to fall.
Yeah, already a really great trade for Reynor because it's 17 Hydras was in production, so even if Zaun somehow managed to actually stabilize here, there's going to be another wave coming, and we still don't have any Storm anywhere near completing. The only thing he has going for himself here is a Mothership coming out, but there's already multiple Overseers out, there's multiple more Hydras coming on. He's going to hold his third base for now, but the second wave is going to be extremely hard to stop.
Yeah, the fourth base cancelled by Reynor. 14 probes going down. Zaun now down to just 60. This second wave, as Reynor maxes out, will hit even harder than the first wave. The one thing he has going for him, Zaun, is that he has a lot of Tempest now with the Mothership. They can go forwards, start to pick off what they can. They get a Lurker for free almost. The Overseers scout these cloaked units, but if those Overseers go down, that could be trouble. Reynor pouring in now. So much Zerg in the third base. These Lings going to run wild on the mineral line. Zaun's economy taking a massive hit here.
Yeah, he's holding on as best as he can, but there's obviously just so much Reynor here, right? And losing this third base is basically a killing blow, where sure, he might be able to survive and keep his army alive, because there's only a few more Hydras left, but what are you really going to be able to do with just a 5-base Zerg on as a 2-base Protoss?
Yeah, this was an absolute success here by Reynor, able to kill the fourth base, then the third base, a bunch of probes, and now he says, okay, the only thing you have going for you is these scary air units, so let me go into Aspire, but never mind that, he doesn't even need the Aspire, he says. Gonna run in here with the Hydra Ling, try to pick off this Mothership. Such an expensive unit goes down, and GG. Reynor ties us up 3-3 in the series.
Yeah, we're going into game number 7, and it's gonna be a spicy one as well.
That was a spicy timing by Reynor there.
Yeah, that was very, very nice. Like, that was probably like the last timing he had in that game, right before Zaun really had enough units to make sure that he can't really die. And yeah, very nice by Reynor to identify that if you have this fast of a Mothership, this fast of a Tempest, there can't really be any Storm. He was looking around with Zerglings, didn't see any Templars, and he used opts to pull the trigger with 3 Lurkers before he even had the upgrade. So really realizing what the timing was there and what he could hit. And yes, we can see here coming in for the fight. He's pushing the third really hard here. Obviously, the Zaun's army is still strong, but what can you really do when your third base is getting ravaged like this? Even if you have a really strong army, you still need an economy to back it up.
Yeah, I really like Reynor's strategy choice here in this game. This is something that's designed to punish a Protoss who goes for these quick Sky Toss units. If you go for Storm, it can be a little bit more difficult to make work. The Tempests gain a lot of value over time, but they don't kill Lings quickly enough. They shoot so slowly, and you can be overwhelmed by some kind of Hydraling timing, as Reynor showed here. These players getting ready to jump into our last game of this third place match. Game number 7, we ain't getting all the StarCraft action here, sort of.
Yeah, it's been great. The series has really had a little bit of everything. And we've seen some amazing late game as well. And going into Tokamak, one of the more standard maps in the map pool, I would say, where we could definitely see another long game, or we could see something similar from Reynor. I wouldn't be too surprised, because having this like Lurker build with the option to hit before the Lurkers as well, versus this fast Tempest stuff that Zaun has been doing, kind of covers all his bases versus Zaun, right? If he's going into something like a Colossus push, he will have access to Vipers and Lurkers if he needs to. If he does something like he does in this game, he can try to hit the same timing. So I think Reynor will probably most likely go to somewhat similar to his own game number 6.
Yeah, we see a beautiful shot of the venue here. Look at the lights, aren't they pretty? We got our crowd here as well, just as we get these players ready to move into the last game. Like you said, Zaun, he loves his Tempest, he loves his Colossus. I would not be surprised to see him go for one of those 2 builds. The last map of the series is going to be Tokamak, a very standard map here. For the last time in the offline finals, guys, give it up for our red Protoss, Zaun.
And in the bottom left, we have the blue Zerg player from Basilisk. It is Reynor.
Dude, I had this thing during the normal RSL seasons where I couldn't say Tokamak. I just kept saying it wrong. I like this mental block. And once again, it comes out here in game number 7. What a series we've had so far between these guys. We've seen we've seen early time-ins, we've seen mid-game time-ins, we've seen the ultra late game between these guys. I don't feel like Reynor wants to go back to that, considering how it went.
At least not from like a position like that where they both just kind of power up and then goes for the late game. Like both of them just like going straight there, right? I think if he's going to go into the late game, he would prefer to do it from a position where he has some sort of advantage in the mid game leading into it. So you have this like bigger bank, or you have a traded efficiently going into the late game, so you have some sort of buffer.
Yeah, it seems like Reyna's done really well with these Hydralisk timings against Zaun, because he often goes for the quick air units, or even able to hit them before the Colossus come out, which obviously are really good against Hydras and Lings with that light tag. Right now, though, we're just starting to build up here. We got a Nexus on the way. Hatch gas pull for Reyna. Wasn't blocked at the natural, so can take his base there. And yeah, it's all about the tech that we see come out in the near future.
Yeah, it's really cool play from Sound, where like he has this like opener where he does pretty much the same opener every game, but then he kind of reactively decides where he's going to do it. It feels like if he sees an early Evo chamber, he's more likely to go into something like Colossus. If he doesn't see the early Evo chamber, he's been leaning more into these fast Tempest builds when he sees the Infestation Pit and the Hydroden. So we'll see what it ends up doing this game. Reyna might try to do something tricky, like throwing an Aspire in there. Could definitely mix things up like that. But at this game number 7. I would suspect most likely we're just going to see him go for something similar to last game.
Yeah, and it's interesting to look at how well the early game goes and then how much that affects the outcome of the match. Like the games where we see Zaun pick off a decent number of drones, he often ends up going on to win. But I mean, it can be 20 minutes later or it can be 10 minutes later, but these small amounts of damage you can deal in the early game, they start to snowball things in your advantage. You get that income advantage, and you can take that all the way to a victory. Yeah. Right now, we do see him making the Stargate as well as the Adepts. Looks like he'll be doing his normal thing.
Yeah, obviously, CVP is such a timing-oriented matchup, right? Where there's aggressive timings for the Protoss players, but there's also counter timings from the Zerg player. And like you mentioned, a lot of this comes down to, do you get successful harass off as the Protoss? Do you manage to get your third up without any delay from the Zerglings and so on? Like these things matter a lot as they snowball into the later game. And yeah, so far, everything looking very standard. First Adept coming in here, 4 Lings ready from Raynor. I don't think we'll see the straight finish. It does get cancelled.
Yeah, that would be a very risky one. This Adept trying to do what it can. Already lost a decent amount of shields. I don't think that would do anything except wait for its buddy to come across the map. If he... Oh, we actually don't see a second Adept coming here right now. It's going to be stuck in the wall, making sure there's no Zerglings running in there, as we see the Oracles coming out here for Zaun.
Yeah, just playing it nice and safe this time, keeping the second Adept at home. Doesn't want to let any sneaky Lings in to see what's going on. And Sound most likely just going to secure his third here. We can see he's kind of keeping the Oracle home a little bit, respecting the fact that there could be Lings out of the map. We've seen in the games where he does still have his Adepts out on the map, he will send the Oracle straight across because he knows where the Lings are, right? In this situation, he doesn't really know where the Lings are, opts to keep the Oracle at home, and secures the third. Yeah,
Raynor does see it exactly as it goes down, though, so he knows this is an early third base before 4 minutes. That already gives you a lot of information. You can't be all in it if you're also taking this third this early. So good scout there by Raynor, gets confirmation of that. And he didn't make too many Zerglings here. If you make a lot of Zerglings, you kind of have to try and delay the third, but he only made a couple, so he's able to get his drone count up as fast as he can. He will overtake Zaun in the 40s, which is kind of normal, I would say, in this matchup.
Yeah, Sound warping a couple more Adepts here. Most likely going to be going for his 4 Adept 2 Oracle pressure that he's been going for in most of his games here. In the meantime, getting a battery on the third, just securing that up. He might wait for this battery to finish before he moves out, or he might not. We'll have to wait and see. But at the same time, Twilight Forge coming down once again at the same timing as in most of the previous games.
Yeah, and then the question will be, what is Zaun going to do after this? Will he go for those Tempests? Will he add on some Robos with the Robo Bay? Raynor going for the standard Leia and Roach Warren timing, adding in some more gas here. I like this Stasis Ward at the 4th base of Raynor by Zaun. Last game we saw, the Colossus push game, we saw the drone actually set that off. This time it's a Ling. That's very nice for Raynor.
Yeah, also very nice from Raynor. He actually went around and came in from the other side. Because sometimes if you send the Zergling straight in, that Zergling is stasis on top of the place where you want to build a hatchery. So very nice play there from Raynor.
Oh, that's actually so smart. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, very, very cool play. Gets one drone here. It's a little bit annoying. It's going to delay the 4th hatch a little bit, and that is something you really care about. In this case, it's not going into +1 melee, so you're less larva starved with this kind of opener, right? More likely we're going to be seeing the Hydra then, maybe Aspire, but the most likely it's just going to be some sort of Hydra-based play into Lurker would be my guess here, looking at this.
Yeah, I feel like this is a good Muta map. You have that airspace behind the third and the main base of the Protoss. We do see the Hydra Den going down. Like you said, Lurker's probably the more common option. Reina said he feels like this is a very dependable unit choice in this matchup. Or basically always gets you into a decent position in the mid game.
Yeah, we have seen players like Shin also favor like Roach Hydra timings as well a lot in this matchup, and we do see Reina making some amount of Roaches. There is still no Roach speed though, so I'm actually not very confident in that happening. Some pressure coming in from Sound. Blink is still quite far away, so I don't suspect we'll see him commit very hard. More so just like move out to just force some units, make sure Reina doesn't get to drone up his 4th right away, and that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah, good play by Zound, slowing down that Zerg economy. Infestation Pit is on the way now, so it's likely going to be those lurkers eventually. Reina taking some more gas to fuel that Hive economy that he will need. And it's going to be Colossus again as we see the Robo Bay and second Robo going down for Zound.
Yeah, I think maybe Sound got a little bit tripped out here by seeing so many Zerglings. So he's actually going into this Colossus response again. But this is actually pretty nice for Reina because he's going to have a very fast Hive, and he also has the option to go into Lurkers, both very good answers to the Colossus. We could see him deviate into something like Disruptors, but they're also very hit or miss in this matchup, so most likely he's just going to commit to the Stalkers and the Colossus, and maybe try to get the timing. We actually do see the Templar Archives and Charge coming in as well, so he's already deviating a little bit.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time we see the Robo Bay versus the Lurker build. Got to cancel that hatchery. Okay, just does so in time. Blinks forward onto these Hydras. Nice transfuse on that one. We'll be able to save it. Got to kill that Stasis Ward. You only set it off on all the links. Oh, nice split by Reina, but still a ton of Zerg gets caught there. Yeah. And the recall goes down, and some Zerg, some Stalkers are left over and get picked off. Things again sloppy here in game number 7.
Yeah, very messy. Nerves are on, and you have to really be on top to not mess up this fight, right? One bad fight and you're out of the series. You lose the series. So both players really feeling the pressure a little bit. But
absolutely,
we have seen a big differences. Sound actually scouted the fast Hive here from Reina, and now he's going into the Templar Archives as a response, which I think is a good call. So if you try to commit into double Colossus versus a Zerg on a fast Hive, there's just going to be Vipers out by the time you hit. And if the Zerg has a big army and Vipers, it's really hard to get any big value out of a big Colossus army unless you have High Templars with it as well.
Yeah, I like going into High Templars as well. The new Storm, while it has less DPS, it does more damage overall. So if you can, oh, never mind that. These Stalkers actually get caught out here. The Zerglings getting a wrap around. The Hydras come to back them up. Some of them get away to the high ground, but it feels like Reina's picking off a lot of the Zound's units here.
Yeah, really good pick off. Obviously, recall being on cooldown from earlier, not able to recall out of that, and you have to be very careful when you're out on the map where it's like that, where there's a lot of Zerglings out. If you overstep just a little bit and you can't really blink away anymore, those Stalkers die very, very quickly.
Yeah, one key thing to point out with the Colossus here is that one game where Reina was abducting them, Zound would blink forward with the Stalkers to protect them. That's a much scarier option against Lurkers. If you blink into a bunch of Lurkers, you can just lose everything.
Yeah.
So Reina looking a little bit more prepared here, but Zound is going to try to pull the trigger. Oh my god, that Stasis will get so many Zerglings there.
Yeah, I think Sound is just mostly looking to posture a little bit here, as he is getting Storm and +2 behind us and the fleet pick, and he's probably not looking to commit super hard to a fight, but also doesn't want to let Reina just scary blink forward there.
Yeah, we talked about blinking into Lurkers, and there we see exactly that. There you go. Uh-oh, I got to get out of there. They will leave. Yep. This hatchery will be defended by these Zerglings, or will it go down, actually? The Hydra's coming over to add some DPS. He's just able to save that. This bunch of links sees the Protoss army return. Reina keeping good tabs on his opponent there.
Yeah, it is important for the Protoss players to be out on the map at this stage of the game when you're playing versus Lurkers, because the Lurkers would love to just run up to a base and burrow and just start sieging down that base, right? But if there's a Protoss army in between those two locations, you gotta respect the army and take it slow.
Yeah, you can kind of think of them as siege tanks. You wouldn't want them siege at your doorstep. The Stasis Swords have been amazing by Zound this game.
Nice feedback too.
Yeah, always catching so many Zerglings with them. Reina's looking for these abducts on the Colossus, but I don't think he's going to be able to get them. We've got a Nidus in the main, though, and a Zealot run by here.
Yeah, looks like Sound has spotted the Nidus. I'm not sure if he actually has anything to deal with it, because he's supply blocked right now, so we can't even warp in. If there's something in this Nidus, this could be very problematic for Sound.
Yeah, let's see what comes out. It is going to be Lurkers in the main base. You have to get units over here. There's so many Lurkers in the main base. You need units over here. You need detection as well. Zound has a real problem to deal with, and while he's trying to deal with it, Reina is active on the map, picking up some units. Here come the Oracles, able to reveal these units, but will the main Nexus go down? It's in the red HP. Reina, you got to target it. He gets the Nexus. Huge pickoff for Reina.
Yeah, at the same time, pulling him completely out of position. Main is in position here at the third Nexus as well. Lurkers burrow, great storms coming out of Sound, but it looks like he's going to clean up this position.
Dude, there's so many storms going down on all the Zerg units, but again, this is the issue here for Zaun. The Zerg unit is just killing all his production in the main right now.
Yeah, in the meantime, Reynor is just remaxing on more Hydra Ling. He's going to probably make even more Lurkers and just try to keep this momentum going, right? Keep riding this high, because you have production disabled right now for Zaun. There's no Gateway Swipe online, there's no Stargates producing. We definitely have a full-up timing here now as well as Reynor.
And all this production is depowered as the pylons go down, so Zaun frantically making 4 in the main to try and get his production online again. He's making another Stargate, going into these Tempests. Reynor, though, spilling blood in the water, is going for a huge run by. There is nothing in the natural. Warps in that Zealot just in time. These Lings will have to get out of here, but that distracts Zaun while he makes the Nidus and attacks at the front.
Yeah, all this multi-prong allows the Lurkers to come in position here. There is a lot of storms, but Reynor is very well spread out. There's also a blinding cloud. Oh, nice feedback here from Zaun to prevent that.
There are fires all over the map here for Zaun to put out. Reynor stressing his multitasking as well as he can. There's just so much to deal with here as the Protoss player.
Yeah, he's giving up the third base, but that's also kind of a death sentence in of itself, because now the economy is very, very poor here for Zaun. He does have a big bank still, but once he spends his money, he's going to be very, very poor.
Zaun's effectively on 2 bases. He lost the main, he lost the 4th. He's remaking it, but it's not up yet. Another Nidus going in the main. What am I looking at right now? There are Zerg units everywhere here. The Tempest falls, and with it, Zaun's chances at making a comeback in this game. Reynor is running away with it. All these units run into the Lurkers, and GG! Reynor takes 3rd place here at the offline finals of the RSL.
Amazing play there from Reynor, really turning up the tempo in the end of that game. Just realizing that this is my timing and I'm going to be all over the place. Eventually you will be out of position, and then the Lurkers just get in there, and it's so hard to break once they're in there.
And Reynor absolutely chuffed with that victory. What an amazing series here, guys. Going to the very last game. The handshake, lots of respect between these players. Zaun put up a fantastic showing, but Reynor just looking too strong in this final game.
Yeah, he really identifying what went wrong in the previous games and just adjusting his play a little bit and finding these very, very crucial timings that he missed in the previous games, right? He did try to hit it on Mothership, but the army composition wasn't quite there. But then just small adjustments and great play from Reynor in the last couple of games.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with both of them here. Really long series, a lot of long games. It's kind of mentally exhausting to play that many games. Yeah. But Reynor makes it look easy. I think he's going to try and walk through our camera shot right now. That's fine. He's lost. He's going to the room at the back of the thing. Okay, we're figuring this out here. It is a bit of amazing here, guys. It's not easy to get to the RSL couch as Reynor joins us for his winner's interview after taking 3rd place here. I'm very excited to hear what he has to say about this series. Yeah, I think we're going to be jumping over to the couch to hear from the man himself.
All right, thank you very much, guys. We're here with Reynor, who gets 3rd place in the RSL. Congratulations. Before Tesa says anything, I wanted to jump in and ask an actual game question here, and that would be, we were sitting out back with Hero, and he was assuring us that Colossus are trash in the match, but it seems like all of Zaun's success came on the back of Colossus timings. So what would you have to say about that?
Well, Colossus are really good, specifically against Hydra Bane, and I wasn't really scouting his main base much. I was trying to go off info at the front, and I got pretty unlucky with my build order choices. Like one time I went Lurkers, he went fast Tempest, and one time I went Hydra Bane, he went fast Colossus. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna start scouting. And yeah, Colossus are pretty bad if you scout them, but if you don't, they can hit hard.
Reynor, congrats on getting 3rd place. Thank you so much for participating in this tournament. Before we close it out, this segment, is there anything you want to say to your fans, and what's next for you?
Yeah, thank you guys, all of you, for coming. Thank you for watching at home. Thank you so much for supporting me and the tournament. And hopefully it's uphill from here. Just want to add that I don't want to see a Protoss player at least for 10 days. And yeah, other than that, I'm pretty happy regardless.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for participating. We got a quick plug here, guys. We want to say thank you to Pulsar. They make amazing stuff, and they've been supporting our event. And also thank you to Archon Studio. They are making the StarCraft tabletop miniatures game, and we were lucky enough to have them sponsor us for the entire year. We got the first piece of Zeratul set. There's a lot more to come. and we're going to be going to the finals next here, so stay tuned. We will be right back.
And Zoun is not actually full scouting either. He's left his probe in the main that he sees is empty, so he's not going to have any information that this has been a Nexus first for an incredibly late amount of time. He's basically going to get it when his Sentry hallucination comes out, and depending on if he actually boosts it or not, might even make it even later. We'll see if he decides to do that. He's going to kill this probe first. Will he actually recharge the Sentry for the faster scout? He doesn't.
He hasn't.
So he's getting this as late as possible, this information that it's a Nexus first. This Nexus is going to be like half mining by the time he even realizes it and by the time he has his own Nexus down.
And Zoun hasn't thrown on any tech. Okay, he's going for a Nexus. In some way, this feels like the worst possible situation
this is
here.
Awful for him.
For Zoun. Had he gone for, say, a proxy Twilight Council, which I think he actually might be as one gets started in the production tab and that blip in the bottom of the screen on the minimap gets a little bit bigger. Oh, no, it's still there.
Dark Shrine is what I thought immediately. When
Yeah,
I saw
that would make a lot
there.
of sense. No, I think you're right, but this is painful for Zoun. Already, it's just a 3-worker lead here for Hero, and that Nexus is not even halfway done.
I want to look at his face. I'm looking at his face when he sees this nap. Bro.
Yeah, Natural's already done. Man, he's got a poker face. Yeah, just does not.
Does he realize how fast it is? I don't know.
It's already a 6-worker advantage here for Hero,
Boom,
and it's going to keep adding in.
He has nothing.
Yeah.
He has no other option.
Good call, but Hero, he's going for that Phoenix. Actually, wait, is it a Phoenix first? No, it's just straight into Oracle, isn't it?
Yep.
All right, well, Zoun better hope that these Oracles are out of position, because if they're anywhere in the realm of Hero's main base or natural for Revelation, he's going to have a hard time getting the economic damage that he needs to equalize. This is already a significant lead here for Hero. 7 workers at 4 minutes. No workers even.
That's still potential for some damage here because it is still the only thing available. So maybe this will actually get some equalizing damage, and he's even going to track it. I love this, not only because it helps to defend it, but it also keeps awareness of where it is to know where the DTs should be going in to get maximum value.
Yeah, and there's also that cooldown on the Revelation. It's not a very long one, but when there are DTs in your main base and your natural expansion, it certainly does feel like a long time. The DTs now coming through here for Zoun. Hero, besides his Oracle, has no detection on the map. The Oracles are actually in position to intercept it. Zoun knows that as soon as these DTs start doing damage, the Oracle, if it doesn't get recalled, it's going to fly right over the Stalkers, and it gets 2-shot!
Oh my god,
What
Zoun
a play!
He's pulled this out of nowhere. This is actually so huge. The Oracle is only just started. There's no detection on the map. Probes are getting moved all over the place. The DTs are inside the force fields where the probes are, so that's not actually helping. 8 probes already dead. This is going so perfectly for Zoun, considering the fact that he started this game off with almost no hope at all.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Hero, had he recalled, the Oracle would have been able to circumvent disaster, but instead 9 workers going down. Zoun now with a 10-worker lead. The probes are not mining from the main base. There's minimal mining here at the natural expansion. The Forge is getting unpowered. Eventually, Hero will be able to get the situation under control. But my goodness, this has been so impactful. Even there, the third base, looking at the minimap, it gets canceled by Zoun's pressure.
God.
More probes are falling. I feel like this game is basically over, and oh man, what an awesome start from Hero. Basically gets bungled by a killer play. Hero's laughing about it right now on screen. You have to respect the move coming in from Zoun. The Hallucination Scout confirming the position of the Oracle, and then the 3 Stalkers to intercept was just so beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like textbook.
Yeah, this looks so tough to break, and he's making that Sky Toss transition right now. Here come the Locusts. Reina gonna go for it here at this base. They fall down on top of the Stalkers who blink back. Big damage actually coming out from the Locusts, able to take out an Archon. So much static defense here, though, sort of.
Yeah, but he's out of Storm for now, which is a big problem for Classic here, because without Storm, there's really nothing to do with the massive amounts of Hydras and things.
Where are the carriers? Okay, finally the carriers arrive. They will be able to push back these Hydras for now. It can, you know, Hydras, you can kind of sometimes deal with carriers in small numbers, but once you get up to like 4, 6, even 8, it can get a little bit out of control. And right now, Classic does not want to take the risk of pushing out onto creep.
Yeah, for sure. I think Raynor definitely has like 1 or 2 more waves in him before the carrier counts get out of control, right? So the next Locust wave here, combined with the Hydras, is going to be very crucial.
Dude, this is so many Locusts. I love the split on these Locusts by Reina. Not going to be able to storm everything. So much Zerg here. The carriers doing what they can. The High Templar run away, just trying to stay alive. They morph into an Archon. Probe starting to fall. It looks like Reyna's making headway here. The carriers are basically all he has to be scared of right now. And he might be able to pick this one off. Will he get away? Oh, it's so close.
Yeah, but there's 16 more Hydras in production here. So there's going to be another wave coming real soon. And like we mentioned before, the carrier count is still not really at a critical mass. And +1 is also really, really far away. So this is still far from over.
Dude, I can't believe how brave Classic is being right now, pushing out on the map, on creep when his supply is so low. More than double the army supply here for Reyna, but a lot of that is in Swarm hosts, right, which don't shoot up. So I think Classic's win condition right now is just getting those carrier mass. The Swarm hosts send a Locust Wave onto the Nexus and actually pick it off here.
Yeah, that's a really good pickoff, and it puts Classic's economy about down to 2.5 base, right? You have to remember that back third is actually not an actual third base, it's a half base. So the economy right now is really, really bad for Classic, and carriers are nice and all, but with these numbers, it's just looking very, very dire for the Korean Protoss right now.
Yeah, I love Reyna's position here on 5 bases, 81 probes. Might even get this War Prism. Oh, big storms go down, but Reyna's still in the driving seat here. Should get the War Prism now if he pays attention and sees it. Okay, he's doing something else. That just flies right over the Hydra Ball. We don't see that every day. Tons of the Interceptors actually being picked off here.
Yeah.
That's when you know when you're winning, when you can fight Hydras against Interceptors, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, at this point it's just a numbers game, right? Like, it doesn't really matter what Raynor throws at him. It's not enough in Classic.
Okay, the Locust gonna shift around to this other base over here, and that's just too much. Reyna yeah, I think he did sneak Blink in at some point, but there's no cannons here, no batteries, nothing. I mean, can the Archons even fit through the wall of the Natural? I'm not sure. Maybe you have to recall them. I don't know how big the wall is. It looks like it won't be able to. The probes evacuate. This is going to be huge damage, and Reyna doesn't have to mass mutas or anything like that. He can just kill a bunch of probes here, go back into Hydraling Bane. Okay, Stalker's getting warped in here, but this is already a lot of damage. Classic down to 40 probes right now.
Yeah, he's essentially forced into an all-in here. Like, he could try to drag this out even longer if he wants to, but again, if he gives Raynor time, he's just going to drone up his 4th, he's going to get a 5th, and then the economy is just way too big, right?
Yeah, now Reyna going for the Lurkers, trying to fill out the whole tech tree right now. I mean, if you get a big number of Lurkers against what Classic has, I don't even think you can attack into it. Maybe you can storm them. The storm does last longer on this current patch, which can be good against, burrowed Lurkers. Obviously, you can move them when you have the upgrade. You can do that quickly as well. Yeah. But Reyna going to continue to do economic damage here while the Hydraling Bane rushes into the 3rd base. This is so many probes going down. He even saves all these Banelins. Oh, that storm on the probe as well.
Yeah, but Raynor at this point, he can just chill. Like, I think he just kind of wants to end the game as soon as possible, but he doesn't have to actually run into these storms, right? But it's looking very, very dire for Classic. Just the numbers game is not in his favor.
Yeah, there's so many Hydras here. Classic cannot back off here. If he loses the 3rd base, that's basically game. Reyna's back up to 4 bases right now. Only 28 probes as well. Classic can't really make anything. Look at the production tab. It's completely empty for the Protoss. Good, he's making units. Again, he's poking the 3rd, trying to see the unit comp here for Classic, but he has no idea right now.
Yeah, the big difference here is Raynor has +1 melee, and there's no +1 for Classic, so the links are actually a lot better in this scenario, like a lot better than last game. And Raynor already has made a lot of links, so as long as he can get them in position here and keep his queens alive, he should be very well equipped to actually deal with this.
Okay, Reyna takes out those Zealots down there. The Queens, even though they died, they actually bought a lot of time for the Lings to get back. The drones will have to be evacuated, but Reyna looks like he's defending well now. He's going for Infestation Pit behind this. I don't know if that's going to be more Swarm hosts or what, but he's just trying to hang on as best he can. More Zealots being warped in. Stasis Wards frantically going down here for Classic as he continues to try and make this push work.
Yeah, the Lings are just trading so effectively versus these Zealots, right? Like +1 for the Lings, no +1 for the Zealots, so they take 3 shots to kill the Lings. The Lings are so much more effective here, and he gets a good cleanup. He did lose all the Queens, and he's also probably missing Injects during this time, and his drone count is still kind of low. But again, Classic has no Forge, the transition is very slow, so he has to do a lot more with this.
Yeah, Classic is still probing a little bit behind this. Maybe there's some way he can try and play this game out once the attack is over. And, I mean, Storm is finishing up here, which is the one saving grace for Classic. The Ultra Cavern is finishing, though, so Classic has to make something happen, because once those Ultras come out, like you say, they'll be pretty much uncontested. They'll shred through these Zealots, High Templar, etc. And Classic's going to try and make this happen.
Yeah, there's +2 melee now. They just have a healthy amount of Archons, but if these Archons go down, like the Lings will just clean up completely everything.
There's so many Queens here as well, doing a good job tanking all these Zealots. The Lings try to get us around here, but there's actually a lot of Archons here, sort of.
Yeah, this has actually turned very, very badly for Rainer very, very quickly. I think he was a bit, maybe too confident in his position here, where he probably could have pulled back and waited a little bit more for a bit more units. The first couple of ultras to come out.
The G.
Yeah, GG.
Not even GG, just the G.
So this is going to be a pretty close defense, I think.
Yeah, Classic actually waiting for another warp in there. Gonna throw down some initial force fields. Easily cleared out. I don't think he got too much for those, but he has plenty of energy. There's plenty more where that came from. The Immortals actually not shooting right now. A couple of them in the back. Gonna try and deal some damage here, but it actually looks like Rainer has quite a decent amount of units, but they're just all stuck right now. There's so many force fields. The low Ravager count can't deal with them all.
Yeah, like he expended a lot of force builds there, but looking at the supplies, I guess the defender here, when you're defending with Roach Ravager, if the supply is even, it's usually a very bad sign, and there's a lot of adepts here.
Yeah, dude, so many adepts. These Lings gonna get absolutely shredded before they can even engage onto this Protoss army. I feel like Rainer needs some big bios that like hit everything or something crazy like that, or take out the War Prism. He's actually got the supply advantage right now, although I don't know, there's more warp-ins. This is so hard to call right now.
Yeah, the adepts are obviously like not great when they don't get to actually attack, but they get stuck on each other like roaches do, right? But it's actually a very awkward position for Rainer with this hatchery in the force fields. It's a very close fight. But it looks like Rainer just barely has it.
Yeah, the sentries go down, no more force fields remaining. Biles going down on that War Prism, not enough to kill it though, but it looks like Rainer is somehow going to hold this, sort of. He's pushing back the army. The Immortals have to be picked up and shipped out of there.
Yeah, now this is a very, very bad situation for Classic. Like, he can fall back and, you know, he's getting a Templar Archives, he's getting +2, he's getting more Immortals. But the thing is, like, you don't have a Templar Archives up, you don't have any Storm, you don't have a Robo Bay. You all you really have is these gateway units you can make now. And there's no charge, there's no blink, there's just glaives. And he warps in another on the glaives, which basically means, like, okay, we're taking a fourth, but really we just gotta go again, because these adepts are not gonna be useful in a longer scenario, right? There's a lot of time he needs to buy here to storm, to a higher immortal count. So yeah, we'll have to see if we can actually do anything to catch back up on this.
Yeah, but even if you buy...
Yeah, it was always going to be a very hard defense for Classic, but with the move command there, it just makes everything that much more tricky.
Yeah, indeed, and now he's trying to fight again. There's actually not too many lurkers here. Only one in the back there. I think the rest of them are still burrowed up by the fourth base of the Protoss. So this is Classic's kind of best chance to get a trade, but this is so many lurkers, dude. How do you deal with this?
Yeah, like as the Protoss player here, like even though you don't really want to, you kind of have to try to push him out on the map a little bit, right? Because you want some space between his army and your base, so you can actually buy time and be in position, and not let the lurkers actually siege up on your bases. So he's trying his best to actually get out on the map here.
Yeah, there's just so much Zerg right now, though. Lurkers here, Lings forcing all these storms to come out and kind of be wasted while the lurkers run into the third base. Yeah. And I think once they get on top of this Nexus, there's no way to stop them. And GG is called. Rainer takes the second game of this.
He keeps limiting Shin's progression onto the map, right? Like Shin is just getting stuck on these like almost 5 bases, but he needs kind of a bit more than that to actually keep up with the cost efficiency of this Terran army.
Oh, another hatchery getting picked off right here. I don't know if we have any infestors in the mix. Doesn't look like we do, so Bio able to actually boost all the way towards the third base, or potentially the main base here on Winter Madness, as Maru simultaneously was able to deny the re-expansion there on the left side. Bio now dropping here into the main base. Shin going for a big counterattack, judging by the minimap. Infestation pit goes down. There are no infestors on the map. This planetary fortress is just ultras going for it, but that's not enough SCVs to repair, so it will get taken down. But Maru, he's been able to snipe so many bases. Even the Hive is under threat right now against +3 Bio. Oh man, Shin, you gotta keep that alive.
Yeah, it's a situation now where like he kills the fifth base, but Maru just instantly retakes it, and Shin is still stuck in his corner on the map. So even if he somehow clears up his army efficiently, he doesn't have the capabilities to actually like get back on the map and like start punishing the rest of Maru's games, or Maru's positions in the map.
Yeah, Maru's just looking so good right now. Yeah. 1,000 minerals still on the bank. He's continuing to macro up. This base might get denied again here at the 3 o'clock expansion. Another drop simultaneously into the third base. The natural expansion also under siege. Maru is everywhere right now, and shit, he's struggling to put out all of these fires. I mean, the trades aren't the best here for Maru, but the important thing is that Shin is so flustered, he can't get any pressure done. You can see the cost efficiency there in the top left. Yeah. 6,000 resources in the advantage of Maru.
Which is not something you would expect at this stage of the game. That's something you would look at like, okay, once there's like Ghosts and Liberators out, okay, then that makes more sense. But this has just been like Bio trading into Banelings and Infestors and Roaches and Ravagers, right? So it's very rough for Shin. And Shin, right as it is right now, his economy is not that good.
Yeah, and the creep spread is just dismal. It already wasn't in a good place, but Maru's done such a good job of keeping the creep spread under control up until this point. We actually have 2 tubers that are just isolated in the center of the map. And one thing I've noticed here from Maru is that he just keeps hitting bases that have no creep spread. He's attacking the 3 o'clock from the angle where there isn't very much creep spread in front of it, and then all the way down in the bottom left base near the 6 o'clock position, he was also taking down that hatchery, which had very little creep spread, just not giving Shin anything to work with defensively, as a Widow Mine drop of the natural expansion is going to force those drones to evacuate. 3 also get taken down. And the anti-air, again, it's just a big problem here for Shin. He has to commit to having enough army to deal with the bio forces that Maru has on the ground, but then Maru just has free reign in the air to drop absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, I think a big problem for Shin was just that after the all-in, when you go for this all-in, you go with a low queen count, right? And then after the all-in transition into a macro game, he never really replenished his queen counts. He wasn't really able to have enough queens to actively keep pushing tumors out, which kind of leads into this scenario where you slowly just get starved out unless you're able to find amazing fights.
Oh, this is a bottleneck and a half to fight through. Those command centers just really proving to be an issue. Ultras get taken out very easily right there by Maru. GG is called, and that is going to be a 3-0.
And Macro up behind it.
This is very weird to look at. You have Trigger push in max packs with a proxy gate while expanding behind this. It's like he's attacking and expanding at the same time. It feels like it's breaking a rule of StarCraft. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're not supposed to do 2 of them.
Yeah.
But he's making it work right now. And if the Phoenixes aren't across the map killing his probes, eventually the Stalker count will get out of control. But the problem is these Immortals. They're going to do so well into the Stalkers. There's Oracle finds his way into the mineral line again against Phoenixes. They're going to get... Okay, 3 more workers, but they're adding up now. The recall has to happen, and that takes the pressure off Max Packs.
Yeah, that's the big win right there. Sure, he only gets a couple probes, but now he knows that the army is back at Trigger's base. He's free to move down the ramp, kill off this proxy gateway, and all that pressure is gone, and he's able to take a 3rd base of his own. And despite the fact that Trigger got the faster 3rd, it does mean that his army is going to be a little bit smaller for now, because obviously he used those extra resources in taking that faster 3rd, whereas MaxPax was just making more army. And you can even see now Trigger realizing that fact. He's kind of panicking a little bit. He's making some extra batteries at his 3rd. He's not exactly sure if MaxPax is just going to full-on counterattack or not. But for now, it's just going to be the Phoenixes doing harassment, which means that Trigger is going to quickly fall behind here because the economy is getting roasted by all these Phoenixes.
Yeah, even though he has the extra base, he's behind in the work count now, so it probably won't even lead to an income advantage until the mains start to run out here. We have the Forge finishing up as well as Charge. Yeah, look, he did have a lead, and then as soon as the Phoenixes hit the worker line, it's dropped back in Max Max's favor. He can remake workers quicker, though, with the 3rd Nexus, which is just finishing up on the other side for Max Max as well. Trigger's 4th base may actually be cancelled here if he's not able to get in position. So many Immortals hitting it right now, it will actually be forced to cancel that. And Trigger's standing army has a lot of Stalkers with some Archons being added in, but the Immortals look so scary on Max Pax's side right now.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Trigger to actually engage into that. Wisely does not actually pull it. I almost did it, pull the trigger. That's so hard.
Just keep doing it. Just
Dang
commit.
I'm not even doing that on purpose, I swear.
He nearly pulled the trigger.
I'm so sorry, guys. But yeah, he just had to cancel the 4th base. Just has to play it safe and super slow at this point. He needs to draw this game out in any way possible because right now his army cannot compete with what MaxPax has. You can see he's just trying to poke and prod, just try and see any little damage he can get on the Immortal. Just kind of, use the mobility of the Blink, since that is the only advantage that he really has this game, is that he does have the more mobile army, but you can kind of just tell by looking at the minimap, he's not actually able to use it. He's just kind of stuck back in his base. Normally you want, as the Blink player, to be kind of out on the map, controlling the pace a little bit more. You know, you pick off units as they're walking across, almost like a going against the sieging Terran, right, where they're, you try to make them siege up and stuff like that. But Trigger's unable to do that, just kind of sitting here at his 4th, trying to defend it.
Yeah, we have transitioned into this kind of Zealot Archon portion of the PvP. Huge warp-in by MaxPax as well. Going to try to be matched by Trigger, but I don't know if he had quite as many warp-ins available there. That trade may go in MaxPax's favor. The army is now engaged. Phoenix is picking up as many units as they can, even getting an Immortal there in the back. Super valuable unit just being taken out of the fight. Meanwhile, the Zealots running wild in the natural. The probes have to be pulled. MaxPax's army looks huge right now. I think he's winning on both fronts. Going to be taking out all these units. The shield batteries are not enough to help. And some Zealots are remaining here in the main.
Yeah, this is an excellent push from MaxPax. Forces the recall into the natural, splitting up Trigger's army, and then just pounces right at the third base at the same time. There's nothing left for Trigger to be able to defend against this. He knows it. MaxPax 3-1.
Small, minute little victory here for Classic, I would say.
Wow, and Zound's not going for the expansion. He's warping in shield batteries right now in the
Oh,
natural
he didn't even take a
expansion
base.
of
Wow.
Classic. And because they're warping in aggressively, they're only going to be completing with...
We're finally here, everybody. It is the grand finals of the RSL here in our live studio event in Seoul. I'm Tasteless, joined with me at last is Artosis. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing fantastically, Tasteless. This tournament has been amazing so far, all year long, really. But here we are finally in the finals here, reunited once again.
Yes.
And I can't wait. I just want to cast some GGs with you.
We will be getting many GGs will be said today.
Hopefully.
So it's going to be a PvP. We just wrapped up the fourth place match here. Raynor did come out on top in a very dominant performance. Now it comes down to two players, Classic and Hero.
And these are basically the best two Protoss players in the world going at it. They both showed some pretty heavy domination. Hero 4-1 over Zound, Classic 4-1 over Raynor. Both these guys have won RSLs this year. It's a very fitting grand final.
It's going to be interesting to see who can take this. I kind of lean towards Hero. He has historically been the strongest PvP player if you just look at who has the most wins. But Classic has kind of debunked a lot of my concerns that I had early on, and that I thought he might be maybe really strong in like the first patch of 2025 and might get phased out. Instead, he looked like he was untouchable in a matchup that I thought, in this one, in case we're seeing right here on screen, I thought he wouldn't be able to hang as well as he did in PvZ.
You know, honestly, for me, Tasteless, I do love Hero. I love watching him play. He's so exciting. But I really do feel like Classic is one of like maybe the best three Protoss literally ever in the history of StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
So whenever I see Classic, I vote Classic to win.
Well, he really delivered an insane series. We started the day off with this in the Final Four here. And, I mean, talk about a range of play, right? He had some of the smartest, most patient macro games I've ever seen. And then he shifted gears halfway through the series and really went for the jugular. Went for, the Achilles heel, if he could see one, and trying to just take Raynor down. And, frankly, it panned out and worked out.
Yeah, he did really, really well with it. I actually thought that was going to be like a really long, close series, but it felt like Classic kind of geared up throughout it when it just got stronger and stronger throughout the match. And yeah, it actually turned way more one-sided than I thought it would. Now, this finals, I don't think there's really any chance for that. You know, like these two are both so strong, and it feels like historically when we have like one-sided semifinals, the finals is always very good and very close.
Yeah, I think this should be a long one, at least as far as, how many games we're going to get. PvP can be short game-wise. The whole the game takes shape very quickly, right? Post Cybernetics core completion, because the tech is then there, and this is just the way Protoss is, right? Is once the Cybernetics core finishes, you have three very different tech routes you can go down. And so we'll see how the early game is going to be handled with these two. But I'm excited for this finals. As you can see, we actually got a trophy every season.
It's a sick trophy.
Every season we kept talking about getting a trophy, and then we were like, how do you actually get a trophy? And we had to go look that up. I didn't know. There are apparently just places that make them. So you go, you put in a request, and they build one for you. And we thought, okay, we'll save that for when we get this offline finals. And here we are, moments away from starting this. Classic versus Hero. Again, I lean slightly towards Hero here, but I think it could go either way. What about you?
Yeah, no, I do think I'm leaning towards Classic. I know Hero has shown ridiculously strong PvP, and he actually has better micro overall than Classic, if you ask me, even though I think Classic has great micro. It's just, Classic is like this otherworldly Protoss. Like, he has so many times been the savior of the race, the rock of the race, that has just maintained high-level performance, championship-level performance, for longer than any other Protoss in the game. And that's a fact. That's a fact.
So we're going to go into the map.
Fact.
Is it a fact, Artosis?
You better believe it. You can bet your bottom dollar.
So right now, we have a live system built in where the players are selecting the first map. So it's going to be Botanical and Evil Heart. The next two maps will be the Vetoes. we don't give them that much time to sort that out, but you only get one veto in a best of 7, so it's really important. Whatever map you really need to get rid of has to be done now. You can't really bank, although there are strategies where you bank on your opponent vetoing it, and you can do that more in mirror matchups, right? If you both think a map is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, let's see what they do.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, are you going to get rid of maybe Mothership? It's like the only 3-player map, right? So that might be an interesting one to remove. Tokamak going to be vetoed here.
Yeah.
And Celestial Enclave, okay.
And so those are now out of the tournament. No more of those 2 maps. And it's going to go back to Hero, I think, here, as far as who's going to be picking the next map for Game 3. Obviously, in a best of 7, we can go up to Game 4. Hopefully, we actually do go to Game 7 here. But yeah, these first couple of maps are going to be pivotal here to kind of shape the way this best of 7 is going to look.
Yeah, and I think especially considering they do play different styles overall. Like Hero is very micro-oriented, very action-oriented, and very good at taking risks. Whereas Classic, he's a little bit more full-range. Like he definitely will go for anything. But I feel like he's better overall towards the defensive end.
Sure. Right now, a lot of deliberation about how to pick these maps. This is the final StarCraft 2 event of the year, at least for something of this size and scope.
Yep.
So both these guys hungry to end this on a, only one of them, I guess, will end it on a good note here. Winter Madness has been selected here for map 3. This does ping pong back and forth in map selection, so it's going to be Hero with a quick pick to Mothership.
And Magnetic North there. That's going to be our 5th map played. Persephone and Maganatha.
Yep, so no more maps to pick from here. Hopefully we do get to that map 7. It is very rare to actually get to that Game 7 in a best of 7. We have a lot of 4-2s and 4-1s. But we'll see. I think this is a pretty even match. I do think these games should be fairly explosive due to the matchup and the players in it as well. Remember that although Classic did really dominate in the first half of the year in PvT, he had no problems in PvP.
Yep.
Protosses have looked strong all year. And, sometimes, being a champion comes down to, like, being good at one matchup.
For sure.
And sometimes in a race is very strong. The matchup that really mattered the most was the mirror matchup because that was where the players of that race were performing well. So really the guy that was the best in that came out on top. A lot of times, and I know it's StarCraft 1 in this case, but I always think of Rain in StarCraft 1 where Protosses were killing everything, and he just seemed to have such a handle on the matchup. It was untouchable.
Funny you would bring him up because also in StarCraft 2, one of the greatest of all time for Protoss.
Yes.
Like he's actually in my top 3 with Classic. So there you go.
It was a good save there with the sign. Excellent assist. So Protoss fighting here. Yeah, we're moments away from getting into this match. We have the Observer in game along with our 2 players.
Little shout out to Mapu. They're doing a great job throughout RSL.
Yeah, Mapu has been here observing every game in the RSL. We appreciate him. And guys, let's get noisy in here. Our finals is finally here in the bottom right in the red. Make some noise for Classic. And his opponent here in the top left in the blue, he is Hero.
He's in, don't worry about it.
Okay, so on this map, both players are going to go for a pylon at the expansion. That's because there is another low ground outside of your expansion. A lot of times, you almost always have a low ground outside of your main base, but this one there's another low ground outside of your would-be second base. And so they basically set the wall in up over there. And then, we'll see what kind of techs it is. And they don't have to expand right away. We do have some tech games from this, too.
Well, raised naturals normally do result in a fast nexus, but then you know that it's raised natural, so both players send the probes, block the nexus, a zealot gets made, some gas gets mined. Like, we see this pattern pretty often in Protoss versus Protoss on bases that look like this. But, of course, we'll have to wait and see. Like, you don't necessarily have to play that way.
Yeah, we have the scouting probe inside the base on both sides, so there could be a nexus block on either side as well. You can see that Hero's already banking up. Well, he was a second ago to make a nexus. It was actually Classic that ditched making the nexus earlier and just switched into other tech. And yeah, I mean, it's important. You have to decide pretty quickly, are you going to try to get rid of this probe and push it off, or are you going to go into more of a tech game?
Yeah, I actually really like the quicker switch where it's like, yeah, just grab the gas, make the Zealot. You know that this is happening. But with that being said, the Nexus is going to come up quite a bit quicker here for Hero, which you would generally consider to be a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, that's pretty big, getting your first base up a little bit faster. We see Classics' Nexus starting just now. And what we're waiting to see from this point on in the game is what is going to be the Cybernetics core tech. Is it going to be a Stargate? Is it going to be a Robo, a Twilight? And it is going to be the Stargate here for Classic. So we'll see if there's going to be mirrored behavior here for Hero, or if he's going to take this game into a very different direction.
Yeah, because if it is the Stargate, like, you might actually end up in Phoenix versus Phoenix, and I know that that's not something that Hero in particular likes too much. And I think that that's an area where Classic would very likely outplay him. So I don't think that that's what we're going to end up seeing. I'd be very surprised if Hero were to throw down a Stargate. And yeah, he hasn't as of yet, and there's no reason you would do it this late. So I don't think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, I guess if you make it that late, if your opponent had made the Stargate that early, you're just behind in an arms race. You're never going to catch up, and assuming the other side plays correctly. So it's going to be a Twilight Council coming down here. Probably for Blink, but, you know, there's still other forks in the road there. And it is going to be the first Phoenix, actually, here for Classic, not an Oracle.
Yeah, he might be looking at this and saying, oh, there might be a Stargate across the map, right?
Yeah.
And, like, if you go Oracle into Stargate, you know, it doesn't take as much damage as it used to from Phoenixes, so maybe you can get a couple kills, but the Phoenix player is going to be far ahead. So it makes sense to open up with those Phoenixes. But if you're going to go Phoenix against Blink Stalker, you're probably only going to want to get maybe 3.
Yeah. So he gets that first one out here. Does manage to take the probe out. And that Blink upgrade has started. Now, one thing about Stalkers with the Blink is they're going to be very strong at defending against Stalkers. Against Phoenixes. But one of the problems is that you can't leave your base. So the Phoenix player can a lot of times expand and take more risks on the map because the Stalkers are only good at defending as long as they're back home actually staying there.
And they're going to try to zone out these Phoenixes a little bit. Those are going to just kind of run around and take a look as to what is going on. Classic has gone into an Oracle as well as a Robotics here. So all of this makes a lot of sense. Like, this is kind of exactly what you would expect from these two players, even down to, like, who's doing what. To see the Phoenixes into a Robo here from Classic makes perfect sense. And, of course, Hero, you can't stop him from making Blink Stalkers.
So because it's not going to be a full committal here with the Stalkers, he does actually take out a couple probes here. Hero basically wants to launch an attack from this base. I think I was just mentioning a little bit ago that, you know, the Stalkers, they're not going to be good at defending if they don't, if they leave home. But, you know, if you go for some kind of an all-in and try to get some killing blow-off, then I guess it really doesn't matter if you lost a couple of probes. Mm-hmm. So we are seeing the Stalkers now gather up outside the base. There is a hole here in the entrance, so it's not a full wall off. There's 2 pylons covering this area over here, although it doesn't seem like it's going to be healed. So he takes out the first pylon.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit rough right now. These Stalkers pushing in, dealing a lot of damage. Now, the Oracle is getting some counter damage, and the Immortal comes out, but there's not really a battery ready. Look at this. He's letting the shields run out. Really solid play there, but definitely needs to get that shield battery back up in line.
Yeah, he does in the last second dive on the Immortal, and it is 2-shotted down as the Stalkers 1-shotted down. That's going to be a GG. Cutthroat game. Total decapitation there as Hero. You know, it's funny, we were talking about, you know, the ebb and flow of what the game would look like. That was based off of, kind of standard play, and Hero basically said, no, you're probably going to try to switch out of this. Yeah. You're not going to keep making Phoenixes while you're in the middle of the transition. I will just use all the Stalkers I've got, and I'm just going to come break your nose.
Yeah, and he kind of nailed it. You know, if you have another shield battery up, you get a second Immortal out, you're going to be able to hold on against everything pretty easily. But he really hit that kind of weak point in Classic's game. You could see Classic, the look on his face. He was muttering to himself. He's definitely frustrated with how that went. It's definitely not something that you can't survive through with that opener.
Hero is kind of the Protoss' Protoss player. You know, he's
for sure.
He's really good at bending the game as it's developing. you know, Protoss is kind of a race that's like a little bit sharp around the edges, you know, when it comes to the tech. Whenever you're teching in a direction, it's a little bit different from like Terran and StarCraft 2, where the units kind of complement each other and pair together. A lot of times when you're teching with Protoss, there's big weak points, right?
Yeah.
And so Hero is very good at kind of twisting that and punishing. We're going into game 2 now. Guys, over here in the bottom left in the red, he is Classic. And his opponent here in the top right in the blue, winning game 1, he is Hero.
All right, Evil Heart, kind of a small map here, so aggressive plays likely to be rewarded. We'll see if Hero goes for that once again. You know, that first game, I feel like it played out kind of like how I expect games to play out, not necessarily with the Hero victory each time, but like strategically it made a lot of sense from both sides. Classic, you know, his plans are oftentimes going to be probably a little bit more complex, and he's going to have to really try hard to just not fall to just random Hero timing attacks.
Yeah, I think that if Hero wins this series, it'll be a lot of games that look like that.
Yes.
You know, Classic, when he was dominating and basically unstoppable in PvT, and we kind of saw it in the PvZ here today, he's really good at, like, going to the next step safely and perfectly, and then going to the first, you know, getting bigger, more bases, more tech, and eventually getting to the point of no return where he's basically too big to fail. But Hero's very different. Not that Classic won't do, you know, kind of aggro stuff or risky stuff, but, you know, I really think when we think of Classic in the RSL seasons here, he did look more like what I was saying originally. But yeah, Hero's very good at kind of judo flipping the position really quickly here.
Yeah, he really thrives in chaos. He thrives in high micro intensive situations, and that's what he's going to be looking for. We definitely saw that against Zaun, and very likely we'll see that continued here. Now, taking a look at the openers, Hero with a couple Stalkers. That is kind of his key unit. He's just God mode on Stalker micro. And then Classic over here, 2 Adepts and a Robo.
Yeah.
Huh.
So, very cool. No Robo yet here for Hero. Now, we don't know what the tech is here for him yet, but he did invest in Stalkers a little bit sooner. The Robo's back at home. Doesn't mean you can't be aggressive with it, but, you know, we do have – there's actually a lot of proxy Robo stuff happening.
Yeah.
Nowadays. It's just a really strong way to play. If they're not ready for it, they're going to die. But, you know, an early Robo versus a later Robo, there's not a whole lot you can make of this position right now.
And look at this. He actually snipes that probe there, but it does get a pylon down, at least momentarily. He had his Adepts coming up, so there was definitely an idea. But look at that. Hero immediately jumping on that pylon back at home, but a couple Stalkers pop out and will push him back, putting a lot of damage onto those Stalkers.
Yeah. We have now Hero just moving across the map. He's going to ignore that. Now, 4 Stalkers is a lot more than 2. And now that there's 2 Adepts up here, we got to see exactly how Classic hangs on. There could be a little bit of a hole here, and this punish could actually really start to snowball.
This looks a little bit rough, but an Immortal comes out. The Immortal will help him to hold this off. Oh, somehow timed out with the Sentry from that main gateway. That was awesomely done there from Classic, and he has trapped all of these Stalkers. Sure, he took a little bit of damage, but cleans out the army of Hero.
Yeah, that was wild. You know, basically entombing the Stalkers there inside the base. They just get executed. And yeah, that aggressive Hero style punish. Now we've got, well, we're just getting a quick recap here of that. You can see no way to escape. Now actually Adepts come into the main base, and kind of a similar situation, although I guess the Adepts are a little bit more expendable. And there's going to be a counter push here from Classic.
Okay, Classic going across the map with his Immortal, and he has that Prism as well. Of course, there's an Immortal on the other side as well, so I'm not sure what he'll get done. You can really manipulate the bottom of the ramp between Force Fields and the Immortal and just kind of chunk away at the gateways, and that definitely is a pretty valid way to play it. But I don't see too much damage being dealt here. You know, like, yeah, maybe he'll pop a gateway, but I don't think he'll do much more than that.
Yeah, he's got to be careful to not let those units get fished over to the side, almost losing the Sentry. Oh, he gets the Immortal locked out on the outside.
Oh, man.
And if he juggles correctly, he's going to kill that with minimal losses. He takes the first Immortal out. The Gateway's going to fall eventually here as well. Now, Immortal shots cannot be dodged here, so you got to be careful. He's going to warp in a little bit more here using the, hold on a second, he takes the Gateway out.
Yeah, and so far, Classic is kind of out-microing a little bit here, but with the Prism out, I think he can still maybe hold on, but the double Immortal against a single Immortal is huge. They just deal so much damage to each other.
Well, I mean, now he can't produce anything, right? So, I mean, with every warp in, there's just going to be more material on the board to fight with. He's going to make a battery, another nice force field. The Warp Prism saves the day. The second Immortal's here.
Yeah, the Immortals are really, really key here. He does have another Gateway as well. Some great juggling going on here from Classic. Trying to deal damage to this Immortal. If he can pick an Immortal, that's going to make all the difference.
Okay, he's going to try to push forward here. The juggling continues. The probes are going to come out. There's enough money to make a Nexus behind this as well. I think this game's almost over, Artosis.
Yeah, third Immortal coming out is huge. But the micro here of Hero has been amazing so far. Unfortunately, he ends up losing an Immortal. He's trying to pop his opponents, but it won't happen. GG! And Classic is going to take game number 2.
Beautifully done. I almost didn't believe that push was going to work. But,
No.
you know, the reality is the damage just sort of built up over at the entrance. Eventually, there's no more gateways. And, you know, with the 2 gates back at home for Classic, he's just able to produce and produce and produce. And he kind of overwhelmed him. And, you know, even if that hadn't worked, he had enough money for that Nexus back at home. Really nicely done. Kind of a rough game. You know, they both ended up dropping units early on. Kind of a game that's, I guess you could say, hard to recreate going forward.
Yeah.
Here, a chaotic one.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I think the big mistake there, we were just showing it on that replay, was allowing one of his Immortals get trapped behind force fields, because he went Immortal, Immortal, Prism, whereas it was Immortal, then Prism, then Immortal from Classic, right? So the Warp Prism is going to allow you to juggle and basically never lose Immortals. And that's why Classic was able to just push him right down.
So we're going into game 3 right away here. Winter Madness is where it's going to be decided who's going to actually take the lead. And it looks like we are ready to go. In the bottom right in the red, guys, give it up for Classic. And in the top left here in the blue, his opponent, he is Hero. Okay, so pylons in the main, again, you know, you can have games in PvP where you're both, you know, expanding and trying to tech up. The last map, it kind of creates a situation where there's a lot of incentive for 2 gates. The same can be said about this map.
Yeah, you know, if you have these smaller maps, sometimes you definitely want to put that pressure on. We'll see how this one plays out, though. We definitely saw great PvP on here earlier today. Hero being the first to scout, sending that probe out pretty quickly. And I'm actually very interested to see, because if I'm recalling correctly, this is where Hero opened up with a single gate previously. But yeah, we'll see about that. He adds his second gas, and he will go for the second gate.
So for now, things are mirrored. We have Hero coming across the map with the scout. And yeah, I mean, let's see what kind of game they're going to give us here. It's hard to really call a PvP until we have the core finish and see what the techs are, you know.
No matter how many ways that you speed up the early game, you still got to wait for that cybernetics core to know what Protoss is up to. That's for sure.
I've been really happy, though, with the maps we've had this season.
Yeah.
With the fact that Patreon supporters have voted. And we did try to pick maps that weren't completely insane, but we've had a range of different types of games. Now, as I was saying that, Classic threw a pylon down here in the top right. Now, this may be a total red herring, because there's a probe inside the main right now from Hero. So there's an idea, and I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but there's an idea where, because they're looking for a hidden base, or I'm sorry, a hidden pylon, because they can count how many pylons you should have, they just make a pylon for no reason. Apparently that's not the case, because he is just going to make the robo. Pretty cavalier move here.
Yeah, it looks like it probably will be an Immortal Rush, but a proxied one this time. So we'll see how that works out for Classic, because suddenly a Stargate goes down for Hero. And you know, theoretically, the Stargate should be able to beat the robotics, but it's not necessarily going to happen, right? Like, you make an Oracle and send it across the map, and your opponent shows up with some Stalkers and an Immortal, you're going to be in trouble. So it's hard to say exactly how this will go down.
So the Adepts are going across the map. And, you know, when you make a robo this close, oh, hold on, they're going to cross each other over here. A lot of this is going to come down to how that first exchange goes. So he gets a little bit of hull damage there on him. He does plug up the entrance with a pylon. Oh, hold on, I'm sorry. I actually got confused about whose pylon was what there.
Yeah. He puts zone down so he can cancel it to get the Adepts in. So a triple pylon wall here comes up.
Yeah, and of course he's going to have to cancel some of that too. The Warp Prism's coming. So what he wants to do is basically put pressure on the entrance. And remember that all these units that you have early on, like Adepts and Stalkers, they shoot little lasers that have to actually connect with the target. Unlike an Immortal or like a tank where it fires and the damage hits immediately. And because of that, you can actually dodge the lasers, which sounds ridiculous as I say it, that you're dodging lasers. But you
the
can.
Jedi can do it, and StarCraft units can do it.
So what he wants to do is basically try to juggle. Oh, never mind. He wants to actually go right into the main. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
The juggling may come later, but I guess getting to Adepts in the main here, the easiest way to take a ton of damage early on that you almost can't recover from is to have 2 Adepts get in your main and just kill enough probes. Because remember, you're both on one base for most of this. And so far, so good here for him.
Really good damage so far, that's for sure. Look at this. He's already got 4 probes and actually gets both the Adepts out of there, which is really nice. Now, the Oracle going across the map is going to run into a couple Stalkers, so probably not going to get the damage that he was looking for. And I do wonder if he wants to make another Stargate unit. I would actually really love to see one. I mean, a Phoenix would be really helpful in a lot of ways. A Void Ray's a little bit expensive, but obviously if you had one, it would be great in this situation as well.
Okay. He's going to try to chip. I think he went for the pylon and realizes the gateway is a juicier target. Now, the 2 Stalkers here can fight the Oracle up here. So the Oracle's going to have to back off, only getting 2 kills. Meanwhile, over here, insane trap, getting 2. He does end up losing an Adept. I guess that's pretty forgivable considering he's going to get the double Stalker as well as the Gateway. That's going to put him on only 2 gate tech. There is another Gateway in the main.
We've seen this multiple times now where it's just a little bit too far forward of a dive when he doesn't have the Prism ready. I feel like Hero is too aggressively trying to protect his gateways. Yeah. Now 2 Immortals in his base once again. Is he going to lose in the same way?
Yeah, this is kind of insane. 2 possible losses in a row here. Let's see if he can hang on. He's going to go for the pylon. And that does actually supply block Hero. I didn't even realize it until right when it happened.
The double Immortal dealing a ton of damage, going to unpower this gateway as well as the shield battery. Very painful indeed. The single Immortal trying its best to help out. Another one's about to pop out, but there's so many units here. Now, this is actually going to make a big difference. The Oracle coming back to help on the defense.
Okay, he's going to try to come in here. It's all going to come down to this. The probes have been pulled. There is such good juggling right now with the Warp Prisms here. And it looks like Hero actually drives him. Oh my God, he really misplayed that, just dropping the Immortal and losing it. So Hero survives, but it's 12 probes to 22. So nearly a 50% lead here in workers.
Yeah.
1 base to 1 base.
Looks exceedingly bad for him right now.
Yeah.
Some great juggling coming out of Hero, but not enough. Loses all of his Immortals. GG is called. And Classic goes up 2-1 with pure Immortal rushes.
It's interesting to see that he saw what happened in the first game and said, I'm going to do that, only even harder. I'm going to make the robo even closer. I like the setup with the 2 Adepts in the main. Just go in there.
Yeah.
You take out like 4 or 5 probes, and they're already slowed down enough to like, okay, even if that just slows down like 1 Immortal or 1 or 2 Stalkers from being made, that can be what tips the scale.
Yeah.
And, you know, really, this series is making me think a lot about these entries and, like, how exposed these gateways are.
Yeah.
Everybody walls in early on because there's, like, rushes that you never really see online because people wall in so they would never work. But because of these wall-ins, we do have these really important structures hanging out on the outside. And instead of protecting you, now you have, like, a kind of an exposed wound.
Yeah.
Like an Achilles heel there that they can hit and punish.
And I tell you, till Hero has a Warp Prism, he needs to just let a Gateway die. He's losing multiple units that cost more money than the Gateway, and then still losing the Gateway.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We now go into Game 4 here on Mothership, our only 3-spawn map. In the bottom center, in the red, he is Classic. And his opponent here in the top right in the blue. Give it up for Hero. So we can't have the same kind of rushes on this map because, in most of the maps we have in StarCraft 2, there's only 2 spawns. And so there's always the option to go run across the map since their starting location and hide tech and stuff like that. But you can't exactly do that in 3-player maps. There are some pretty advanced tricks depending on the map where you might be able to hide something in close proximity. But this should come out with a little bit more of a standard game.
I think that you're probably right about that. And that's kind of a nice thing of having a 3-player map. I definitely commend you guys for putting in a map that is not a 2-player map, because it does just change how everything is going to end up working. So absolutely love to see it. And definitely a map that's really hard to split up. Now, in Protoss versus Protoss, it's going to be very rare that you get split up games, right? There's just so much offensive potential. But I would love to see a big macro game PvP here. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I definitely welcome a longer game. I'd like to see, 2 or even 3 bases made, but we see a proxy pylon. Artosis, I think Classic is going to do the same thing again. I can't say that I blame him either. I think that on some level he's going, okay, well, what works? Do I have to stop doing this if he can't stop it? I don't think so.
Well, he just keeps on engaging and losing units trying to protect his gateways. So yeah, I think you're right. Like, you can kind of just continue forward until he's shown that he can learn from his mistakes, which so far he has not. So you might be right. Like, what if Classic just goes proxy immortal and just goes like 4-1 here? It's like, wow, that's kind of crazy.
I kind of respect it though. I think it's a situation where he's going, well, I don't have to do, the entire range of play and show everything I've got. Why don't I just keep doing this and see if he really knows how to stop it? Maybe I just have more nimble micro. Maybe I can just eke out a little bit more damage every time and kind of close the game out. And hey, man, a win is a win. So I can't say I blame Classic for going for this. Now, this could backfire. It could be a situation where Classic tries this and fails, and maybe even tries again and fails, in which case Hero comes back. And it's why usually in a best of 7 you try to be unpredictable. And, then again, we've also talked about the fact that sometimes the most unpredictable move in a pro match, especially at a high-stakes final, is to kind of have build order redundancy for a second.
Very true. Very true. You never really expect the same build like 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
You expect that against that same guy you keep getting queued in on the ladder.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, this guy is trying this one trick. This is the one thing he knows how to do.
Okay, so a lot of scuffles going on, but so far this Robo has not been scouted. Hero has walked past it a couple of times. Oh, he's finally going to scout it. He sees, oh my gosh, it's the exact same build that he's been playing against. Now, here is Classic with the literal exact same move.
What is this move where he just shades and then doesn't move it? Okay.
Yeah, he wants it to be not scouted, so they just suddenly appear.
Yeah, got it.
But that one doesn't do nearly as well. Much better defended here from Hero so far. Last time, I think he got 3 probes or 4 probes last time he did that.
Yeah, I think it was 4. So, again, it's literally like the same trick, but already Hero's doing a better job of holding it.
And, Hero's trying to make the same move as well, but he only has 1 Adept. And is he going to lose a Warp Prism trying to get 1 Adept to kill probes?
Oh, man.
Dude, that's
think
so
he's gonna
low.
lose it. Oh, God.
Oh, just barely not. Just barely gets out of there. But it's so low, you have to actually be really careful with it now.
Yeah, there's something really depressing about having a, super low HP Warp Prism.
Yeah.
You're almost like, I should just make another one of these, but that's also not efficient. But it could be much easier to lose the game. He's going for the pylon, then decides to fight the Stalkers. Taking this out will stop the Immortal from coming down.
That's crazy. He gets it. Now, it looks like Hero is going to catch 1 Immortal over here, which is nice with the Force Fields, but look at how many Stalkers we have there from Classic.
Oh my God, the damage is so high that almost nothing recalls. Man, Classic is really good at this.
Yeah, I think he looked at those other games of Hero versus Sound and said, wow, he's really good with Stalkers. I should make a unit that counters those.
So, the Robo is back up and running. Oh, we've got 2 Adepts in the main. I didn't even realize 5 probe kills.
Yeah, Classic getting some good damage there, but Classic's push is coming up. He's got a lot of Sentry energy, which is nice. Drops that Immortal out. I think Hero's going to be fine, though. Even though this started out a little bit bumpy, he's done so much damage to Classic. If he just defends this cleanly, I could definitely see him taking this game.
Yeah, he's going to keep pushing up here, though. And you can see Hero being a lot more conservative about fighting he's just going to let him over. Sorry, he's going to let Classic, I should say, overextend. 2 Immortals are out.
Yeah, a third one comes out here as well, so definitely going to help out. Ooh, picks him up in that Prism. The Prism is low, but he saves it there.
The Gateway has lost all the shields. It's kind of hard to actually get over there and hit it. And it doesn't seem like Classic is going to give this up yet. He is just going to stay out here. And I think Hero's starting to trade a little bit better. He's actually ahead in supply at this point in time.
It looks like they're kind of testing each other's micro there.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're both looking for each other to mess up and just capitalize and win the game. Now, the Prism with the Immortals is going out. I think he's going to hunt the Robo.
Yeah, I think you're right. And he's going to unpower those gateways here as well. This is a great move here from Hero to shut this down. But that does prompt Classic to just dive into the main here. And now the Immortals are running back.
Look at the amount of damage coming down on these Immortals. The juggling doing so well here for Classic. Trying to pick those off. In the meanwhile, Hero is coming back with his own Immortals to try to save the day.
Okay, so he comes back, but has there already been too much damage dealt? I think the 2 Immortals can actually pull through. A lot of kills over there, but he does save the day. And we're going to see Classic pull away. Now, he can't use his Robo because it's unpowered in the middle of the map. This is always what happens when you make stuff in the middle of the map. It's like the game goes on for a while. Now you have this key infrastructure just kind of out in the open. It can be abused positionally.
Well, you know what? He's got to go power that up again. I think that's really important. And you can see he was actually looking for that probe, and the probe took a sharp turn there. So Classic knows exactly what's up, and he's trying to repower this to get some more Immortals out.
Is he going to turn around? No, he's going to try to attack in here. Now, Immortals, you know, these things were made to kill things like siege tanks, but in PvP, they're actually just good at executing like stalkers and sentries.
And pylons and probes they're tough, man. In the Prism, it's so hard to kill
The only way to stop him was with other Immortals.
Yeah.
So he's in here. He's doing a lot of damage, and now we see the rest of Hero completely full send his army over here. He's going to try to do a push. That War Prism is so low, and I don't know that Classic can stop this, man. Okay, whoa. 3 hallucinated Colossus. Now this is just because if you're A-clicking on the ground, it's hard, right? You could end up accidentally hitting a Colossus. Also a bit of a diss.
Yeah,
a bit of a flex.
They stand over the other units, so it's actually hard to target things down correctly.
Yeah.
So it is kind of a cool unit to pop out there. And look at the damage output here from Hero. It looks like he's about to maybe win the game, but you know, 2 Immortals and a Prism. He feels like he has a chance. I don't know that he does, though.
All right, the probes are going to come. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
GG. Hero takes that up, tying this series up 2-2.
All right. Have ourselves a series now. I was getting a little bit nervous there. Classic opened a little bit better on that map, but I think the Adepts getting in there for Hero, that's really where it started to turn around because he got a lot of probes.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. We didn't even have the same idea at play back there. We had the same build and strategy, all the way down to 2 Adepts being dropped off in the main before the rush starts.
And you can see here he definitely did a bit of a better job kind of maintaining everything, keeping everything alive. You can see some great pickups there on his Immortals, not over-committing to the defense of the gateways, which I think that was really key. That's why Classic was smashing him. I think that's why Classic did it a 3rd time in a row. I don't expect to see that in the next game.
Yeah. I would be surprised if we had you know, another proxied Robo. But let's see. It's very hard to say, right?
Yeah, it really is. So, you know, these guys fighting for that offline finals trophy, Tasteless. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to finish this out and see who's going to be the champion.
A little bit. And Raynor, he's not out of this game just yet. It's not a good position, but he has to be able to survive this next wave, and it's going to be a dangerous one because Shin is basically going super maxed. He's not building static defense and canceling it, but he was maxed, and then he morphed like 30 Banelings or something. So he's investing a lot of resources into the first push.
And here we go. We may be seeing that now. A few Banes roll in, not committing the whole army right now. It's kind of coming in waves. So to avoid the fungals, I guess, going to roll in, pick off some drones again, but this one didn't feel like a success.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting choice because he sends in just the Ling mains. He doesn't send in the Ultras, and I wonder if this was actually an intentional move just to free up supply for Ultras. I think it is. We're now seeing 6 more Ultras in production. Parasitic Bomb is going to be able to kill at least one of these Mutalisks. As Shin, he's taken out of Lurkers, which is crucial. You want to get the critical mass of the Lurkers as low as possible so that your Ultras can do work.
Yeah, but just look at the map right now.
Yeah, and the tough thing for Raynor, too, even though he has a static defense in terms of the Spore Crawlers and the Evolution Chambers, it's difficult because he has Lurkers everywhere right now.
Dude, look
He's
at this
defending
funnel.
the third base, he's defending the area between the natural and the fourth base, but it's all going to be about the fourth. So Shin about to push in. The Banelings, they take down most of the static defense. Oh man, Raynor, he's going to re-wall it right now. Okay, the Ultra's coming in.
This looks like tower defense right now. The wall is broken. Here come the Ultras. Big parasitic bombs on the air units. The microbial shout on top of these Ultras, giving them reduced damage. There's a lot of Lurkers behind this. Is Shin going to be able to break this? So many Ultras here, State.
The microbial shroud is giving the Ultras so much to stay, but you can still see the DPS of the Lurkers carrying through. The fourth hatch is going to go down, but that was more costly than I think it was expected here for Shin. Those Ultras, a lot of them fell. A lot more are in the red. We have 9 more, I think, we saw in production right now for Shin as he's remaxing on the Ultras, and that was a great, and I mean great, initial defense for Raynor. Shin is maxed again. There are more Infestors remaining, I think, and actually look at this. Raynor pulled, I think, a lot of the Lurkers over here to the fourth base side, so it is a wall of Lurkers and a wall of Spore Crawlers that Shin's gonna have to get through, and oh man, these Ultras, without the microbial shred, you can see them just getting shredded here by the defense of Raynor. Shin's supply just dropped 70. The Infestors were nowhere to be found.
Where was the microbial shroud?
There was none.
Oh my god, and the Lurkers just go insane. There's so much efficiency there.
You see the difference the microbial shroud makes there.
Turns out
for the
50%
Ultras.
is a big number, State.
Yeah, it really is, especially before the armor gets added in. And Shin's like, yeah, I'm not making that mistake again. I think the Lurkers, with their splash damage
right now.
5 drop overlords getting morphed right now by Shin. Are we gonna have an ultra drop?
Ultra drops?
What is the plan with
in the
this?
big 2025?
That could also be for these Lings. I mean, +3 Adrenal Lings shred absolutely everything. We have so many Overseers as well. Yeah, it is just going to be a Ling drop.
Yeah, it makes more sense to do with the Lings, but, you know, the fan in me wanted to see the Ultra drops just for the just for the Lings.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to close out the RSL offline finals. We're tied up delightfully 2-2 right now with Classic versus Hero.
Yeah, very nice that Hero was able to fight back. He made the necessary adjustments after losing twice to the very similar strategy in both games. And now I think the series is broken wide open. Really, anything could happen here. I don't expect to see the same strat from Classic anymore. So where do we go from here?
We're going to load up Magnetic North here for map number 5 and see who is going to take the lead in what has so far been an extremely explosive, very one-basey series. In the top right, in the red, guys, let's make some noise for Classic. And his opponent here in the bottom left, in the blue, let's get noisy for Hero. Okay, fast expand this time around, again, due to the nature of the map. Yeah. But it doesn't mean we're going to have necessarily a long game. I hope we do, but it doesn't mean we have to.
No, well, last time we saw this, Hero just kind of went up the front door with Stalkers after the expansions got up and killed Classic off before he was ready. Now, you know, we already kind of talked about how this opens up and, like, you kind of delay the Nexus gets made. It's like, do you go Stargate? If you both go Stargate, do you need to go Phoenix? Does this make Stalkers better? There's a lot of little mind games here.
That's right. We've got the scouting probe coming out on both sides. We're going to have a similar situation to the earlier game where they're both going to be able to block each other's expansions from starting. And so Classic immediately ditches that plan, starts to spend his money elsewhere.
And we'll see if Hero does this as well. Looks like he's doing basically the same. Both of them kind of chasing down those probes and are trying to block the Nexus. There's the Cybernetic score going up on both sides.
And so, yeah, I mean, let's see what kind of game these two are going to give us here if we do go into a macro game. It does feel like in PvP, there's a lot of fragility in staying alive in kind of the matchup overall until they both have a second base up and things kind of slow down.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, you know, the way that they've been playing so far, it's been so unbelievably aggressive. No one's really taken too much of a defensive stance. I guess Game 1 Classic kind of did with the Phoenix play into Immortal, but oh god, and they both go Stargate in each other's faces.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
So when you both go Stargate, oftentimes this will turn into a Phoenix arm race. And the thing is, if you're both going Phoenixes like heavily, if one player gets even one more Phoenix, they're going to dominate. Yeah. But if they overmake Phoenixes and you switched into Stalkers, you might have a timing there. And if either player were to do that, it would probably be Hero.
Yeah, so this has been a really, a game where they're really tripping each other up and slowing each other down. So finally the Nexuses start. And yeah, I totally am in agreement with what you said, Artos. It's like once you start Phoenixes, you kind of can't stop.
Yeah.
It gets to be this crazy arms race. What? Okay, he's going to go for an Oracle.
Yeah.
And that's very interesting because on paper, like the theory would be, well, now you have to both go Phoenixes, right?
Yep.
But, okay, so let's say that one guy goes Phoenixes and the other guy hides Oracles. And the Phoenixes leave, well, you can just run back inside the main and kill all the workers.
Well, I think that has to be the plan.
Yeah.
You know, once upon a time, like many patches ago, Phoenixes killed Oracles so quickly that the Oracles couldn't do damage. One of the best changes they ever made was to make it so that the Oracles no longer took that type of damage. Their armor down. So Stalkers are much better. Phoenixes are not. So even if Phoenixes are there, you're going to get some amount of probe kills with it.
So we had the one Oracle made, and then he didn't make anything else. So he's going to hide that Oracle, and he's not going to use the Stargate at all.
And you can see
go right into
the second Stargate for Hero is him doubling down on Phoenix. He'll start a Phoenix before this gets up there.
So he's faking that out.
That's fake.
He's like, look at me, I'm making Phoenixes.
Yeah. No, everything's going according to plan.
Yeah, now he cancels it.
Yeah.
Okay, great move there. So Hero is trying to, oh my god, okay. So he knew the Phoenixes would be out now. Look at this play. This is just a masterclass StarCraft game here.
Yeah, Classic's doing so well. You definitely sacrifice this all the way. You get as many probe kills as possible. 6 is a great result for this Oracle. He's already going into Blink. Because the Oracle was made and we have 2 Stargate Phoenix here for Hero, he must move across the map and see if he can get some counter damage. But there's not going to be that much damage to get. It's only 3 Phoenixes right now.
And remember, I mean, of course the Phoenixes can pick up workers and stuff like that, but that's how you get punished by Blink Stalker.
Yeah.
Now, Blink's not done yet for Classic, but you know, I don't know how much damage Hero can really do here. I guess there's nothing over this Nexus.
Yeah,
because
not much over here to
yeah.
stop. Even if you use all of your energy here, what are you going to get? 5, 6 probes?
Yeah.
Maybe a 7th if you're waiting around long enough. It's just not going to equal that much damage. It's a huge amount of money he's put into those Phoenixes and the double Stargate, which he can't even use anymore.
And you can see that Hero stopped making Phoenixes. He realizes I'm in a very different game than the one I planned for. Oh, okay, he saves the sentry. So there's a pylon and a gateway being made just over there, and you can see Mapu showing us that there's no vision of that. And so what he needs to do is basically get the rest of his army over there and then launch this attack. And if this whole strategy works out for Classic, and so far it's been pretty perfect how he's played this, he will probably just smother this position.
Yeah.
He just will overwhelm this. The Phoenixes can't really do anything. They're going to like pick up one unit and they're all going to be killed.
Yeah. We're going to need to see not just these Immortals getting chrono boosted out by Hero, but just any gateway units that he can muster as well. Like anything he can make. Very, very important of him to just have some sort of damage raining down on these Stalkers as they try to come up to kill him.
Okay, so the Immortal is out, and a second one's going to be here. So maybe Classic actually can't get through.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You know, and I think the positioning here is pretty good. Like, it's kind of hard for the Stalkers to get up here and do that much. He's going to kill this pylon, or maybe he actually won't kill the pylon. Wow, okay, so that was a pretty bad overextension.
This looks good for Hero right now. This is kind of opposite of what I was expecting. Now, he makes the Colossus to have the vision of that high ground, but it really feels like Hero is playing this position much better than what we saw from Classic in Game 1, although it is a little bit different because Classic slowed this push by making the Oracle.
So, I got to say, I mean, I'm really impressed with Hero's hold here. It doesn't mean the Classic failed, though. You know, he was smart enough to expand behind this. He's still going to keep this pressure up here. If you're keeping pressure over here, your opponent's not expanding. Hero's going for a Dark Shrine. And I guess he will be able to take out this gateway.
What's the old saying? One behind Dark Shrine?
Yeah. And I guess the Phoenix play is a smart move here as well. If everything is pushing at the front, you might as well just come in here and kill off workers.
Yeah, some good solid kills.
And that only makes the worker count even after all those workers were killed, which should give you an idea of how ahead Classic actually was in this game. So he's also going to scout the third base. There is a situation where Hero could just try to lean in to what he already has and just try to do a counterattack. And maybe that actually works. And by the way, while he's going to push here, the DTs could end up being the closer.
Yeah.
Because I think you're looking at this, you're seeing 3 Immortals. Even though you know psychologically DTs are always a possibility, a lot of games people are trying to hold this with everything they've got, and they're not ready. Actually, I take that all back. An Observer's about to pop out. So if he keeps that with his army, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he'll still try to do something with the DTs. We'll see if that works out for him. But right now, Hero is gearing up for what is probably just going to be a 2-base all-in. He's added a ton of gateways here. Even if the DTs kind of get found out and don't do a lot, maybe he can make an Archon or something out of them to help out. He is going to slip these up, and oh, I don't see anything there to defend against them.
Okay, he's going to be out now. The Stalkers.
The probes are going down.
Yeah, so the DT is wreaking havoc over here. And, you know, to have the Observer is one thing, but you got to have it where the DTs are. So the second Observer is going to come out. But, you know, the other thing, too, is you can run away with the DTs. You can hide somewhere. He is going to, I guess, finally be able to kill this last DT off. But that was 15 probe kills, which, by the way, just like the Phoenix's earlier, which got all those worker kills, it brings the probe count back to even. So Hero has been behind, caught up, then been behind again and caught up.
That's a good way to put it. He starts his own third Nexus, and not being behind on probes means that that's okay. He can actually do that and not feel like he has to all in. Now, that being said, his army is pretty solid right now. There are a lot of Stalkers for Classic. But, I mean, when you have some Guardian Shields, you have 4 Immortals in here, you have a bunch of charge lots, sometimes you feel like you need to hit this attack anyways.
Okay, he's going to come in here, and the angle's actually uncomfortable right now for Classic. He jumps back, excuse me. The Zealots come in here.
Yeah, you almost picked off that Observer as well. Right now, the Immortals dealing huge amounts of damage to these Stalkers. They do blink down to the side. It looks like right now the Stalkers are surrounding these Immortals and might be able to pick all of them off, but still a lot of Stalkers left over here for Hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. Hero just sort of let those Stalkers tank damage, but at the end, seems like there might have been enough for Hero, but with another Warp in, I think Classic can drive him back.
Well, right now, Hero is bringing up even more Blink Stalkers. This is the type of way that he does like to play, but that Blink forward from Classic looking really, really strong. He picks off several of those Stalkers. As the rest come up, he can turn and fight a little bit. He has more Stalkers right now, but you have to be careful about those charged Zealots.
Real back and forth game over here. Remember, Hero has given up all the Immortals he made that game. We may not see a lot more Immortals made. We may see the tech kind of shift here. One more DT is being made for Hero. I don't know where it is on the map. Okay, he's going to pick it up in that Warp Prism.
Yeah, it looks like I love how low his graphics are, but yeah, going to go ahead and pull all of this back.
Yeah, right now, Hero is playing this on a PlayStation 2.
Yeah, that's what it looks like just about. But yeah, a decent micro there overall. Now Hero going to kite away. He's trying to utilize these Blink Stalkers. He loves using active units to gain some value. And he has a lot more Stalkers than his opponent, but the charge lots really do make a difference.
Okay, so in this chase, we see a couple of units getting shaved off here. The DT goes down. Classic's continuing to chip away. Army supply, it's actually Classic almost doubling as Warp-ins come in.
First Forge of the game gets started, so...
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, like, Forges, generally you see the Forges started and upgrades start in Protoss vs. Protoss when you feel like, okay, no one's going to kill anybody here. Like, we gotta go to the next level, which is upgrades.
Yeah, it's funny that you pointed that out, but yeah, nobody was treating the game like it was here to last.
Yes.
Right? It was all about the present. And when you see that Forge made, it goes, okay, this game's going to go on for a while. I got to invest in the future. Hero makes a hidden base in the very top left, and I really like this.
Yeah.
They've been so in each other's faces the whole time. Sometimes the hidden base will go completely unspotted.
Yeah, it's hard to read if any minerals are missing because the game is in such a chaotic state. So right now, Hero does pull back a little bit. You can see still waiting for his charge. He's got to be really careful because right now, Classic has a way bigger, way scarier army.
Okay, the DTs drive away the workers. And Hero's he's going to, well, hold on a second. Big attack coming in here. Does Classic actually have too much? Remember, the Hero spent that extra money on the hidden Nexus. And now, these are units that were not made with that expansion being built. And I think that suddenly Hero might just get overwhelmed by Classic.
Yeah, it looks like Classic is going to be able to push through everything. It was just a little bit too greedy there from Hero. Too many poor engagements. And Classic going in for the kill. Blinks into the probes on this third base. His Charge Zealots come back, and this should be GG.
Yeah, I don't think Hero can survive. Classic played more of a straight-up, fighting game here, where Hero, I think, tried to kind of bail out of the nature of what this game truly was. And from here, Classic can just keep pushing through, keep destroying everything. And, yeah, that's going to be it. GG.
All right, Classic is the first one to go up to match point in this finals. And Hero, I think he played well overall. This was like a really good back-and-forth game. Like you said, he was falling behind and catching up time and time again. But I think he did overextend a couple of times on those attacks. He was trying to switch the game up into an expansion, into +1. Maybe just a little bit too greedy with everything he was trying to pull off.
The graphics that he plays on are insane. Look at that.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's playing StarCraft 2 on an emulator here.
Yeah, this is... I was just told this was 768p. So that's, all right. Well, to each their own, okay?
768p, all right.
Okay.
Must be a new kid's meme.
Yeah.
67p, Protoss, all right, yeah.
So if Classic wins the next game, that's it. He's the champion.
Yeah.
Hero's going toe-to-toe, but there was a period where Hero said, no, I'm out of this. We're going to go for a hidden base and try to macro up. I think he would have been better off either making a forge and not hiding a base, or hiding a base and not making a forge. But
yeah,
there was definitely just not quite enough there. Regardless, we now go into Game 6 here. In the bottom left, in the red, he is Classic. Well, the cheese might come. It's definitely a possibility. And in the top left, in the blue, he is Hero.
Now do one for Classic.
Yeah.
Do you have time?
Yes.
We don't know. This
Yes.
could end at any moment here.
Now do one for the Maganatha.
Yeah.
So, Gateway's on the high ground here. I got to say, I'm not surprised that we're not seeing the core building blocks for the build order differ here.
Yeah, it's kind of rare.
It's kind of figured out, I guess, but it's when the game picks up a little bit that it gets interesting. That last one, I think Classic just had some really, really good engages. Each of these games, they've been short. I guess the last one was the longest of them, but even that was short compared to like our third place, fourth place match. But there's been a lot happening inside the games. Sometimes you have a StarCraft game and one guy does his build, the armies fight, maybe this build counters that build, or someone controls poorly. Here, there's been so many interactions, it's almost hard to keep track of.
Yeah, it really has been. It has been very, very back and forth. And, I mean, I guess you can see that underlined by the fact that it's 3-2 right now, and we're having very fast and furious games. Now, both sides proxying pylons.
All right.
So, once again, we're very likely to get into high aggression from these guys.
Yeah, both trying to steal the other guy's watch and wallet here. So, this is, it's funny because you get a game where usually one guy is proxying, and the question is the other guy ready? Is he going to know? But they're both doing it to each other. These make for usually the most chaotic games.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it's decided by who spots it first, and then where do the units intersect as they're trying to reposition.
So true. So true.
Yeah.
And what are you going to end up doing with your Immortals and Warp Prism here? They're doing the exact same build. And we've seen already that Classic has done a great job with dropping off Adepts. Hero tried that. It didn't quite work. Are they both going to go for that? Or are we going to have this situation where both sides are just killing massive amounts of probes? And just, it might get really crazy really quick.
Okay, so we've got a little chase here with the probe on the map. Now, on this map, obviously, you both spawn on the left side, which makes hiding stuff on the right side of the map really strong because you know, a lot of times you're checking to see if they're scouting you. It might be too much work to go over to the side. Not only that, but they both passed each other. So this means they could both hit each other like immediately here, which is going to be interesting.
Well, Classic changed it up a little bit. He did go for a couple Stalkers, whereas Hero is just non-stop on the Adepts right now. So the Stalkers are going to fight better against the Adepts, but don't have a lot of potential as far as harassment goes.
I thought they were both going to go for a Warp Prism right away, but they both went for Immortal, which is even a little bit spicier.
Yeah, it might have to do with just defending against each other, being on the map. They don't want to lose their Robos or anything like that. Now, what?
Okay, he can't get the pylon wall up here.
Yeah, that's definitely a big mistake that he did not end up getting that pylon wall. So I think they were just barely blocking, and the probes have to be pulled out, trying to surround against Hero's Adepts. A Hero dealing so much damage right now. And look at this, he's actually going after the pylon while the warp gates are being attacked.
So it looks like these, okay, he's going to, same thing over here, yeah. He's going to end up taking this out, and this is where they're both just tearing each other apart right now. I have no idea which way this game's going to go.
No, this is very hard to predict at the moment. He's got to repower that. Both sides are pretty hurt as far as probes go, but Hero has more probes right now.
Yeah, and a lot more probes right now. So the Immortal, I mean, basically can't be defeated here. An Immortal and a Warp Prism is one of the strongest things in the game. But you got to make sure that you juggle it correctly. He is now going to be able to sit and camp over the probes on both sides. That's going to be a GG. Hero takes it. Hero had, that was probably a hard game for everybody to follow. Hero had just enough momentum that Classic included he can't catch up.
He got those Adepts up, and the wall couldn't be made. I think he was just barely on the pixel that you need to make it or something. I'm not sure. Like, maybe it was out of money. Maybe it was a misclick. But whatever it was, he didn't get the wall up. The Immortal came up the ramp as he was killing everything. See right there? Yeah, like you want to get that pylon down before they get up there, but the Shade finishes, and then he comes up after the force field's gone, kills the pylon. You can't make any more units.
Yeah, beautifully done. Again, a game where they both proxy each other, which is just insane and kind of crazy. We have it now in the final match.
Game 7 coming up, Tasteless.
This is it. Whoever wins takes home the prize money as well as the beautiful RSL trophy that we've got over there. And we'll close out the year with the final win here for StarCraft 2 in the year 2025. We will end this on the map, Maganatha. Guys, let's make some noise. Classic versus Hero, the final game of the night, starting now. In the top left, in the red, he is Classic. And in the bottom right, in the blue, he is Hero.
It's been a great tournament here so far, and we're finishing off game number 7 on Maganatha, the one map whose mini-map really looks topographic. Giant mountain range through the center there.
Yes. And this is a very big map.
Yeah.
Now, generally, when you have a big map, you say they can't rush each other because it's far travel distance-wise. But it actually isn't really true with Protoss.
Yeah.
Because obviously they can warp in and they can proxy. And, so.
And that's exactly what they do, in fact.
Yeah. But, you know, it does create different situations where, like, forcing recall is really important because if they do that, then it does cause a positional reset. So let's see what they're going to do. We do have, by the way, the first deviation in the kind of starting points for builds. We have 2 gateway here for Classic and 1 gateway here for Hero. So this is kind of exciting.
Yes, yes, indeed it is. That's not as common a build. We saw him try this against Zaun earlier on, and it was like a faster expansion with a Stargate. That's generally what 1-gate openers look like. You do have to be a little bit careful with it. You have to be very precise on your defense because your opponent is simply going to be able to make more units than you are.
Right. On the other hand, you can tech up. You can get into, you know, that tier 2 here for Protoss a little bit more quickly. So we have a hidden probe here at the natural. Now we're going to see Classic's probe come up and go into the main, and I think the idea is that as that probe scouts into the main, quietly we're going to see, oh, hold on.
Oh, he went down to check if there's a Nexus, and now the Nexus will go up.
So
I
now
really like it. Yeah, and Classic's going to check again.
Yeah. So remember that in 2 of our previous games, they were both blocking each other's Nexus. So that's the idea, is he hides it there. And we got to see, I mean, Classic could very well just go pedal to the metal here and try to be aggressive, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's hiding a pylon in plain sight.
I am really interested in this. What is Classic doing? Classic making his own Stargate, but it's so late, and his Nexus is late. It just feels like everything he's doing is a step slower.
Okay, so is that a full-on fake? And I said hiding in plain sight, which doesn't even make sense. He just hit it in front of his face. But did he want an overreaction there?
I don't know. It's really hard to say where he's going with this.
It feels like it's wrong. Like if you were to even like an expert player, you'd say, well, you don't ever want to do that. But maybe he's kind of hoping that Hero's so calculated that he would like cut too many probes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Could be.
It's a hard one to follow here.
Well, he's lining up for a Phoenix War that he should be behind in. But, you know, there is the travel distance of sending the Phoenix across the map. So it's like, okay, yeah, maybe if he sits back defensively, but his first Phoenix is coming across the map, and he's going to run into 2 Phoenixes. If you run 1 Phoenix into 2 Phoenixes, the chances of getting away from that is low, Tasteless.
Yeah, well, you can't really – Phoenixes can't run from other Phoenixes because, they don't get slowed down at all. I kind of actually hated about the
2-on-1, man.
Yeah.
Like, State may beat Artosis or Tasteless, but not Tastosis.
So we've got the Citadel coming down here now, and we have Hero continuing to make Phoenixes. And we're kind of waiting. You know, how is this game going to pan out? It does feel like the distance of the map is really becoming more and more apparent, right?
Yeah,
Nobody can really attack the other one. And so maybe we will have a pretty long game here for the final game here in this series.
Right now, an Oracle is coming out through a very funny angle. It's like 1 Phoenix against 3 Phoenixes. So, like, Classics' Phoenixes are not going to work well. Look at this, 4 against 1. Very, very one-sided, but he does have these Stalkers to help out a bit.
Oh, man, that was a really good move. He took the Phoenix out, then he goes right over the workers. Meanwhile, this Oracle is going to come through here and try to take these probes out. Both sides taking heavy losses. A couple more workers are not killed due to the battery saving that.
Yeah, the battery's actually putting out some big work here. You know, he still gets more workers than what was gotten on the other side. He gets 6 against, you know, just 4. But the Nexus was a bit quicker for Hero, so they're still very close.
So
Dark Shrine tastes.
Yeah,
they're pulling out all the stops.
So Dark Shrine in the very bottom left. And, you know, Classic's going to set up for something. We don't know when exactly this is going to take place. He doesn't have to use this right away, by the way. But I know he is going to make 1 or 2 DTs and send that out. And, you know, he might not find that. He could use that for an attack later on.
You know, I tell you, this is getting so crazy right now with the amount of tricks they're trying to pull on each other. If one of them could cannon rush right now, they would, I tell you that. The Phoenix is coming in for some more harassment. They do get a fair amount of probes. Oracle coming back in, but yeah, the Stalkers are there ready to stop it.
Okay, he is going to take the Oracle out, but of course, you know, getting those worker kills, not terrible. Where is the DT? It's coming across the map. Is there anything to spot this?
Yeah, he does have that Oracle.
Okay.
Okay, so we got some stasis wards out in the front. Backs that up. Okay, he does use the detection, and yeah, going to be able to lift that. So down goes the DT. Yeah. The DT doesn't work.
Yeah, no impact DT.
Yeah. And it's expensive to go DT. So right now you can see definitely the army supply is really favoring Hero.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about going Dark Templars, is that you, if it works, it really works. But if it doesn't do anything at all, you're just sort of in a worse position.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Robo has started over here for both sides. And we're starting to see infrastructure be built. Now, there are Stalkers coming down here for Classic. I think it's the same number that are ready to defend here for Hero. So this would probably result in basically nothing.
Yeah, he has Blink right now, and Hero's still waiting for his to finish up. So Classic, you know, he goes in, he gets a pylon, he blinks away. Okay, I think moves like that are totally fine right now. I am a little bit nervous because as Hero gets Blink, we know how much he likes to make Stalkers. We know how much he wants to be active with them and aggressive with them. And having this additional army supply, having this nice little air fleet with him as well, really puts him into a favored position.
Yeah, the Forge is almost finished here for Classic. Hero's going to have that upgrade lead, like we were talking about overall. And I think this game slows down quite a bit, which is welcome. We've had a lot of just really poppy, really explosive games. The DT is going to come through once more. Now, remember, if you don't notice your probes are being killed, you might not have time to react. And he reacts pretty fast, so only 4 probes are killed by the DT there.
All right, yeah, and that was a good cleanup. He got that relatively quickly. Classic does have more workers at the moment. He's getting into charge as well. That's actually kind of important if you're going towards charge lots as opposed to stalkers. You really want to have a full economy so you can just pump those charge lots out.
And we're just going to see a lot more bases taken here. Zealot Archon is a lot of times how the game ends up. You know, once you start to have these big fights and you have to have the army resets, the easiest way to remake everything is to have Templars and Archons put out here. And look, man, this is a gargantuan map.
Yeah.
When you look at the expansions and how many bases can be taken. And there's a lot of space to be out of position here if you're not moving around into the right spots. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, but you're definitely right about that, and I think that's why we're seeing here as on map 7, it's such a gigantic map, and they're not really attacking each other because they know, like, oh gosh, by the time I go across there, it's going to be really hard to get any damage on, even if I have a slight lead. So even though Hero's been ahead in that army supply for a bit, like Classic is hitting everything just well enough that it's actually pretty dangerous to go attack.
So, you know, you can do whatever you can do with these stalkers for the time being. It looks like they're kind of stuck over here. You could theoretically just keep right-clicking them on top of each other, but there's better ways to use your APM.
Yeah,
so that's not going to go on for too much longer. He's going to recall him.
Gets a couple kills there. You know, and of course, don't forget, that is supply that's not as useful at this stage of the game.
Yeah,
Still somewhat useful, but not as useful as it was. So it's not a huge deal to lose a few Phoenixes.
Yeah, there's definitely units in the game where, like, you get them, and that's great, and then later on you're like, this thing sucks.
Yeah.
I need to get something else.
Yeah, like an Adept right now would not be very useful.
Right. So we have a later 4th base here for Hero. He's ramped up his army size a little bit more. Both sides are now making that War Prism. Could be for harass or could be for a push. It's hard to say if one player would really want to attack into the other here.
No, I don't feel like anyone does want to attack right now, because if you attack and your opponent's just in like a nice concave, maybe they have a shield battery there, they have closer warping points, the battle might go very poorly for you, and you suddenly have thrown a game that's quite even.
Yeah.
And look how even this is. 66 to 60 probes, 98 to 100 army supply. Their income is somewhat close. Classic is just a little bit ahead in that, but Hero's about to catch up.
Okay. The armies are about to crash into each other here, Artosis. You got to be careful. Once the Zealots rush in, you know, that charge, it's got a cooldown, right? So you can't just do it forever. He tears that down and makes a wall. Hero's going to slide over to beat him here.
Do you really want to attack here? I don't think so.
I feel like this is just a really bad idea to attack. I just look at what Hero's got, and I'm like, no way in hell should you hit that.
Yeah, I'm okay with poking like that, but if you do a full engage through the choke, it's not going to work out. And in fact, Hero's coming out. He has a really high-quality army. He pushes forward right now. His Immortal's getting some very strong damage.
Yeah, he's looking extremely strong here. There's so many Archons. Hero is beginning to close in on this. He blinks on top and wipes everything out. Classic now on the run, and I don't think Hero's going to stop.
Yeah, it looks like a DT does hit here from Classic as well. At the same time, he's going to get a few probe kills, but, well, actually, Hero does turn around, and Classic takes another base during this time.
Yeah, the DT is huge. That DT pulled the entire army around. Oh, my God, and then Classic runs in here and hits his Nexus.
Oh, my gosh, if he can get out of here, that's huge.
Okay, well, he's going to get some of it out, as many as it can fit in that recall. And I think Hero has to send it now. I think
you're right.
He can't go back and just rebuild. Classic's too big. Now, Classic has a weaker, smaller army, so he's going to try to set up for another counterattack. Meanwhile, Hero has this truck of an army. It's just moving across the map. He's going to hit so hard when he finally gets there.
Yeah, he has got like a 35 army supply advantage, and a lot of the units of Classic are just running around the map like these Zealots right now. So he's definitely not going to be able to take a better engagement right here. Well, if he fights only a little portion of the army, maybe he can.
Okay, he's going to be able to chase that away. We've got another attack over here, but it is denied. at the base. Hero needs to get in there and actually do the damage, but at the same time, he wants to be careful to not be punished by a counterattack. He's going to send some of his army down here to try to fight this. Meanwhile, the rest of it is hitting the third base.
Oh, this attack from Hero is looking so strong right now. Gets into that third Nexus and is going to cause it to die if he just right-clicks it for a moment. Looks like he will. This Archon Immortal army looking so strong, but the counterattack coming up from Classic can deal damage very quickly as well.
Okay, we've got the attack coming down here now, and I gotta say, I don't think this is gonna last too long here for Classic. Meanwhile, Hero is doing so much damage at the 12 o'clock base.
Oh my gosh, he's trying to blink away right now as Hero's clearing the top of the map. Hero getting closer and closer to eliminating Classic from this tournament.
Yeah, you can see the Zealots spilling in over here to tank for the Stalkers, and Classic is going to lose whatever is remaining over here. Meanwhile, those Immortals, the Archons way in the north are all still alive. Classic has one hidden base in the top right, 3 base versus 3 base.
That is wild, but the army supply is so much in Hero's favor. Although Classic actually still has more probes, that isn't going to translate into army so easily. He's not mining that much. Now the attack of Hero continues forward. These Archons coming in, he's going to unpower a lot of gateways. Oh my gosh, that tasteless pylon goes down.
He's going to push this up into the main. And I mean, I just don't know what Classic can do at this point in time. He doesn't have enough, I think, to counterattack and win, so on some level, he's just feeding into the army. Meanwhile, even with the hidden base unfound, I think Hero can just push it to the main and close this game out.
Now, don't forget, there are some DTs out here. Maybe he can be sneaky and pick off some observers. I see him targeting them. He got 1 out of 5. He's got 4 more to go.
Okay, Hero is now going to push up into the main, and I think this game is over. Classic's going to try to do the same, and it gets blocked off. I think this game is over, Artosis.
It definitely looks that way. His Dark Templars are dealing a lot of damage right there, but they're getting picked off as the Observer comes down. Everything looking great here for Hero as he's eliminating the main base. GG! And that makes Hero the champion here of the RSL Offline Finals, having won Season 3, coming in great shape. Classic unable to win his 3rd tournament this year in RSL. Oh my gosh, what a finals. Hero pulling it back from the jaws of defeat. Of course, going over to congratulate Classic on his 2nd place. And with this, Hero is your champion. Give it up for Hero.
Hero in Game 7 taking victory over Classic. You know, Classic was off to a great start in this series, up 2-1. Off to a great start in RSL in 2025. 1 Season 1, 1 Season 2. But Hero just got stronger as the year went long, as the tournament went long. He wins Season 3. He wins the Offline Finals. He is your champion here at the RSL.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it, honestly. It looked so bad for him at first as well in the first couple games. I mean, it seemed like he just didn't have an answer to the proxy robo stuff that Classic kept throwing out, wasn't able to get the defenses, and then slowly but surely adapted over the series, able to make it work, just find out the right recipe, really, to deal with this, and then even bringing out some own shenanigans of his own throughout. I mean, just a ridiculous series overall. It's really cool to see him continue that momentum from the last season.
The games just kept getting better as the series continued on, and honestly, I was a little bit scared watching backstage as he lost 2 games in a row to a proxy robo play. It kind of felt like Classic was just going to keep doing that forever unless Hero finally figured out how to get that situation under control. In the end, he was able to defend the push. He was able to bring the series back, a 4-3 victory for Hero.
And we have the man himself on the couch as well. Welcome, Hero, to the couch. Congratulations on winning. How does it feel to come away with the Offline Finals victory?
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 또 오랜만에 이렇게 또 오프라인 대회 와서 오프라인 대회 우승을 하셨는데 지금 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 우승을 해서 너무 좋기는 한데 제가 연습 과정에서 우려했던 결과가 나온 것 같아서 좀 안타까워요. 그 연습 과정에서 로고 맞춤이 없는 것 같더라고요. 그래가지고 전진 로보가 좀 많이 나올 거라 예상했는데 역시 그래가지고 좀 게임 양상이 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
Yeah, it definitely feels good to win. But that being said, actually in the process of practice, I noticed that there's no proper counter for the proxy robo. So I was afraid that might happen in this series. So yeah, it was. I think the fear is actually happened, but somehow I managed to figure it out. So yeah, I'm glad that I did.
So I want to ask a little bit more about that because after Game 3, you lost 2 games in a row to the Proxy Robo. What was going through your head when you saw that again in Game number 4?
마침 그 얘기가 나와서 말인데 사실 3세트부터 2세트를 연속으로 거의 그 전진 로버에 졌잖아요. 그래서 마침 2대2 그때 딱 2대2가 됐을 때 좀 심정은 또 어떠셨는지.
그냥 저도 전진 로보 해야겠다 생각이 들었던 것 같아요.
It just made me feel like, well, I should do proxy myself.
Yeah, well, if you can't beat them, join them, as they do say. So that's about how it goes. I mean, Hero, overall in these last couple seasons, I mean, you had the crazy crazy grand finals versus Maru in season 3, and now here as well, a full 7 set. I mean, how does it feel to be able to go through these insane long series? How do you keep coming up with new things to bring out, and how do you stay resilient in all of these matches to bring it out in the final games?
사실 오늘도 그렇고 이제 우승하셨던 이제 시즌 3 때도 조성수 선수와의 또 7세트 접전 끝에 또 이제 풀꽉 접전 끝에 이렇게 우승을 또 하셨잖아요. 계속해서 이렇게 치러지는 결승전에서 이 풀꽉에서 좀 살아남으시는 좀 비결이 어떤지, 좀 어떤 좀 마음가짐을 하셨기 때문에 좀 우승할 수 있었는지 궁금하네요.
아무래도 그냥 간절함 아닐까 싶어요. 안 좋은 상황에서도 놓지 않고 간절하게 임하는 게 좀 좋은 결과로 이어지는 것 같습니다.
To sum up, I think it's desperation. I mean, you know, not giving up until like it's over. I think that's the key. You know, no matter how the situation is like grim for me, so I think the desperation keeps like bringing me the fire in me. So yeah.
Well, it's a great way to end the year for you, Hero. It's December. We're about to turn a new page in 2026, and you just won the RSL Offline Finals. What are your ambitions for 2026, and do you have any words you want to say to your fans?
이제 올해 마지막 대회 또 우승을 또 장식하셨기 때문에 이제 또 새로운 이제 내년에 2026년이 기다리고 있는데 내년에 좀 마음가짐과 또 목표 그리고 팬분들께 좀 포부를 좀 말씀해 주신다면 어떤 게 있을지 궁금합니다.
일단 작년 EWC 성적이 제 생각과는 다르게 나와가지고 이번 시즌도 걱정이 많았는데 첫 포문을 그래도 잘 연 것 같고 다음 시즌 잘할 수 있을 것 같고 오늘 늦은 시간까지 아침 일찍부터 점심부터 늦은 시간까지 끝까지 응원해주신 팬분들 정말 감사드리고 이런 좋은 의미로 좋은 대회 열어주셔서 관계자분들에게도 감사한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, last season, especially in AWC, I didn't get the result what I wanted, and so I think winning this actually means a good fresh start. So yeah, I mean, it feels good about the next season as well. And that being said, thank you for all the fans who's been watching from noon all the way to like 8 p.m. Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and also thank you RSL for hosting this event. Yeah, so I'm really grateful for it.
Well, thank you so much, Hero, and congratulations yet again for winning.
Yeah, I was like, I was taking one more.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
블리자드에서 보고 있다면 푸푸전 메타 좀 바꿔줬으면 좋겠어. 이게 너무 하면서도 재미가 없어가지고 네, 그렇습니다.
Yeah, if Blizzard is watching, I really want you guys to patch and fix the PvP meta right now. It's so boring. I need to you guys please change the PvP meta, please.
Well, hopefully Blizzard is listening. Hopefully they'll take that into account here. But again, congratulations once again on your victory. Honestly, it's amazing to see you win. We're going to be throwing it back over to the desk as well for Tastosis to close out the show. This was Hero winning the Grand Finals.
All right, we did it, guys. One quick announcement for next year. RSL is coming back. When? In spring.
Oh,
a nice ambiguous time period for us to plan this
Oh, that's
out.
excellent. Yes.
We unlocked the good ending, guys. So, guys, thank you so much for your support. We couldn't have done this without you guys. I think we're thanking Archon first, right? Let's see who we thank first. The graphic will tell me. There it is, Archon Studio. Guys, get the StarCraft Tabletop Miniatures game. I know I still got to do my Christmas shopping. You probably still got to do yours. Go buy those figurines. They could make good stocking stuffers. They could make, if you get all of them, they could go right under the tree in the big box. What's in there? Don't shake it, okay? Don't shake that box.
Well, how are you going to know what's in it?
No. We really appreciate their support. We're so grateful that they sponsored us for all 3 seasons as well as the offline finals. We are also grateful for Pulsar. These guys make the best gaming gear you could ask for. They are based in Korea, and I gotta say, as someone who uses their products myself, they are excellent. They are top-notch. When I am laddering, if I am competing, I want to play with their gear. Whether you play RTS games, FPS games, or whatever games you are playing, they've got the keyboards, the mice, the mouses. Sorry, mice for the animals. Mouses.
No, I think it could be for regular. It's for mice as
mouse
well.
pads. It's certainly not mice pads. I know that. But you got to check them
true,
out.
yeah.
That
Okay.
one, that much we know for sure. And we really appreciate their support. So shout out to Pulsar, and thank you to them for setting up the amazing booth that we had here at our event. Now go on to the Patreon. If you've been watching all year and you haven't signed up on the Patreon, well, shame on you, but there's still a chance. You can sign up right now. We've got all sorts of different tiered memberships depending on where you are able to give financially. And with each tier, we give you, I guess, you could say more access to, like, the tournament. You could vote on maps or player guest spots, as well as, access to tickets early on, stuff like that. So consider going there. We would love to earn your support.
Yeah, you guys have done fantastically for RSL so far. I mean, look at this wonderful event.
Yeah.
3 great seasons, Tasteless. You and your team have put on just a wonderful show and added a lot to the scene this year.
Thank you. And thank you guys for watching and sticking with us. We will be back next year. I hope you have an amazing holidays, and we will see you in spring sometime in 2026. We love you. Bye-bye.